Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Awakened the Swordmaster Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku is 4 and he wakes up every morning excited. Maybe this is the day he gets his quirk. All the other kids are slowly getting theirs: extendable fingers and bat-like wings, elastic body, and minor telekinesis. And of course, there's his best friend Kaken, with the most heroic quirk ever, explosion. They're gonna be great heroes together once Izuku gets his. Every day that passes without one showing up, Kaken's sneer gets wider. And Izuku dreams are filled with the clashing of metal on metal. Izuku is 5 and his parents take him to the quirk specialist. They are worried that he's a year past the standard time for one's quirk to appear and nothing has happened. The doctor takes x-rays and runs tests and assures the Midoriyas that he doesn't have the toe joint that indicates quirklessness and is likely a late bloomer or has a so-called invisible quirk with absurd activation requirements. Hisashi and Inko breathe a sigh of relief at that, a puff of smoke huffing from the fire breather's mouth. There's nothing wrong with being quirkless. They just know if he was then Izuku would have a more difficult life. Izuku is 6 and Kaken's sneer has turned from mild annoyance to anger and bullying. Deemed quirkless by the council of his fellow 6-year-olds because no quirk has reared its head yet, Izuku is an outcast. Dubbed a useless Deku by Kaken, his best friend, he comes home with bruises explained away by roughhousing amongst children. Izuku is 7 and is stronger than anyone in his class. He takes the annual fitness test and they find that he's stronger and faster than most people twice his age. His parents take him back to the quirk specialist, who has him redo the tests, once with quirk suppressants and once without. There is no change in his scores. Quirk-adjacent mutations, the doctor explains to the rapt audience of a small family. Your body has adapted to better utilize your quirk, making you stronger, faster, and having better reflexes. He pauses to straighten his glasses, taking in young Izuku vibrating with excitement. I predict that by the time you hit PBRTY you will have athletic abilities just beyond what a dedicated baseline human could achieve. Izuku is ecstatic. He bounds into school the next day, bouncing up and down, excited to tell Kaken. That excitement is crushed at the same time an explosion-powered fist collides with his stomach. Stop effing lying, you shitty Deku, Bakuga growls, surprisingly menacingly for a 7-year-old. You'll never be anything but a worthless quirkless F-. Izuku lays there for several minutes after his friend stalks away. He doesn't tell anyone else about his news. Izuku is 8 and the ringing of steel and the thudding of blows that echo through his dreams has migrated to his waking hours. A constant cacophony consistently present, every minute of every day. Sometimes it's louder than other times, but he tunes it out. It's just a part of his life. It doesn't tell anyone. Izuku is content. He sits next to Hisashi as the tall man's throat glows like an ember, expelling tiny wisps of flame in fascinating shapes from his mouth. Inko is in the kitchen cooking, and the smell of katsudon floods the small apartment. Izuku loves his family. You'll be a great hero, his dad proudly declares, a smile on his face as his boy rambles about heroes and all might. You'll make us proud. Izuku is 9, just hours away from turning 10. He and Inko wait at home, ready to celebrate his birthday when Hisashi gets home from work. The tall fire breather sends them a text. I'm almost done with work, I'll be home in an hour. I have a special surprise for you, Izuku. They wait an hour. And then 2. After 3 hours their concern is quietly growing. Repeated calls by Inko are answered with no response, sent straight to voicemail. After 4 hours they call the police and file a missing person report. A detective with kind eyes and a lie detector quirk takes their statement and promises that they'll do their best to find Hisashi. A month passes with no leads, no clues, and no hope. The police shuffle the case to a lower priority and Inko cries. Izuku doesn't. Whether the tears are dried up by the years of bullying and the crackle of explosions, or from the surreptitious whispers of the neighbors or the blatant taunting of his schoolmates, he does not know. Did you hear his dad left? I heard it's because he couldn't stand to have a quirkless son. It's no surprise with such a worthless F for a kid, snarls Kaken. All of his protests are ignored, all his claims that he's not quirkless unfounded. No one cares. Inko presents him with Hisashi's surprise. A limited edition Silver Age All Might hoodie. Original condition, 5 sizes too big. So you can grow into it? His mom explains, we wanted you to have it for a while. Izuku hugs his mom and tries to imbue as much gratitude and love as he can into the embrace. They hold each other for an hour before they break apart and watch a feel-good movie to help cheer up. Izuku is 11 and has taken to wearing Hisashi's jackets and hoodies when he goes out. He is positively swamped in the garments that hung on his dad's massive frame, making him look even smaller and scrawnier than he is, but they smell like smoke and mint, the scent of Hisashi's quirk, and he takes comfort in the knowledge that there's a part of his dad with him. Izuku is 12 and he begs his mom to let him learn to fight, arguing that he will need to know as a hero and getting a head start before his quirk comes in can only help. Inko hems, haws, and listens to his argument, but agrees to nothing. Izuku will ask again next month, and the next, and the next, and the next. Izuku is 13 and he gets in an argument with his mom. It wasn't their first argument, not even the first on the subject, him being a hero, but for some reason, it blew out of control and ended with Izuku leaving the house. For a run to blow off steam. He ran for what seemed like hours, slowly calming down, before he realized that his mom was just worried about him and didn't want to lose him. Sighing, he began looking for a train station to make his way back home and apologize. Once he found one, he noticed that the line was shut down due to a villain attack near a shopping center. Grumbling slightly, his musing on whether it would be better to wait for the train to reopen or to run home was interrupted by his ringtone. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. A phone call is he dash. Waving off the annoyed glances of the other people in the station, he quickly answered his phone. Hey Mom. Izuku honey, I want to say I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry Mom, I realize you're just worried about me and I shouldn't have blown up on you, it's just, this is my dream. I know Izuku, that's why I wanted to apologize. I shouldn't be trying to hold you back from your dream. She sniffled a bit over the phone. Can you make me a promise, Izuku? Of course, Mom. Be the best hero you can be, baby. Make me and your dad proud. I just dash, she cut off her sentence with a gasp. Mom! Izuku exclaimed, slightly frantic. Are you okay? I'm fine, the grimace was evident in her voice. I just stubbed my toe. You should be more careful, Izuku chided playfully. I've got to go, Mom, I'm trying to catch a train. Okay honey, I love you very much. Please, always remember that, okay? Are you okay, Mom? I'm fine, she reassured. I'll see you soon. Of course, Mom, I love you too. Grinning, he decided he would chance the run home. I'll see you soon. He hung up and began his run home, not heeding the sinking feeling in his gut. As Izuku jogs up to his house, the first thing he notices is the police car out front and a familiar kind-eyed detective and his feline-headed partner standing near the door. The second thing he notices is the ringing of steel and the clashing of metal growing louder in his mind as his stomach sinks. Ah, Midoriya, Detective Tsukachi calls as he draws near. We're going to need you to come to the station. There's been an accident. The noise in his head grows louder. It's your mother. And louder. She was caught in a villain attack. And louder, drowning out the detective's words. I'm afraid she didn't make it. Izuku falls to his knees, hot tears dripping down his face. The clashing and noise growing louder till everything goes black. The next month passes in a blur. His mother died, torn from life by an errant fireball from one of Endeavor's fights. Izuku saw the footage. Saw the carelessness that the pro fling his quirk around a shopping mall while battling a minor villain. Saw the fire careen into the shop his mom was in, sending it up in flames. Endeavor goes before a tribunal, and they convict him of negligence on the field of battle. His punishment? A 2% dock in pay, with 1% going to the store owners and 1% going to the family of the victims. There was only one victim. And there's only one member of the family left. A measly 1% for the life of a mother. A pittance punishment for depriving a teen of the last family he has. Izuku has never been angrier in his life. The funeral is quiet. Few people attend as they bury his mom's ashes in a graveyard near the ocean. It's a beautiful day, the sky red and purple, a cool breeze with cherry blossoms in the wind. Izuku returns there most nights. He can't stop crying. Inko's will is read. It's fairly simple. All her possessions and wealth go to Izuku. And Izuku is to become an emancipated minor on 2 conditions. He attends and completes high school. He stays with a family of Inko's choosing until he is as this is read that Midoriya realizes he never told his mom about Kaken's bullying and torment. And that the family she chose is almost certainly the Bakugas with how close she and Mitsuki were. Kaken is livid when he moves in. Tsukachi is a calming presence as he packs up his house. Everything he can't take to the Bakugu's spare room going into storage until he can find a use for it. Whether the detective sticks around because of some sense of duty or because he truly cares, Izuku doesn't know. He appreciates it either way. The kind-eyed officer with a truth quirk gives him a business card as he drops him off at his new home. "Call me if you ever need anything. That's my personal phone and I'll be there if you need me." With a wave and a tip of his hat, Tsukachi drives off and Midoriya makes his way into his new home. Kaken luckily can't do anything under Mitsuki's eagle eye. So the bullying is confined to school and the alleyways like it always had been. Midoriya starts taking some online classes so he won't have to attend full-time next year and life moves on. The Bakugus have a nice house. But it's not his home. He weathers Kaken's irate glares with practiced ease, but Mitsuki and Masaru are kind. They just don't love him. Not that he truly expected them to, after all, he is not their son, not their blood. But as a consequence, he spends most of his time out of the house. Either running endlessly, the pounding of feet on pavement keeping his head occupied, visiting his mom's grave, or tracking down hero fights and writing every bit of analysis he can eke out into his notebooks down. He is rarely there. Some nights he even sleeps in the park, nothing but his dad's jacket and the stars for company. He begins letting his hair grow out, some half-formed notion of styling it like his mom's as a tribute guiding his actions. He goes to school. He analyzes heroes. He mourns. Life goes on. Izuku is 15 now, and though he has had a growth spurt and stands at a respectable 6 feet tall, he hasn't changed much. He is still gangly and swamped in oversized jackets. His hair has grown out and is in the length in between possible styles, leaving it hanging down over his eyes. His growth spurt has interfered with his coordination, making him stumble over nothing and his own feet. He is the epitome of the awkwardness of PBRTY and teenagedom. Which is why it's no surprise that on his way back from a hero fight in downtown Mizudafu, he trips over the air and face plants painfully into the sidewalk. Grumbling softly, he picks himself up and takes in the sight of the oddest building he has ever seen. If a skyscraper had fallen in love with a traditional Japanese dojo, and they had eloped and had a secret baby together, the resulting building wouldn't be identical to the one Izuku stood in front of, but anyone who knew them would find them eerily similar. He had passed the spot at least once a week for 10 years and had no memory of seeing such a strange building. Nevertheless, remembering his promise to his mom and his need to learn to fight, Izuku, noticing the open sign, pushed open the door and entered the dojo with the accompanying jingle. The inside was standard for dojos, at least based on what he had seen online, with the exception of an array of weapons hung on the padded wall. Staffs and clubs, swords and spears, and even what appeared to be nunchucks adorned the walls. In the center of the room sat a hulking man, in a pose reminiscent of meditation, with his eyes closed. In the corner, there was a ratty couch seating what appeared to be a small orange cat and a giant yellow caterpillar. As if moving of their own accord, Izuku's feet carried him to a section of the wall that held both a European sword and a vaguely familiar mask. Almost in a trance, he reached out to grab the sword, the echoes of steel and fighting in his head growing louder as his fingers inched closer. "I wouldn't touch that if I were you." The voice cut through his reverie, startling him into a jump as the man who had been seated was standing behind him and the caterpillar glares at him with red eyes. "There is a rather potent ward on it, you would not enjoy the experience." The man appeared to be Izuku's height but with a bevy of muscle the teen didn't possess. He was highly intimidating. "Now, what are you doing in my dojo?" The green-haired teen was nervous, yet resolute as he pled his case. I need to learn how to fight, I want to be a hero and I can't save people if I can't save myself. I've been looking for a dojo and literally stumbled into this one. He finished with an amused smile. How did you get through my wards? The man asked, slowly circling the teen. You're what? This isn't a normal dojo, only someone who already knew the location or was of true heroic spirit could have found it. I don't know about that, Izuku says incredulously. I've been coming this way for years and have never seen this place before. The dots in his mind connected, the mask on the wall and the large man's talk of wards suddenly moved the identity of the man into his head and he gasped. You're the pro-hero Bastion. Formerly ranked 42nd, you retired 5 years ago. Your quirk can produce wards and shield based on your own energy. He whipped out his analysis notebook. I have so many questions for you. Hold on now. Bastion holds up a hand to stop the muttering. What do you think? The cocoon on the couch shrugs and the cat meows. Well, it looks like Aizawa and Tripod are fine with you. The man shrugged his intimidatingly large shoulders and held out a hand in greeting. Welcome to my dojo. My name is Yosai Yaoyorozu, formerly the Hero Bastion. Izuku barely registered his introduction, scampering over to the couch, and the small cat he now noticed had only 3 legs. You have a cat named Tripod. Midoriya gasped, his voice soft with awe. No, the caterpillar over there. Bastion jerks his thumb towards the cocooned man, apparently named Aizawa in the corner, has a cat named Tripod. I just feed, house, and care for it. You know I don't have regular enough hours to care for my pet, the yellow caterpillar rasped out, slowly peeling out of the sleeping bag it was in, revealing a man with tired eyes in a black jumpsuit and a long scarf. Besides, I own half of this dojo and Tripod is my roommate. Huffing amusedly, Bastion turned back to the gangly teen. This will be a commitment. If you truly want to be trained by us, it will be brutal but you must give it your all. Midoriya met his gaze with fire and determination in his eyes. I will, I swear it. Good, then let's begin. The former pro gestures for the teen to shed his oversized jacket and put on some spare workout clothes. They met in the center of the room on the mat. Yosai was pleased to see that despite his first impressions, the young man did have some muscle, whipcord thin but with a subtle strength. As he ran the boy through several warm-up exercises, he was even more pleased that Midoriya held a better level of fitness than most. As they broke for water, Midoriya turned to his teacher and asked, So what will you teach me first? First, Bastion replied, we teach you how to take a punch. And then we teach you how to throw a punch. And then, his new sensei bared his teeth in an eager manner, then we'll see. We'll see. Turned out to be about 3 months of Bastion and Aizawa beating him up every day. After 3 months, Aizawa decided that he needed to learn to defend himself in varied environments, and took to beating him up in the alley behind the dojo. Of course, they weren't beating him up, though you wouldn't be able to tell with how sore he was every day. They were teaching him various martial arts and sparring with him. And he picked it up fast. By the time 6 months had passed, he had made the progress of someone doing martial arts for over a year. Every move felt incredibly natural to him. He became proficient after only 1 or 2 repetitions to Yosai's astonishment. Yosai even asked if that was his quirk, and Midoriya explained that he didn't know what his quirk was yet, but he was certain he had one. He spent more and more time at the odd little dojo, gradually growing closer and confiding in the 2 pros. To his hero nerd embarrassment, he still couldn't figure out who Aizawa's hero identity was, and the man in question only smirked and told him to figure it out. Every time he entered the building, his attention was drawn to the wall of swords, but he stayed focused and worked on his fighting skills. He was growing in fitness as well. While he had always been unnaturally strong, he was growing stronger and looking it too. His scrawny muscles were slowly transforming into the build of a gymnast with a penchant for weightlifting. His shoulders grew wider and his biceps bigger, and to his astonishment one day he looked down and noticed that he had abs. Still, you wouldn't be able to tell just by looking at him on the street. While he filled out his dad's jackets a tiny bit better, he was still swamped in them, which made him look smaller than he was. One day, some 5 months after he started, he stumbled into the dojo with bruises and burns that didn't come from his teachers. The 2 pros exchanged a worried glance but went on with that day's lesson anyways. Midoriya was out of it, just going through the motions. After one too many mistakes, missed blocks and fumbled throws, Bastion called it a day and sent the teen off to the locker room to shower and change. He eventually walked back into the main room, hair wet from the shower and a familiar large jacket on. "Go talk to him," Yosai said to Aizawa with a meaningful glance. The taller pro walked out of the room as the tired man approached Midoriya. "You know," Aizawa started, sitting next to the teen on the couch, "when I was younger I was bullied a lot." Midoriya stiffened. "Throughout middle and high school I was ridiculed and put down because of my villainous quirk." "What is your quirk?" the green-haired teen asked, perking up at the hint towards Aizawa's hero identity. "Erasure." Izuku gasped as the realization struck him. "You're Eraserhead, the underground pro who specializes in close-quarter fights and hostage negotiations." Eraserhead held up a hand to forestall the rambling questions that were surely coming. "You can ask me anything you want after we talk about this." Midoriya's shoulders slumped and the excitement faded out of his eyes. "What's there to talk about? I'm just the quirkless kid that gets bullied all the time. And that's not gonna change." Izuku finally broke down and spilled the whole story to Aizawa, from when his quirk didn't come in at 4, to when his dad disappeared, his mom died, and further on to the incident today. By the time he had finished, Shoyuta wrapped the crying teen in a hug, awkwardly patting him on the back. There, the out-of-his-depth pro muttered. As Izuku hiccuped and his tears slowly stopped, he looked up at his friend and mentor and asked, "Does it ever get better?" Aizawa was torn. Should he tell the brutal truth or empty platitudes? "It's unlikely to change while you stay where you are." The green-haired teen's expression crumpled. "However, when you go to college, when you get a change of scenery and meet new people, you will find people to stand by you, both as friends and equals." Shoyuta thought of his UA friends, and all the times they've had his back, as well as his underground hero colleagues. "You promise?" Midoriya had hope slowly returning to his gaze as he looked at Aizawa. Shoyuta nodded. "It happened for me." "Thank you, Aizawa." The two sat in comfortable silence for a while, before Izuku suddenly straightened up and turned to the pro excitedly. "Can you erase my quirk? You might be able to feel something and it could help me figure it out." His mentor shrugged. "Sure, it couldn't hurt. Wait. How did you know I could partially sense quirks?" The teen quailed slightly under his sharp gaze. Well, I guessed mostly." Pulling out his notebook, he flipped to the Eraserhead page and Aizawa took in the detailed notes on his quirk and fighting style. "Mostly I figured that if you can erase quirks, then you must have some sense of whether or not someone's quirk has been erased. Meaning that you have to have some ability to sense a quirk, even if it's just whether there's one there or not, and I also figured that dash." "Kid." Aizawa interrupts his muttering spree. "You're an analyzing fiend. But you're also correct." Izuku happily jotted a note down confirming it. "I have some limited ability to taste quirks that helps me tell what they are. Nothing specific but mostly general ideas." Midoriya's frantic writing stilled. "You have synesthesia, don't you?" "Yeah," the pro grudgingly admitted. "This kid was smart as hell. I can taste quirks but I can't taste anything else. That is why I mostly stick to gel packets and energy bars." "That's awful." Aizawa shrugged. "It is what it is. Now, let's check out your quirk." The pro hero's hair began floating and his eyes flowed a sinister red, and an odd feeling washed over Midoriya as the man activates erasure. "Your quirk tastes of mint." Midoriya began frantically writing down what Aizawa was saying. "There's an undercurrent of wood smoke just beneath the mint. And the entire thing tastes bubbly or carbonated. There's a slight hint of chocolate and something metallic." As he finished describing the teen's quirk, he blinked and with a practiced hand, applied eye drops as his hair floated down. "So, what does that all mean?" "The mint," he began explaining, "and wood smoke are specific to you and I can't tell what it signifies." Seeing Midoriya's nod, he continued, "The fizziness and chocolate denote it being an emitter type with a slight mutative component." "That would be my enhanced strength and reflexes," Midoriya chimed in. "The metallic taste, however," Aizawa says with a frown, "is familiar. But I can't place where I know it from." That fact looked like it troubled him, but he pressed on. There's one more thing. Oh, your quirk was strong. One of the strongest I've ever felt. It took some effort to erase it. What does this mean for me? Midoriya asked. It means that you have a quirk. It's an emitter, it's strong, and we just haven't found the activation requirements yet. The pro looked down at his pupil to see him crying. Kid, what's wrong? Shouldn't you be happy? I am happy, he grinned tearily. My mom and I are just overactive criers. By the way, he continued, you should tie your hair down. Huh. So villains can't tell when you use your quirk. Okay. Aizawa ruffled his hair and the two talked about quirks for several more hours before Midoriya fell asleep. What Izuku didn't notice was that for the short time his quirk was erased, he heard nothing in his head. Thing changed. Bastion gave him a key to the dojo and let him have a room on one of the upper floors. It was odd, a dorm-style hallway with 12 empty rooms, and a steel door with several levels of biometric locks on it at one end, and a rec room on the other. Taking it all in, Midoriya could only shake his head. This is the oddest building I've ever been in. He started spending more and more nights at the dojo, slowly moving his stuff over almost unnoticeably. One day he simply noticed that most of his clothes and hero merch were in the room. He still spent at least 2 nights a week at the Bakugos, but the dojo was slowly becoming home. Time passed. Final exams hit hard, as they always do, and Midoriya was exhausted. As he stumbled, zombie-like through the streets of Mizudafu, he came to a crossroads and a decision. Go to the Bakugos, or go to the dojo and take a nap in the rec room? The answer was obvious, and he began trudging towards the dojo. Maybe I can pass out on the couch? Yeah, that'd be nice. The pro-hero Bastion stood at a table ringed with an assortment of other heroes. You know the drill, he instructed. As soon as it's dark we'll start the raid. We've been after this quirk trafficking ring for over 2 years, and it's about time we nailed these BS artists. The various heroes nodded and murmured their assent, and he continued. Present Mike and Midnight, he inclines his head towards the flashy pros, will cause a distraction by stopping a conveniently timed bank robbery, drawing the media to them and leaving us free to work. Yosai gestures towards the detective in the room. Detective Tsukachi will lead a squad of officers to us once we've made it in, and Panacea and I will remain outside to offer support and direction as well as catch any stragglers. You 3, he says to the trio huddled together at one corner of the table, will go in the back. While you 2, he says to Aizawa and another hero, will go in the front. Standing tall, he addresses the squad. We do this clean. No muss, no fuss, no mistakes, just like we've done 100 times before. His gaze swept the room. Are there any questions? The underground hero Proxima raises her hand. Are we expecting anyone else? No. Why? Because someone just entered the building. Everyone stiffened and subtly readies their quirks and weapons as the hero chameleon makes his way to the door, hiding next to it and blending seamlessly with the wall. After a couple of minutes, the handle jiggled and the door opened slowly. In trudged a tired-looking teen, with long green hair and bags under his eyes. A cutting motion Bastion's hand set everyone at ease, and they all watched in silence as the boy stumbled over to the couch, oblivious to everyone in the room. He reached the couch, fumbled behind it till he pulled out Aizawa's spare sleeping bag, and with a hissed, yeses, cocooned himself in it and collapsed onto the couch asleep. Oh my God, someone whispered, does Aizawa have a kid? The perpetrator of the comment was promptly smacked in the back of their head with a capture weapon. When Midoriya awoke after his nap, he felt odd. Warm and with a comforting weight pressed against him, he had slept well. It almost felt as if several small animals were sleeping on his lap. He slowly opened his eyes and then immediately froze up at the sight that greeted him. Hey Aizawa? Yeah kid? Why are the pro-heroes Midnight and Present Mike sprawled across our laps like a bunch of cats? Shoyuta snorted in amusement. Because I fed them once and they followed me home. Haven't been able to get rid of them since. Aw Sho, I knew you cared. Present Mike yawned as he stretched and woke up. Now who are you, little listener? Aizawa's secret child. As Izuku sputtered incoherently at the voice hero's question, he noticed the rather long legs in his lap belonged to the 18 Hero Midnight and promptly blushed so red he quit stuttering. "Leave the kid alone," Bastion calls out amusedly, drawing Midoriya's attention to him. "Welcome," he spreads his arms wide, gesturing to the building with pride, "to the national headquarters for underground heroes." Midoriya slowly took in the battered rec room he was familiar with, filled to the brim with strangers in hero suits, and his eyes shined in amazement. In the corner there you have the Three Stooges, Double Tap, Chameleon, and Pathfinder. Yosai begins the introductions. "We prefer the Three Musketeers," one of the trio, who was getting his head bandaged, called out. Healing up Pathfinder there is Panacea, our resident medic. The hero with the healing quirk raised a hand in greeting, before turning back to the wound she was treating. "Dendro here is our substance specialist," Bastion continued with a pat on the woman's shoulder. She shot a smirk at Midoriya. "And of course you already know Aizawa, but the two spread across you guys like cats are Midnight and Present Mike, who aren't underground but assist us from time to time." The two in question squeezed out a sultry wink and a screeched "hi," respectively. Midoriya squeaked out an "I know," as he registered just how many heroes he was in the presence of. "Tsukachi here is our liaison with the police force." Bastion finishes introducing everyone. "Hello Midoriya," the kind-eyed detective greets. "Hey detective, long time no see. I'm glad you're doing better. You two know each other?" Yosai asked with a raised eyebrow. Inclining his head in the teen's direction to ask permission, and receiving a nod in return, Tsukachi answered, "I was on the team searching for his father after his disappearance and I investigated his mom's death." "We just got back from a mission," Bastion says, glossing over the wounds that explanation brought up and explaining while they were all here. "A mission? Did anyone get hurt? Who'd you fight?" Midoriya asked excitedly. "No one got injured on the mission and we took down a smuggling ring," Aizawa yawns out. "Cool. What were they smuggling?" "Quirks." "But how can you smuggle a quirk? They're tied to people." The mood got somber for a minute before Midoriya asked another question. "Wait, if no one got injured then what happened to him?" Pathfinder looked up at the question, wincing as the movement pulled on his cut. "Well you see I was dash. He was vanquished by his greatest foe." Double Tap cut in. "A real tough villain, sturdy as concrete and immovable as a rock," Chameleon continued. "A sneak attack caught our valiant hero by surprise, but he fended off his nemesis, escaping with but a scratch." Double Tap finishes. Guys you make me sound so cool," Pathfinder coos. "He tripped and fell on a curb outside the building." Dendro's voice cut through the trio's shenanigans, and Pathfinder's face fell as Midoriya burst out laughing. "Oh yeah, the teen thinks, I'll fit in here just fine." And just like that, Midoriya's makeshift family tripled in size. Izuku's schedule changed after that. Now that it was summer he could spend more time at the dojo. And the heroes that frequented it seemed determined to drill as much instruction into him as he could take while he was here. The so-dubbed Three Musketeers of Pathfinder, Double Tap, and Chameleon were the most enthusiastic to have an impressionable mind to sway, but everyone chipped in. Mornings were filled with his usual routines of sparring and strengthening his body, with Aizawa and Yosai imparting lessons on tactics all the while the afternoons were occupied by the other heroes, who were late risers to a man. Probably because they spent their nights patrolling, which would also explain why he had never seen them in the dojo before. Dendro taught him how to hack, her quirk, secretion of toxins and chemicals, not having much use for him, although she did have several riveting discussions on the uses of paralytics in combat with the teen. Proxima reviewed techniques rescue heroes use to determine the most need of victims in emergency situations, which her radar quirk was helpful for, as well as fixing the deplorable state that was Midoriya's cooking expertise in the communal kitchen. Pathfinder taught him to parkour, something that Midoriya took to like a duck on water, having great fun flying over rooftops and obstacles, even keeping up with the excitable pro while Pathfinder had his quirk active. All the while studying the man's quirk, the ability to know the shortest path between 2 points, which enabled him to move quickly but also led to a no-frills brutal fighting style that Aizawa had taught him and Midoriya was quickly picking up. Chameleon taught him how to move stealthily, as well as how to both spot someone tailing him and lose them quickly. He taught the teen silent takedowns and the quickest way to knock an opponent out sneakily. And he also used his quirk to play a variety of quirks on Izuku and the other heroes. Panacea taught him battle first aid, her quirk insanely similar to Recovery Girl's, but instead of drawing on the patient's vitality it draws on their pain, which is why she sticks mostly to healing heroes who can handle it. Double Tap teaches him how to throw things, as juvenile as that sounds. The hero's quirk was simple but effectively applied. He could double the force of any thrown object. An array of knives and various paralytic darts arranged on his form at all times, and he taught Midoriya how to throw all of them. Izuku Esikid at first. He was an abysmal aimer, but Double Tap drilled him over and over again on knives till he grew better, slowly. The hero also had the teen learn to effectively throw less conventional things such as books, water balloons, and thumbtacks. Present Mike tutored him in English oddly enough. The hero was passionate about it, and seeing how Midoriya was a dab hand at the language, dragged him to a number of Shakespeare's plays in the language. The voice hero also instructed the teen on rapid memorization, given how it is useful in hero work. Midnight decided she would teach him to flirt. As horrified and mortified as he was at that, and despite the rampant blushing he experienced, he couldn't argue her reasoning. "You're going to need to be able to talk to people," she explains as he squawks alarmingly at her suggestion. "You can't stay as nervous as you are and be a hero, and you especially can't freeze up around women." But Midoriya was grasping at straws now. "Maybe I won't need to talk to women?" Midnight gave him a pitying look that said, "Oh honey," and simply gestured to his well-toned body, causing him to blush even more. Tick, 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 went the clock. Of course, it wasn't an actual clock, more of a mental one, counting down the days till the UA entrance exam. Time ticks away and his 17th birthday nears and he feels edgy, unfulfilled, something in him yearning for more as he enters the dojo every day. He hasn't enjoyed his birthday, not since his dad disappeared on it and his mom died that month, which is why he makes no big deal of it and tells no one at headquarters. The swords on the wall catch his eyes as they always do as he enters on the day of his birth. But the thudding of knives into the wall draws his attention away. "You know," he says as he slings his bag onto the couch, plopping down next to a very bored Double Tap, "Yosai is gonna kill you if he catches you putting holes in his walls again." "He's not gonna find out," the hero says with a shrug, getting up to retrieve his knives from where they're embedded in the padded walls. "Besides, I'm not scared of him." Sitting back down, he begins the repetitive task of throwing his knives before offering one to Midoriya. "Want to go?" "No thanks," the teen snorted. "I choose life. Besides, I need to find Aizawa." Speaking of which, the teen looks over Double's shoulder. "Hey Bastion, where's Aizawa?" Double Tap yelps and jumps into the air, frantically trying to hide the knives in his hand and in the wall from his boss behind him, only to see no one there. He turns incredulously to find Midoriya crying on the ground, laughter bubbling out of him as he chokes out, "Your yelp! Oh my god, I'm dying, that was so funny." "You little whelp," Double growls out good-naturedly. Bastion wasn't even dash. "I wasn't even what, Double Tap?" Bastion interrupts from behind him, causing an even higher-pitched yelp of surprise from the pro as he turned to see a stoic Bastion and smirking Aizawa. "Effing hell! Language!" Ignoring the childish pro recovering from his successive heart attacks, Bastion turns to Midoriya. "I've got a treat for you today. We've seen how you've been eyeing those swords." He gestures to the armory on the wall. "Aizawa and I decided it was time to start you on bladed weapons." A trill of excitement shot through Midoriya as he bounced over to where Bastion was setting down a bundled-up blanket. "What are we going to do?" he asks excitedly. "I am proficient in several forms of swordsmanship," Bastion says in reply, as Aizawa goes to sit on the couch with a sheepish Double Tap. "I thought I would let you choose what form you wish." The pro unrolled the blanket, revealing a katana, a dao, and a longsword. The thundering in Izuku's head got louder as he reached out over the swords, his hand oddly drawn to the longsword as the ringing of steel got deafening. Everything seemed to slow down as his fingers caressed the wire-wrapped hilt, as if every eye in the world was focused on this single point in time and space. His hand wrapped around the sword and he picked it up, and it's as if everything went back to normal. The only thing that was different was the thrumming of rightness in his core like a tuning fork pressed to his spine. Let's begin with the stance, Yosai instructs, making his way over to Midoriya to correct him before rearing back in surprise. You've never held a sword before, he states curiously. Never, Izuku agrees. Your stance is perfect, and your grip is great too, Bastion says, giving him an odd look. Picking up a sword of his own, he says, let's have a spar to see where we stand. Nearly quicker than Midoriya can see. The older hero lunges forward, sword shining brightly as he swings it. The sound of steel on steel and the thundering of blows that have been growing ever louder in his head cut off as Yosai lunges, and is replaced with a thought or instinct in the back of his mind. Block. His sword raises seemingly of its own accord and meets Bastion's midair much to their surprise, and Midoriya shifts into a stance that feels intimately familiar. A feral grin appears on his face as he pushes the hero back and swings in retaliation. He flows through a series of forms, countering Bastion's attacks and assaulting his defenses in a jerky fashion as his mind seemingly calls out instructions. It feels as if he's dancing or flying as he soars through attacks, the voice calling out with every move, and he can't help but laugh. Duck, pivot, parry, parry, bok, riposte, HEW, parry, swing, swing, swing. And as suddenly as it started, everything cuts off. His head is silent for the first time in a while, and as he comes back to himself he notices his sword pressed against Bastion's throat, a tiny line of red appearing where his sword had scratched his mentor. Aizawa is standing, quirk activated and hair flying as he approaches Midoriya, taking the sword out of his slack hand and releasing his hold on the teen's quirk. The sounds in his head return, but subdued, hiding in the back where he can barely hear them. Bastion steps back, rubbing his throat reflexively as he lets out a chuckle. Maybe next time we'll practice with dull swords. Midoriya falls to his knees. What happened? You lost control of your quirk? Aizawa replies, helping the teen up and guiding him to the couch as Double places some tea in his hands. It's not unusual for first-time users. Yours was just a tad dangerous. You're lucky I was here or Bastion might not have a head. And I'm rather fond of my head too. Yosai jokes as he walks up, patting Izuku's shoulder comfortingly. That's one hell of a quirk you've got there, kid. My quirk? It came. The teen had never looked so vulnerable to the heroes, tears welling in his eyes as he asked for assurance. Yeah, kid, it did. The three heroes awkwardly held him as he cried tears of happiness, quickly turning to hiccups and laughter at the realization that he finally had his quirk. It was finally here. They spent the rest of the day testing it, luckily with no further mishaps, and categorized it as a weapon mastery quirk with a mental component. He had an innate mastery of European swords and the commentary in his head to help him fight, like a step above enhanced reflexes. With time that will go away, Aizawa explains, he had known someone with a weapon quirk long ago. It'll only show up in times of great stress or danger, the rest of the time it will feel like normal instincts. They decided to call it Swordmaster. And Midoriya quickly started a new notebook to hold all the information. We'll have to train you harder now, Bastion warns. We can't have you losing control like that again. His good mood not even slightly dampened by the warning, he bounces around the dojo picking up his stuff. I'll see you later, guys, Midoriya says with a smile and a wave as pushes the door open to leave. I have to share the news with someone. He made his way through the city as the sun began to set, the horizon mottled with oranges and reds that made the sky beautiful. He came upon a cliff and sat down on a bench near the edge. Hey Mom, he says as he places the flowers he picked up on her grave. You'll never guess what happened today. Drip, drip, drip. Each droplet that fell from the hilt of his sword and splattered red on the floor beneath him sounded like a gunshot to his ears. The sound of battle echoed faintly in the back of his mind as he faced his three opponents. Drip, drip, drip. At some unspoken signal, two of his opponents charged him, while one held back to assault him from afar. He fended off the attacker with a staff, the wood clacking against his sword as he danced away from the blow of his other attacker. His blade darted forward, glistening in the light as it left splashes of red on the attacker's arms, rendering them useless. Undeterred, the attacker threw a flurry of kicks at him, before Midoriya sliced the other's staff in half and slammed an elbow into the kicker's head, knocking him out in one smooth movement. Lunging forward, he avoided the staff wielder's strike and swept past the knife thrower's guard, sweeping his legs out from under him and then throwing himself into a clumsy roll to dodge his attacker's attempt to grapple. Another swipe of his sword left a gash of red dripping down the other man's chest, sending him to the ground hard. The knife thrower abandoned his projectiles and closed with Midoriya in a flurry of blows. Deflected by a knife, his sword is sent spinning away from him, and Izuku reverts to his martial arts training. A series of armbars and chokeholds are shrugged off by the final opponent, but Midoriya's superior strength wins out, sending them to the ground in a tangle of limbs. Before Midoriya can finalize his takedown, the attacker reverses his hold and Midoriya is driven to the ground, his arms held back in a hold he can't escape without breaking them. "That's enough," Bastion calls, ending the spar before they get hurt. "Dendro, give the other two the antidote to your quirk." As the heroine moves to follow Yosai's order, Double Tap releases Midoriya. "You did well, kid," Double Tap says with a grin, helping the green-haired teen to his feet. "You almost had me with that last one." Izuku moved over to retrieve his sword, wiping the red paralytics off of the blade with an old rag as he replied, "I need to work on my takedowns. We've been focusing so much on my quirk lately that I've gotten sloppy." Gesturing at the splashes of red and Double's sluggish movements, he continued, "You should get that taken care of. I need to catch my breath." The hero with the secretion quirk administered the antidote to Pathfinder and was working on reviving Chameleon. "Dendro," Pathfinder whined, "why does your gooey stuff stain my shirt?" "Never say that again," she said, a look of disgust on her face. "2. I told you to wear something that could get ruined. My paralytic stain." Chuckling at their antics, Yosai wandered over to Midoriya, who was catching his breath after the fight. "Your last takedown was sloppy, and you left too many openings with Pathfinder," Bastion told Midoriya as he ruffled the teen's hair, "but you did well. Go through your routine and go hit the showers." The teen nodded his assent and went to the corner, putting in some headphones with his fight playlist on and began running through every move he had with the sword. The practice he got in with his routine and sparring with the others had helped him rein in his instincts. He mainly was paired with the three musketeers of Double Tap, Chameleon and Pathfinder, Aizawa, Nemuri, and Hizashi, having left on some year-long mission that no one would tell him about, even though they still showed up on occasional weekends, and their support helped him grow into his quirk. No longer did he lose himself in a fight. His quirk's shouted instructions relegated to the back of his mind with the ever-present clashing of swords and shields. It had been 6 months since he gained his quirk, and his formerly jerky and halting blows have smoothed out into powerful and graceful strikes as his muscles have caught up with the knowledge his quirk gave him. Dendro approached Yosai, the pair watching the young man as he went through his routine, each move flowing together like a dance. "Don't you think you're being a little harsh on the kid?" she asked with a raised eyebrow. "He's already at the level of most minor heroes combat-wise, and he hasn't even started in a hero course yet." Bastion let out a snort and chuckled. "I know that, but don't let him know that or he might get a big bead." He was silent for a moment as if pondering his answer. "There's a storm coming. You've heard the same rumors I have," he said gravely. "Villains are moving through the underground in numbers they haven't since All Might's rise. They're unionizing and it has me worried. I want him to be prepared for what's to come." It had been 6 months since he gained his quirk, and his formerly jerky and halting blows have smoothed out into powerful and graceful strikes as his muscles have caught up with his quirk. Aizawa, Nemuri, and Hizashi left on some year-long mission that no one would tell him about, even though they still showed up on occasional weekends. Midoriya cut through the dingy tunnel that held the fastest route from the dojo to school. He was itching to write down his observations from the debut of Mount Lady that he had witnessed, along with the actions of Kamui Woods. He arrived, darted around the loud explosions of Kaken and the teachers. Half-hearted admonishments, opened his notebook and tunes out the rabble. The class passed in a blur of muttering and analysis. As engrossed as he was in his new observations being written down in his notebook, Hero Analysis for the Future, number 13, he didn't notice the teacher asking him a question until the class went silent. "Huh?" he asked so very eloquently. "I asked Midoriya." The teacher scowled. "Aren't you applying for UA as well?" I am, he replied confidently, ignoring the crackles coming from Bakuga's hands and the murderous glare on his former friend's face. The class burst out laughing. As if he could get in without a quirk. Yeah, weak worthless Deku will probably try to outcry the other candidates. The teacher managed to rein in their students, and Midoriya kept his head down as class finished up. He tried to quickly pack up to avoid the coming confrontation but was too slow as a hand slammed onto his desk, singeing it. Deku, Bakugo spit out the nickname like it was a curse. I the only one from this shitty school who's going to UA, so you better not even think about applying. It's my dream, Kaken, Midoriya replied calmly, not betraying the nervousness he still felt in the face of his childhood tormentor. I won't give up on it. What's this? One of the goons snatched up his notebook and tossed it to Bakugo. Hero analysis for the future? Bakugo activated his quirk on it, charring the pages and mangling the cover. What a joke. You'll never become a hero, Deku, you'll stay a worthless sheet forever. With a smug grin, he tossed the notebook out of an open window, and Midoriya heard an audible splash as it landed in the koi pond 3 stories below. You should give up, Bakugo growled, stalking towards the exit. As his eyes teared up involuntarily, Izuku heard one of the lackeys sneer. Gonna cry? Gonna go see your dead mommy who was just as worthless as you, too ashamed to stay alive for her son? Izuku flinched at the barbed comment and the sound of an imminent explosion, but the blow never came. Instead, he opened his eyes to see Bakugo holding his henchman against the wall, hand around his throat. I don't give a f what you say to this shit nerd, he growled at his quaking classmate, but you leave Auntie Inko's name out of your effing mouth. Letting the teen sink to the floor, he turned to Midoriya. If you really want to be a hero, you should follow that notebook and jump out the window. Maybe you'll get a quirk in your next life. Izuku's blood ran cold. Kaken's abuse had been intense over the years, mostly beatings and insults, but the explosive blonde had never gone this far. You can't go around telling people to kill themselves, the teen thought. What if I really jumped? What would you do then? He couldn't be a hero then, no matter how impressive a quirk he has. As Katsuki and his lackeys began to exit the room, an idea struck Izuku. Maybe you're right, he calls, picking up his backpack and turning towards the window. I think I will jump. Exclamations of surprise welled up behind him as he darted for the open window, and the last thought he had before he defenestrated himself was, thank God for Pathfinder's parkour lessons. He bounced off the tree and slid his way down, landing in a roll and springing to his feet in one smooth motion, grabbing his notebook from the pond and sprinting off as a screech of Deku rang out behind him. After about a mile, he slowed down to a jog, shaking out his notebook and huffing a laugh as he thought of his stunt. The motions of the laugh drew his attention to some pain in his side, and he lifted his shirt as he passed through the tunnel shortcut. Giving a short nod to 2 middle school girls taking the same shortcut, he stepped off the path to check his wounds. Sheet, he hissed out, taking in the sticks and twigs embedded into his side. They weren't very deep and wouldn't need stitches, but he'd wait till he got to the dojo so he wouldn't bleed everywhere. Preoccupied with his injuries, he didn't notice the manhole he walked over rattle slightly. He didn't hear the clashes of swords on armor at the back of his head grow louder till his instincts shouted at him. Duck! He threw himself to the side just as a massive tentacle of slime crashed through the space where his head was moments before. A-sized large Mitsude? The mass of rolling slime drags itself the rest of the way out of the sewer system. Just what I need to escape that oaf. Midoriya dodges again as more tendrils come flying toward him. Hold still, kid, let me borrow your body, you won't be able to protest in a minute anyway. A villain? Midoriya thinks frantically, quickly going over his options. I can't escape the tunnel, that would just leave those girls to his mercy, and the main roads where all the students and pedestrians are. He dodged again, this time rolling to the side and searching for a weapon to use. Tossing a glance at the schoolgirls huddled in an alcove, he shouted, "Stay back! Try to escape if you can." But the girls were shaking, immobilized with fear. Ducking under another blow, he thinks to himself. He said something about being chased, so all I have to do is stay out of his reach and keep him occupied until the hero arrives. Tossing another glance at the terrified schoolgirls, he thought, I have to protect them too. Snatching up a length of pipe, he swung it through the villain's body, knocking him back a few feet but doing no damage. This is going to be difficult. Toshinori cursed as he made another wrong turn in the sewer system. Who knew a waste disposal system could be so maze-like? The villain had slipped away through an overlooked sewer grate as the number 1 hero tried to figure out a way to contain him, and he was rapidly running out of time. He coughed up a little blood as he entered a new tunnel, and the telltale steam and feeling of his encroaching time limit engulfed him. Muttering an English curse, he deflated and climbed out of the nearest sewer grate, garnering odd looks from passers-by. It wasn't the first time he'd had to abandon a pursuit due to his time limit, and it wouldn't be the last, but the feeling of failure never got easier to weather. Pulling out his phone, he started dialing Tsukachi's number to inform him of the villain's escape, when at the edge of his hearing he heard shouting and a commotion down an underpass. Amongst it all, he recognized the villain's voice from earlier. Heart sinking, because he couldn't do anything to help, Toshinori frantically looked around for a hero to alert, his feet slowly drawing him towards the commotion. He found none, and as he neared the entrance of the tunnel, he was taken aback by the spectacle at hand. The villain was growing increasingly frustrated as he tried to catch a student who was doing an admirable job of staying out of the villain's reach, as well as keeping him away from several schoolgirls who were huddled in a corner. He was an odd teenager, tall, thin, and dwarfed in a massive jacket. His messy green hair was flying haphazardly as he dodged the villain's swings, a grim look upon his face. Toshinori was taken aback by the drive visible in the young man's actions, his movements smooth but powerful, and determination burning through his eyes. His shame at not being able to help was swelling to new heights, and he was startled out of his stupor by the villain's screech. Enough! The slime welled inwards, drawing all of its tendrils back to the main body. If I can't have your meat suit, I'll just take theirs. Time seemed to slow. The villain drew back a tendril as if winding up a punch. Fear flooded the schoolgirl's eyes as they went impossibly wider. And Midoriya moved. He darts forward, juking around the villain's base, tackling the girls to the ground, and shielding them with his own body. Midoriya knows he's not going to escape in time, and he throws his arms up to block the blow. The blow begins to fall, and Midoriya pleads with the universe, "Please. I need to protect us all, I need to save us." A tingle starts on his arms, and his nose is no longer filled with the stench of sewage and refuse. Instead, a wave of mint washes over him, right as the villain's strike connects. The blow drives him down, but the death and injury he was expecting never comes. Looking up, Midoriya is astonished to see a glowing green shield and gauntlet on his arm, protecting them from the villain's attack. A tough nut to crack. The villain cries out, drawing back for another strike before he's interrupted. Texas Mareas. I refuse to let these kids die due to my inaction. All might seethes internally. Time limit BGMI. I will not stand idly by while they die. In an instant, he shifts into his hero form and throws a mighty punch. The force of the air from the punch splattered the villain across the wall, and the young man breathed a sigh of relief as he fell to his knees and tried to catch his breath. "Fear not, young man, for I am here." The teen nodded and rasped out, "Thanks, All Might, I couldn't have avoided him much longer." Then, in an impressive double-take, he screeched in surprise, "All Might? You did very well, young man." All Might told him over his mutterings, scraping the remains of the villain into the soda bottles he had, that was an admirable effort. Finally catching his bearings, the green-haired teen offered up a bedraggled notebook and wheezes out, "Autograph, please?" With a chuckle, Toshinori accepted the notebook and pen. "Anything for a fan, young?" "Midoriya," the teen replied, having finally out the worst of his fanboying behind him. "My name's Midoriya Izuku." Toshinori felt his limit creeping up, and wisps of smoke began flaking off him. "Ding, I'm too far past my limit, I need to transform before I shorten my time again, I have to go now." With gritted teeth, he turns away from the teen. "Thanks for your help, young Midoriya." He readied himself to jump away, pulling out a phone with an All Might case and dialing Tsukachi's number. "Sit tight, the police will be here soon." Izuku and the pair of schoolgirls sat in stunned silence as the number 1 hero rocketed off, The villain stuffed into 2 soda bottles on the sidewalk next to them. "Excuse me, mister," one of the girls tugged at his sleeve, fear still in her eyes. "My friend is hyperventilating and I can't get her to stop. Please help." Izuku turned to see her friend having a panic attack and did his best to calm her down. Hey, it's okay, nothing can hurt you now. Can you do something for me?" At her shaky nod, he continued, "Can you breathe in for 5 seconds, and then out for 5 more? After several minutes of talking her through breathing exercises, and her friend fluttering nervously nearby, Midoriya heard footsteps making their way towards them. A hand on his shoulder caused him to startle, and the paramedic nudged him out of the way. "You did good, kid, we've got it from here." The villain containment squad approached the bottled villain carefully, and a familiar cat-headed officer made his way to Midoriya. "You're always getting into trouble, aren't you, Midoriya?" "In my defense," he replied to Officer Sansa, "trouble usually finds me." The officer gave a wry smile and with a shake of his head Sansa instructed, "Why don't you tell me what happened here?" Midoriya began telling his tale, and as Sansa took down his statement, a familiar car pulled up. Out of the corner of his eye, Izuku saw Tsukachi hand a police windbreaker to an oddly skeletal man in baggy clothes. "Getting into trouble again, Midoriya?" the detective asked with a smile. Ignoring Sansa's feint, "That's what I said." Izuku greeted his friend, Detective Tsukachi. "Long time no see. We had lunch together 2 weeks ago, Midoriya," the man with the lie detector quirk retorted. "Exactly my point." Shaking out a huffing laugh, Tsukachi gestured to the tall man next to him. "This is my friend, an independent police consultant, Mr. Yagi. He's been tracking the villain for a while and wants to take your statement." Yagi's wild blonde hair blew in the breeze for an instant, and Izuku was struck with a feeling of familiarity. "Hello," he says in a surprisingly deep voice for his frail form. "My name is Yagi Tashinori. Why don't you tell me what happened?" Izuku began his tale again, from when the villain first appeared, to when he kept it at bay, then shielded the girls from harm and to the conclusion where All Might showed up. "That was awfully brave, trusting your quirk to take a blow like that," Tashinori complimented and was puzzled when the teen blushed beet red and began muttering. I actually didn't know I could do that," Midoriya offered up with a sheepish smile. This kid, Tashinori wondered at the bravery that had to have taken, and at that moment made up his mind, "I'm gonna make this kid my successor." His phone chimed, and he pulled it out to see a text from Tsukachi, telling him to wrap it up. He didn't notice the odd look Midoriya gave him at the sight of his phone case. "I have one last question for you, young Midoriya." "Sir? Why did you do it?" "Do what?" "Why did you throw yourself into danger like that?" "Because it was the right thing to do." The boy looked genuinely confused at the question. There was no other choice. The determination that had been so evident in his gaze earlier made itself known again. "It was of my body moved on its own. I couldn't stand idly by when someone is in danger." "That's a good answer, my boy," Tashinori grinned. "Many true heroes have similar stories in times of danger or need their bodies moved on their own, spurring them forward to heroic feats." As the emaciated man in front of him monologued, a familiar glimmer appeared in his piercing blue eyes, and like constellations, several dots connected in Midoriya's mind. The baggy clothes, the hair, the phone, the determination. Like a bolt from above, the answer to why this man felt so familiar struck him. All Might. Yagi's eyes went wide, and he slapped a hand over Midoriya's mouth. "Shit, I must have said that out loud." "Don't say anything else," Yagi said quickly. "Not here. Come with me and I'll explain." Several minutes later, after waving away Tsukachi's concerns and secreting themselves away in a private booth of a nearby cafe, steaming cups of tea in front of them, All Might began his explanation. "It's a long story, and it must remain absolutely secret, young man." At Midoriya's frantic nodding he wove his tale. 5 years ago I got into a fight that gave me this wound." He pulled up his shirt and the boy gasped in horror at the expansive scarring evident on the hero's chest. 5 years ago? Was that toxic chainsaw?" Midoriya muttered. "But that makes no sense. You did several rescue operations later that month." "You really know your stuff, fanboy," Tashinori wryly replied. "But no toxic was no match for me. This fight was with an old foe and wasn't publicized. Tashinori coughed up some more blood and waved off Midoriya's concerned gestures, continuing his explanation. This wound has forced a time limit on me. I can only hold my hero form for a little over 3 hours a day. That's insane, Midoriya ponders. You're the symbol of peace, the pillar of society, and you're shackled like that? All Might gave a grim nod. You see now why this must remain secret? I do, it's just... The green-haired teen looked uncertain. Why are you telling me? Several reasons, I suppose, Tashinori explained. You figured out my identity on your own. Your determination and spirit against the villain show that you are perfect to be my chosen successor, worthy to inherit my strength and my quirk. Ah, that makes sense, Midoriya nodded, taking a sip of his tea. Then what All Might had said registered, and his tea quickly vacated the premises of his mouth in an impressive spit take. What? Shushing him quickly, All Might explained his quirk, One for All, a sacred crystallization of power passed down from generation to generation, from his mentor to him, and now hopefully from him to Midoriya. Midoriya was shell-shocked. A quirk like that had never even been theorized before, and his analyst's brain was buzzing with possibilities. At the same time, however, he thought about everything he was learning with Bastion and Aizawa, and how busy he was with training. He looked down at his hands and pondered the new developments with his quirk, which would likely keep him busy. Is it okay if I take some time to think about this? He asked nervously. All Might looked taken aback for a second, before his expression transitioned to one of understanding. Of course, young Midoriya, this is a life-changing decision. Take all the time you need. They finished their tea and exchanged numbers before going their separate ways. Midoriya's eyes were drooping as he finally makes it to the dojo, the adrenaline of the day quickly fading. He doesn't encounter anyone as he slings his book bag into the corner, falls face first into the couch, and drifts into a nap. He awakens some indeterminate time later by someone poking his face. Hey kid. It's Bastion, and he's nudging the teen with a pool cue. So, care to explain why you're bleeding all over my couch? Midoriya blinks the last vestiges of sleep from his eyes as he looks at his mentor groggily. It's a bit of a long story. In his room later, after explaining the day's events, minus some major secrets, to Bastion, Izuku gazes at his hands in contemplation. He remembers the answer to a question he had asked Yosai long ago about his quirk. You have to focus on the feeling and have a concrete idea of what you want to be formed. My quirk requires a strong will and a vivid imagination. Closing his eyes, it focuses on the feeling from earlier, the yearning to save, the need for protection. A hint of mint wafts around the room, coming not from his dad's jacket but himself. He opens his eyes to see a pair of glimmering green gauntlets formed around his hands. He can feel the energy they're draining from him as he inspects them with wonder, a shimmering, near-translucent armor that is cold to the touch. He focuses, and they spread to cover his arms as well before the strain becomes too much and they flicker out of existence. Panting from the effort that it took, he nonetheless grins happily. Oh yeah, I can work with this. Izuku's leg bounces nervously as he sits in the waiting room of the quirk specialist. The childlike illustrations on the wall always set him on edge, and he feels out of place being the only person over the age of 6 there for a quirk appointment. He sighs in relief as his name is finally called, and he is ushered into the back. Dr. Senmanka will see you now. The familiar face of the doctor he's been coming to since he was a child comes into view. Hello doctor, I want to talk to you about my quirk. Yes Midoriya, come in. His quirk specialist gestures for the teen to sit down. Your quirk is rather unique, Swordmaster, wasn't it? Weapon mastery quirks are exceedingly rare, and it is even more unusual to see one where your parents don't have weapon quirks. The doctor seems as excited to talk about Midoriya's quirk as he always is, and Izuku is committing his explanation to memory to write down later. Of course, both your parents were orphans, so we don't know your grandparents' quirks, so it's possible it skipped a generation. Midoriya nodded, indicating that he knew all of that. Also, the mental instinct portion in addition to your mutations makes you and your quirk a real joy to study. Thanks, doctor, that makes me feel all warm inside. Midoriya snarks. Shrugging off his jacket, Izuku stands up. There's been a bit of a new development with my quirk, he explains. Do tell, the doctor said with a raised eyebrow. Midoriya took a deep breath, and a wave of mint swept the room as glowing green armor formed around him. My, the doctor said, now that is intriguing. A wide grin split his features. Let's run some tests. Several exhausting tests, and a couple hours later, Izuku left the clinic with a tired grin and a new entry in his notebook. Quirk, Green Knight. Can form a green, aura-based, armor, shield, sword, and spear around himself, based on personal energy. Cannot use once energy is depleted. Mastery of medieval longsword. Originally believed to be Quirk, Swordmaster. Note: comes with enhanced reflexes, speed, and strength due to quirk-adjacent mutations. When using aura, the smell of minted evident. See Midoriya Hisashi's quirk, Fire Tongue, and the smell of mint evident in the smoke. Midoriya had been doing a bit of soul-searching, trying to decide if he would accept All Might, his idol's offer. He knew that accepting it would make things more difficult for him, but he had never backed down from a challenge before. Some part of him knew, at a bone-deep level, that this was an offer he could not refuse, and he would never forgive himself if he did. His phone buzzed, knocking him out of his reverie. Unknown number, if you've made your decision, come to Dagoba Beach, tomorrow afternoon. Unknown number, bring workout clothes. Midoriya Izuku, I'll be there. Smiling to himself, he laid back on his bed and put in his headphones and hit play on a song he felt was appropriate, especially one line in particular. Now let's begin. This is literally a garbage dump. Exactly. Midoriya eyes the skeletal form of his latest mentor with a gimlet stare. Why are we at the dirtiest beach I've ever been to? Have you been to many beaches? That's not the point. Izuku exclaims exasperatedly. Dagoba Beach was a disgrace to the shores of Japan. The unfortunate placement of ocean currents and its location between major metropolitan areas made the beach a literal graveyard for trash and refuse, much too much for the city to clean up. The local denizens took advantage of the mess to dump their own trash, and the garbage piled higher and higher, obscuring the view of the houses lined along the street. The stench was nearly unbearable, and the mountains of trash peeked through the houses' windows instead of the ocean horizon. No one talked about it, just turned their head away and thought internally, I hope someone cleans up that eyesore. Which was apparently why Izuku and All Might were meeting in this literal shithole. Heroism these days is too focused on punching and defeating villains. All Might explains, eyes glittering against the setting sun. There are other acts of heroism, such as community service. Midoriya bit back his comment about the irony of All Might's statement, considering he was primarily known for punching things. This, the #1 hero swept his arm towards the veritable mountains of trash, is your first act as a hero, young Midoriya. Clean up this beach and return it to its former glory. Yagi exclaims, puffing up to his hero form for emphasis. There's only a year till the UA entrance exam, let's get cracking. With that, the teen stripped out of his oversized jacket and began the long haul of clearing the beach. The emaciated pro watched with mild surprise as the boy he had originally thought was as muscled as a twig picked up a washing machine with little difficulty and walked it to the dumpster, his muscles bulging. Maybe this will be easier than I thought, Toshinori mused. The two worked out a schedule that allowed Midoriya to continue his work at the dojo, while also completing the weight training All Might had set for him. Mornings at the dojo, and after school he would clear the beach of refuse. Two swords clash together, and Midoriya springs away from Bastion's return strike. Hey Yosai, the sword-wielding teen asks, parrying one of Double Tap's thrown pencils. I know Aizawa is on assignment, but is there any way that I can practice sword fighting without my quirk? Bastion hummed as he considered the request, advancing on Izuku in a whirlwind of steel. Quirk suppressants are expensive and hard to come by unless you're the police. Give me a week or so and I'll come up with something. In the meantime, let's take a break, the pro says as his suddenly effortlessly parries his strike. Midoriya sits down on the couch next to Double Tap and sighs in relief when T'other man hands him a water bottle. Bastion stalks over to his office, rummaging around in his desk for something. Heads up. It was only thanks to his quick reflexes that Midoriya didn't get knocked in the head by the book Bastion sends flying his way. Looking down as it falls into his lap, he saw a very thick book on anatomy. What's this? A book my niece left lying around, Yosai calls, hip deep in a supply closet, and you should be glad she did. As you know, Bastion emerges from the office carrying a mannequin-like figure. Quirks are inherently dangerous, even one like mine that are primarily defensive can kill if I'm careless. Yours, Izuku's mentor brushes through the now solemn atmosphere, is especially dangerous, due to it revolving around a deadly weapon. So, Midoriya asks curiously, wondering where his teacher is going with this. So we're going to be studying anatomy, Bastion replies before Double Tap adds on, so you can learn where to stab and cut someone to take them down and not kill them. I had to learn as well, Double answers Midoriya's inquisitive look with a shrug, what with my quirk being so useful with knives and all. We'll be practicing on this. Bastion removes the covering on the mannequin, revealing a training dummy. Double Tap interjects, apprehensive, not to break up the somber mood or anything, but why does the dummy that you're going to be stabbing have my face on it? Oh, I don't know, Double, Yosai replies with an evil grin, why are there holes in my wall again? Ignoring the bickering of the two pros, Midoriya flipped to the front cover of the book. Inked there in an elegant scrawl were the words, Property of Yamamo. Yamamo, huh? That is an interesting name. You're progressing much faster than I thought you would, Toshinori remarks suddenly, startling the green-haired teen from where he is casually squatting a refrigerator, almost causing Midoriya to drop it on his toes. Don't startle me when I'm carrying stuff, Midoriya complains. You're very stealthy considering how loud you are as a hero, you know that, right? You're gaining muscle well, All Might continues, ignoring his protege, and you've gotten a lot cleared for 3 months of work. Yeah, Midoriya explains, tossing the fridge into the nearby dumpster, I figure I'm about halfway done. There are only 9 months till the entrance exam, and I figured I'd need time to get used to your quirk, and that's why you started me when you did. Exactly, Toshinori nods faux sagely, internally abashed. I totally didn't think of that. Be that as it may, the deflated hero hedges, be careful of pushing yourself too hard. I've known plenty of pros who have burnt themselves out by working harder, not smarter. Ignoring Izuku's pointed glance at his wounded side, Toshinori points to the wrecks of some cars and continues, how are you handling the larger pieces? Stretching languidly, and letting the spectral gauntlets fade from his arms, Midoriya explains, they're too heavy for me to lift as they are, but I've figured out I can do this. Approaching one of the rusted-out cars, he forms his sword in his hand, the smell of mint eclipsing the odors of sea and trash. Drawing back his arms, he swings downwards like he is chopping wood and cleaves right through the hood, embedding his sword in the engine block. Swinging again and again, he slices the car into 4 pieces, each much easier to carry than a full car. Impressive. It's getting easier to hold my armor and weapons, Izuku explains, wiping the sweat from his forehead. I try to hold them for as long as I can while working, and the gloves help with the sharp edges. You're doing very well, young Midoriya, All Might says, puffing up into his hero form. I'm impressed. You'll be ready for one for all in no time. Thanks, All Might, the green-haired young man grins tiredly. I won't let you down. 39. 40. 41. I've figured out a solution for your request, kid. Bastion's voice cuts through the sound of Midoriya counting out his pull-ups. 42. Releasing the bar and dropping to the ground, Midoriya quickly unstraps the weights tied to his ankle. You have an idea on how to practice without my quirk? The green-haired teen asks excitedly. Better than an idea, Yosai counters with a grin, tossing 2 objects to him. I have what we need here. Unwrapping the objects, Izuku is confronted with 2 oddly shaped padded wristbands. What are these? Quirk-suppressing bands, Bastion supplies. Medical grade, it is not police issue. So you don't have to worry about them being uncomfortable HNDCFFS. Where did you get them? My niece has a creation quirk. Midoriya perks up with the mention of a rare type of quirk, but Yosai continues. When she was younger, she would accidentally create things in her sleep before she had full control of her quirk. This led to some minor injuries, and her parents were wealthy enough to get her these. She was kind enough to lend them to me when I asked. The same niece who had the anatomy book? Bastion nods and gestures to the cuffs. Go ahead, put them on. Feeling strangely apprehensive, Midoriya slips on the wristbands, cinching them down and wincing as they bite into his skin. For the first time in a long time, his head is quiet. No racket from sword fights ringing in his ears, none of the clamor of his instincts. Shouting him, nothing. Just silence. You good kid? He must have had an odd expression on his face, but Midoriya nods. Yeah, just weird. Can you fight? Midoriya nods again and Bastion tosses a sword to him. Very well. The pro hero picks up his own weapon and slashes at the teen. Defend yourself. Apparently, while muscle memory certainly helped with the individual moves, none of the elegance that was evident when Midoriya used his quirk came through. It's like I can't string any moves together, Midoriya complains, sore from all the bruises Bastion's blunted sword left on him. Chin up, Izuku, his teacher implores. You've got a good base and now I get to teach you the way I should have at the beginning. Now stand up, Yosai implores. Are you going to let this hold you back? Suppressing a groan, Midoriya picks up his sword and faces his mentor, steel in his gaze and his hand. Never! A tall figure stalks the stacks, ghostly green armor illuminating his way. He's carrying a TV and thinking idly. Midoriya knew he wasn't the only one who frequented Dagoba Beach. There were signs of other people, footsteps where he left none, trash moved by hands, not wind or shifting sand. But he figured that only scavengers or weirdos would voluntarily go into the heaps of garbage. Wait, what does that say about me? Shaking his head amusedly at the thought, he turns the corner and is surprised at the sight of a pink-haired blur right in his face. The girl registers him at the same time he sees her, and with a panicked yelp, swings the metal pipe she was carrying at his head. Izuku is so stunned at the sight of this grease-covered pink-haired gremlin that he doesn't process her actions until the pipe clangs against his helmet. His training and instincts take over, and he quickly disarms his attacker and holds her against the wall by her shirt. Please don't hurt me, Mr. Ghost King, she babbles, panicky. What? Midoriya releases his helmet and looks into the peculiar crosshair eyes of the girl. Ghost King? What the hell are you talking about? You know Lord of the Rings? Ghostly armor, way of the dead, we do not suffer the living, she mimics gruffly. She was certainly saying words, but none of them really register as sentences in his brain. Izuku sighs, if I let you down are you going to hit me again? Nope. She chirped happily, you just startled me and I'm a tad scared of ghosts. Lowering her to the ground and releasing her shirt, Midoriya assures her, I'm certainly no ghost. Ooh, she coos, ignoring his statement as she comes close and begins touching and knocking on his armor. Is this your quirk? Are you a hero? If it isn't your quirk, is it support tech? Are you using hard light or a force field? If you're using hard light, what are you using for a limiter? I've been trying for years, but I can't get mine to work. What are you doing here? Wait. Her eyes flick to the dropped TV and back to his face. You, she shouts, jabbing. A finger into his chest. You've been stealing my salvage. Blinking back his surprise at the barrage of questions and then the accusation, Midoriya nonetheless gathers his wits and begins answering her questions. Yes, it's my quirk. No, I'm not a hero, but I'm trying to be one. It's not support tech, which covers those other questions that I didn't understand. I'm here training by removing the trash. Eyeing her warily, he finishes. And this is a public beach, no one owns this junk. You're trying to be a hero. Her crosshair eyes lit up. Are you going to UA? I'm aiming for it, Izuku answered. Why? The grease-covered girl puffed up her chest and stood up straight, declaring, 'Cause I'm Hatsum Mei. And I'm going to be the best support student at UA. Nice to meet you, Hatsum, Midoriya replied, processing the info. I'm Midoriya Izuku. You should let me be your support tech, Zuku. Hatsum eagerly implored, I'm the best around and you'll benefit from my babies and I'll have a test dummy. It's Izuku and Dash. That's what I said. And, Midoriya glares at her for interrupting, I don't see why not. Sticking out his hand, the crazed girl shook it firmly, and their partnership was sealed with a greasy handshake. Izuku does a double take as what she said registers. Wait, did you say babies? Yep. Hatsum bounces up and down, pink hair flying. My inventions are my babies. Midoriya was suddenly cognizant of the fact that he was talking to a girl. A rather pretty girl underneath the grease, grime and ratty tank top. One who was well endowed to say the least. Only his training with Midnight stopped him from freaking out and turning into a tomato, but a blush still graced his cheeks, so it was a close thing. So, Midoriya starts, grunting as he tugs on the ropes he's using to drag an oven with All Might sitting on top. I made a friend. That's good, young Midoriya, scrolling through his phone as his student huffs and puffs, dragging him at a brisk speed. Friendship and camaraderie are an important part of development. Yeah, well, my point was, Midoriya replies, reaching the halfway point of his run and turning around. She'll be around the beach sometimes, and it'd probably be best if you didn't come in your hero form. Young Midoriya, this is a path that requires near-complete focus. There can be no. All Might seems to blush slightly, clearing his throat. Ahem, distractions. Izuku looks at his mentor blankly before what he was trying to say registered. Whoa, nope, not a nothing like that is happening. Midoriya's face lights up brighter than a Christmas tree. She's just trying for UA too, and I've been dragging Scrap to her workshop a couple of blocks away so she can practice for the support exam. That's it. Midoriya's face feels like it is on fire, and so do his legs and lungs. Is he shaking? Alright, All Might replies, as long as it doesn't interfere with your training I have nothing against it. Endeavor to not show up in my hero form. Thanks, All Might, Midoriya gasps out, reaching the finish point and collapsing into a heap. Hey, kid, are you okay? When his successor only answers in a pained groan, Yagi looks closer. Your limbs are trembling and you aren't sweating enough, Toshinori surmises accusingly. You're pushing yourself too hard. I thought I warned you about this. You're going to hurt yourself. Midoriya pants a little, slowly regaining his energy. I just have so far to go. I'm already so far behind everyone else who have years to train their quirks, and I'm training to get yours as well. Everyone is halfway done with their race and I'm only at the starting line. There was a fire in Izuku's eyes despite his undignified position in a heap on the floor. I have to work harder and be better to work my way to the top so I can save everyone. Toshinori let out a sigh and a chuckle at the boy's attitude. I suppose I did choose him partially for his determination. Still, he stresses, you will do more harm than good like this. Appraising his successor's form, noting the muscles that were significantly bulkier than they were several months ago bulging against his shirt, Yagi makes a decision. Take a week off. Talking over Midoriya's protests, he continues, no beach workouts, nothing overly strenuous, no more than what you were doing before we started this. Yes, you can practice your quirk, he forestalls the coming question. Go hang out with your new friend, go see a movie, start a rebellion or whatever else kids your age do. Smiling at the laugh and blinding smile that draws out of Midoriya, he thinks, too bright, and ruffles his long green hair. You gotta take care of yourself, kid. Toshinori reclines back against the sand. You'll get there soon enough. Come on, there has to be something you need for support gear. Hatsum whined, begging Midoriya for input. The pink-haired inventor had been pestering the muscular hero in training for weeks about letting her make something for his hero suit. Your costume is already so plain I could make it in an hour. You gotta give me something. I've already explained that my armor covers most things, and I can create the weapons I need with my quirk, Midoriya exclaims exasperatedly, I don't know what else I could need. Turning away so he can ignore the pouting look on her face that he couldn't say no to, the future one for all holder opens his most recent notebook to the page on himself, showing his quirk brief and ideas for a costume that was rather simplistic. Not finding anything that struck him with inspiration there, Izuku begins flipping through the other heroes he has notes for, searching for ideas. Ignoring the crashing and clanging of Mei testing her unfinished grappling gun yet again, Midoriya is struck with inspiration. Collapsible sword, he writes, just in case I'm in a situation where I can't use my quirk. Communication unit speech to text note taker. He pencils in next to his drawn helmet, so I can analyze on the fly. Steel-soled boots, he completes, in my usual red style. Yeah, That should give her something to work with. After checking his notebook to make sure that there were no incriminating secrets such as All Might's identity, Izuku tosses it to Hatsum. Go wild, he calls as leans back for a nap. Thanks, Zuku, she chirps as he puts his headphones in. Hopefully she won't build anything too wild, he thinks as he dozes off. All Might did say I could practice my quirk, right? Izuku muses as he hops down onto the beach at Dagobah, the ground being significantly clearer than it had been, just the big pieces remaining, including a rather interesting formation of cars and large appliances that were the products of a half-formed idea near the ocean's edge. I should practice with my spear, he thinks, chuckling as he remembered when he had first formed it in the doctor's office, almost too big for the small exam room, much to his and the doctor's surprise. He hadn't used it since. As he had researched afterward, the spear he could form was in actuality a lance, a spear that was primarily used on horseback by knights, and was used mainly for moving and stabbing because it was too heavy to throw. Forming it in his hands, Midoriya marveled at the weight of it and the razor sharpness of its head. He needs a ranged attack, despite it not normally being thrown. Ignoring everything he had read, Izuku channels his inner double tap and drawing back his arm he threw it, aiming for the center of a nearby car door. It went wide, very wide. Going by how difficult it was to throw, he was going to need practice. Taking a closer look at how badly he missed, Izuku grimaces. Lots of practice. Hatsum, I'm so bored. Izuku groans from his position upside down on the ratty couch of the inventor's workshop. Then go grab me some more scrap from the beach, the pink-haired girl called from her workbench, not turning around as she focused on assembling some delicate parts. Do you need anything in particular? The green-haired teen asks. No. Then no, I won't. Leia maybe rates playfully, before sticking her tongue out in concentration as she leaned closer to the part she was working on, laser-focused as she cracks open the circuit board. Getting up, Midoriya walls over and flops onto the workbench next to his friend, jostling it slightly. Still not looking up, Hatsum growls, if you make me mess up my soldering, no one will find your body. Gulping in slight fear, Izuku backs away. Why don't you go practice your swordsmanship? Mei asks him, fed up with his antsy puttering around the workshop while she tried to focus. Because, not to sound arrogant or anything, but I'm good enough for my trainer to not hold any challenge, and that's even more boring. When his pink-haired friend replies with a non-committal grunt, Midoriya rolls his eyes and grabs his jacket. I'm going to go haul some more trash, he calls, ducking out the door. Text me when you get home safe, Hatsum calls after him, receiving an affirmative shout in return. Needs a challenge with a sword, huh? Mei mutters to herself as she puts down her latest invention, designs already flowing through her overactive brain. I always did like a challenge. Hatsum, what the hell is that? It's my newest baby. His friend's voice only sounded that crazed when she was on a several-day engineering bender with no sleep, and the bags under her eyes corroborated that fact. When she had called him an hour earlier, the only thing he could discern outside of her rapid-paced screeching were the words, "Solution to your problem," and "Dagobah Beach, 1 hour." The brilliant pink-haired inventor was fiddling with what appeared to be a metal suitcase on the ground, connecting several wires and typing something into a screen. When was the last time you slept, Mei? Midoriya asks with a sigh. I napped while he was watching the sword-fighting movies. She bounded up and set the suitcase down at his feet, a glowing blue button sitting in the middle of it. Before he could ask any questions about Hatsum's use of the word, him, the hyperactive girl slapped the button and Midoriya watched in awe as a machine folds out of the suitcase. It looks vaguely like General Grievous and the Terminator had a baby, and that baby was made out of toaster parts and thin tubing. It is oddly spindly looking, the only bulk coming from the circuitry in its chest plates, the servos on its arms, and the camera in its eye. It is shorter than Midoriya, yet taller than Mei, and its single eye glowed a pleasing blue. It's a rather thoroughly horrific unrelenting robot, or R for short, Hatsum bubbles, tinkering at its limbs as Midoriya stands there in shock. Like King Arthur. 'Cause you know, sword fighting. Do you? Izuku's brain was rapidly trying to catch up with the marvel of engineering his friend just sprung on him. Don't you think the acronym is a bit of a stretch? Nope. May, why am I staring at a literal robot right now? He asks, looking at the robot warily as if it could attack at any moment, which given the acronym and that it is made by Hatsum was a relevant worry. I made it for you to spar against, she answers brightly, shutting one last panel on its back and moving next to him. It can fight. Only sword fight, nothing martial artsy, she explained, and he learns as he fights, so you'll never get bored again. You made this cause I was bored. He looks at her in wonder. He had never had a friend that had done so much for him. Thanks, May, he says with a soft smile. This means a lot. Turning away to hide her slight blush at his earnestness, Hatsum continues her explanation. He's got 3 levels of difficulty, and it learns from people it fights or sees fight, so he should always be a little bit of a challenge for you. Hatsum let out a long yawn. I've been having him watch movies with sword fights for the last 2 days, so he should have a good base. He learns? Is he an AI? Midoriya was mildly alarmed at the thought of a learning thinking killer robot, but his fears were quickly waved off by Hatsum. No, he can only take commands, she explains. He only learns through a machine learning data analysis program I wrote that only focuses on swordplay, otherwise he's dumber than the Siri on your phone. May snorts derisively. I'm shocked that that's possible. Oh okay, Midoriya steers her towards a nearby bench. You only start insulting phone assistants when you're exhausted. Take a nap while I test out your baby. May makes a grabby motion for his jacket. Midoriya hands it to her, watching amusedly as she wraps herself up in it and immediately falls asleep in its comforting warmth and faint smell of mint. Okay, Izuku says out loud, approaching Arduar as he loosens his muscles. Let's see how you work. Pressing the only button visible, the one that turned it on does nothing, and only holding it for 10 seconds turns it off. After turning it back on, Izuku tries talking to Arthur. Facing the robot's unnerving eye, Midoriya says, Arthur, activate sparring? To his relief, the robot raises its head and begins speaking in a peppy synthetic voice. You have activated sparring routine. Mode, plus ultra. It's time to go beyond. Prepare for death. At its last statement, its calming blue eye turns an angry red. Never dropping its peppy tone, the gangly robot shoots out 2 blades from its arms and whirls towards Midoriya like a murderous blender. May! The young man yelps as a blade sparks off his hastily acted shield, the blade burying itself in a nearby car door, shearing through the metal like it's nothing. May, how do I turn it off? When his comatose friend doesn't wake up, Izuku turns his attention back to Arthur. Cancel spar, he calls, parrying a strike on his gauntlet, but the robot only replies, command not recognized. Sheet. Abort mission. Command not recognized. Deactivate sparring routine. Command not recognized. Dodging another blow that was slightly too close, he shouts in exasperation. Go the F to sleep. Command not recognized. Hatsum, can you please help me? May says nothing, only turning over in her sleep underneath his jacket, and Midoriya has to dodge another whirlwind blow from Arthur. Midoriya thinks, forming a sword of his own. Time to go plus ultra. Hatsum feels up oddly rested. Looking around blearily, she notices the setting sun in the distance. Wrapping Midoriya's jacket around her shoulders to ward off the coming evening chill, she makes her way to where she last saw her friend and her invention. When she nears, she is struck still by the oddest sight. Midoriya has lounged across a makeshift throne of car parts, ever-present notebook and pencil held idly in his hand as he sketches the sunset. He has several scratches on him, and he seems unharmed, but his long hair is a tangled mess where it hangs down past his neck. At his feet is a collection of destroyed robot parts, and next to them the robot itself. The only thing left intact is its torso, one arm, and a cracked red lens on its head. Arthur is still trying to attack Midoriya, its staticky voice slowly chanting "die" every couple seconds, as it drags itself closer to him, only to be nudged away with a tap of Izuku's foot. What's going on? May! Izuku's face lights up as he sees her approach. You're awake. Did you sleep well? Yeah, great. She waves him off, approaching her trashed baby. What happened? Well, He rubs the back of his head sheepishly. I couldn't figure out how to turn him off, and he wouldn't stop the spar, so I had to break him. Mei sorts through the memories of her engineering binge, and is slightly abashed when she answers him, I might have forgotten to put one in. To her relief, Midoriya starts laughing instead of getting angry. You hear that, you bucket of bolts? He chuckles at AR teacher. You don't have an off switch. Command not recognized. Yeah, that's what I figured, he agrees, addressing Hatsum. He was great to spar with, the materials were just a little weak. He adapted really well to my fighting style though. Still slightly taken aback at the devastation to her baby, Mei shrugs it off as a learning experience and a chance to improve. I didn't use great materials, so that's to be expected. She perks up, eager for feedback. How was his coordination? He was a devil to fight against, fast, and never missed a blow. Good, good, I'll rebuild him better this time, she comments, new designs already being brainstormed. With an off switch this time. With an off switch, she agrees, looking at the wreckage of ARTHUR's limbs, and maybe modular arm replacements. Come on, she nudges him off his makeshift throne, lug him back to the workshop for me. All right, buddy. Izuku approaches the still active robot, pressing the button on its chest. Time to go to sleep. Command not recon dash. With his all might mandated, relax and be a teenager. Time fulfilled, Midoriya throws himself back into beach cleanup. Before long, just 6.5 months after he started his first heroic act, the future hero stands on a cleared horizon with pride. Taking in the now scenic view, he smiles and pulls out his phone, sending a text. Midoriya Izuku, the beach is clean. Midoriya Izuku, I'm ready when you are. Yagi Tashinori, meet me there at dawn. Yagi Tashinori, I'm proud of you. Midoriya Izuku, smiley face. When you said the beach was clean, I thought you meant all of it, Tashinori comments, slightly peeved. What's that? The beach was actually cleaned far beyond his expectations. The boy had even gone beyond the boundaries Tashinori had set, clearing the entire beach. Except for a ring of cars, stacked 4 high near the water, this he was referring to. Well, Midoriya scratched the back of his head sheepishly. That's the Thunderdome. The what? Oh, sorry. That's what I've been calling it. I figured that we would need to practice my new quirk, and public quirk use is still illegal, and now that the beach is clear people are going to start coming around, so I built that arena of trash so we can practice one for all out of sight and not get in trouble for it, plus it would deter visitors so dash. Cutting off his protege's mumble spree, Tashinori laughs. That was good thinking, young Midoriya, and you make a good point. Clasping Izuku on the shoulder, he steers him towards the ring of cars. Let's get inside. Where's the entrance? Once they've made their way inside the structure and are seated near each other, Tashinori begins to speak, seriousness evident in his tone of voice. Young Midoriya, I'm about to tell you some more information about our quirk, and I will not hold it against you if after my explanation you don't want to accept it anymore. Bewildered, nonetheless, Midoriya replies, I'm listening, All Might. I would like to tell you the story of One for All. All Might says solemnly, gaze distant over the rising sun. A story that starts with the dawn of quirks. A story that starts with a quirk that can steal quirks. His voice grows deeper as if recalling a long-forgotten memory. It's a story about 2 brothers. He's dead though, right? I dealt him a mortal blow at the same time he dealt me this one, Tashinori replies, gesturing to his side, the phantom taste of blood from that day lingering, and he vanished afterward. So you think he is, Midoriya hedges, but you're not 100% certain. Unfortunately, All Might agrees. They sit there in silence for a while, Izuku processing the new information, and Tashinori wallowing in memories. I still accept this burden, All Might, Midoriya says determinedly. I will continue the legacy of One for All and make you proud. You already have, Tashinori thinks, standing at the same time as his pupil. Very well then, young Midoriya, All Might says, puffing up into his hero form and plucking out a hair, eat this. Huh. That was literally the grossest thing I've eaten, and I've had sludge villain in my mouth. Tashinori suppresses a shudder at his student's statement, the memory of swallowing nanas, his mentors, long hair and offers up consolingly. That was probably the least gross method of transferring my DNA, which is necessary to pass on one for all. Midoriya looked even greener at the implications of that statement, but the mentor and protege settled down into a comfortable silence, watching the sun rise on the fruits of Izuku's labor. What happens now? Now we wait 2 to 3 hours, Toshinori explains, which is how long it'll take for your body to process the DNA. And then I train you till you take my place as the symbol of peace. No, I mean, Midoriya seems hesitant. What happens to you? To your power? Ah, the number one hero thinks for a minute before answering. One for all is like a flame, passed on from one torch to another. Now that I've passed it to you, my powers will slowly wane, along with my time limit. How long will you have left? If we're lucky and I don't push myself, not till your 3rd year and debut as a hero, when I can announce you as my successor and retire. And if we're not lucky? Izuku asks, knowing the likelihood of Yagi not pushing himself. Then my power wanes before we're ready. I'm forced to retire and Endeavor or Best Jeanist are forced to take my place as number 1. Both have various attitude disconnects that would keep them from being a symbol, and villain activity would likely surge. The look of anger that passed over his pupil's face at the mention of Endeavor didn't escape Toshinori, and he asked about it. You don't like Endeavor, young Midoriya? I figured a hero nerd like yourself would be less put out by the thought of him. Midoriya grimaced as he begins his explanation. He doesn't have the charisma or attitude to be a true number 1. He might have the drive, but he's too violent and prone to anger. It did not escape Izuku that he was also describing Bakugo. And he... Midoriya chokes out, he killed my mom. What? Toshinori bursts out, accompanied by a spray of blood. I'm sure you're familiar with the practice of combat-oriented heroes employing rescue-oriented sidekicks to clear areas so they don't have to worry about collateral damage during fights? Midoriya asks. Toshinori nods in response. I've never been partial to it myself, but I know heroes like Endeavor and Gang Orca use it to great effect. I don't know if his sidekicks dropped the ball, if he didn't wait for them to clear the area, or if it was some combination of the two, but several years ago Endeavor incinerated a shop during a fight that had 6 people in it. He was investigated, naturally. Midoriya's voice shook, and found that he had been negligent. So he was fined and ordered community service. I know it isn't completely his fault, but whenever I think of my mom's last moments, the fear in her eyes as a fireball rockets towards her, tears were silently running down his face as Midoriya finishes his tale. Every time I think of her I see his face and I just get so angry. I'm so sorry, young Midoriya. All Might pats his successor's back. I know it doesn't help, but I am truly sorry. As the young man cries, Toshinori asks hesitantly, is it okay if I give you a hug? At Izuku's shaky nod, Toshinori wraps his pupil in a bony hug, holding him till the tears stop. I think that you being the pillar of society was a bad idea. For the second time in a short time, All Might spews blood in shock. What? Quickly backpedaling, Midoriya stutters out, wait, I didn't mean it like that. Please explain, young Midoriya, Toshinori demands, a bit miffed at his successor's statement. I just Midoriya gathers his thoughts. Japan is built around you, and the idea of you bringing peace. What happens when you're gone? Toshinori opens his mouth to reply, but a raised hand stops him. You're the pillar that we've raised our society on, and you being the symbol of peace definitely isn't a bad thing, just the way you went about it was flawed. A house built on a single pillar will come crashing down. You should have relied more on others, spread the load out so you're not Atlas with the weight of the world on your shoulders. I know that now, Toshinori replies, but hindsight is 20/20. The next symbol can't be a single pillar, they don't have to stand alone. A solid base of support by capable heroes would be better than a single focal point. They should be a rallying point, not a lone star. You make some good points, young Midoriya. Toshinori hadn't honestly thought about his position that way, but it makes sense. Heroes are too focused on fighting and publicity. His successor continues, getting impassioned. You said it best yourself, no one does community service anymore. Heroes are for saving people, not selling merch and rankings. We have to be better than that. I just don't think the hero system can continue as it is, Midoriya finishes. They sit in silence for a moment at the weight of Feet's statement. Before Tashinori speaks up. Then change it. Huh. You're the start of the latest generation of a long line of heroes. All Might explains. You're next. If you're not satisfied with the status quo, if you want to be better, then be the force of change you need to be. If anyone can do it, he smiles at his successor, it'd be you. The thought of his mentor's belief in him and the idea of bettering society stirs a warm feeling in Midoriya's core. And he can't stop the happy tears welling out of his eyes. Thank you, All Might, he says earnestly, that means a lot. The welling of warmth at his core doesn't go away, and when Izuku focuses he can feel a power. It's different from the feeling of his own quirk's power, which is like a steady thrumming along his spine. This feels like a raging tempest of overflowing energy at the core of him. It dawns on Midoriya that this must be one for all. But I thought that All Might said that it would take several hours for it to come, the green-haired teen thinks, glancing at the sun in the sky only to realize that it was nearing midday. We were talking much longer than I thought. Standing up, he turns to All Might. I think I can access one for all now. His mentor makes to heave himself off of the sand and is stopped by a hand reaching out to him. I can get up on my own, you know that, right? Yagi asks with a raised eyebrow. It's not a bad thing to ask for help, Izuku says with a grin. They both know he's talking about more than a hand up from the ground, so it's without hesitation that All Might reaches out to take the proffered hand. Call me Tashinori, Midoriya, he says. As he brushes the sand off of himself, you've earned it. Izuku's return smile is blinding. Okay, Izuku says, bouncing up and down, shaking out the jitters. How do you activate it? I simply let it well up within me, clench my butt cheeks, and yell. Tashinori puffs up into his hero form. Smash. Clenched butt cheeks, really? Midoriya asks with an unimpressed look. It's what works for me, Tashinori says sheepishly. Okay, let's see. Closing his eyes and searching down inside himself. Much like when he forms his armor, Midoriya reaches towards the energy that is one for all. Carefully, slowly, he draws it to the surface and directs it to his arm. He hears a gasp and opens his eyes to see his arm decorated with green and gold lightning. It felt as if his arm was containing the force of the sun or a runaway nuclear reaction. Turning to the wall of cars that is facing the ocean, Midoriya PPS back his arm and runs through his mental checklist. One for all, received. Power, activated. Physics, clenched. With a wordless shout, he throws his fist forward and punches. The wall of cars goes flying into the ocean from the force of his punch, the wind pressure pushing a furrow into the waves, revealing the sand underneath. As the final car hits the water and the waves crash back down, Izuku can only think to say one thing. Holy shit! Then the pain of his arm shattering catches up to him, and he looks down to see his arm hanging limp, bruised, purple and mangled, and he clenches his jaw unsuccessfully to suppress a scream. Through the haze of pain he notices Tashinori making a panicked phone call, the words, Chio, emergency, and no hospitals, filtering through as Midoriya clenches his teeth and forms his armor around the broken arm as a makeshift splint. He doesn't know if he passes out or zones out, but sooner than he thinks possible Izuku hears the sound of a car door slamming and looks up to see a wizened old lady hobbling her way towards them. What the hell did you do to the boy, Tashinori? She fusses, bonking the #1 hero on the head as she passes with her syringe-shaped cane. Ignoring All Might's indignant, ow. She approaches Midoriya. Holy shit, it's Recovery Girl, he starts muttering, the youthful healing heroine responsible for the highest rescue count this century. I would totally be freaking out if I wasn't pretty sure I'm in shock right now. That all well and good, Sonny, Recovery Girl says with a kind smile, but I need you to release your quirk so I can check out your arm. Midoriya releases his makeshift splint, and the hero hisses in sympathy. Multiple compound breaks, burst veins, fatigued muscles, and an astounding number of contusions. Looking up in surprise, she asks, how did this happen? Shooting a wary glance at Tashinori, Midoriya says nothing, careful of their shared secret. Recovery Girl catches the glance, however, and advances on. Did give him one for all without me here? Each word is punctuated with a strike from her cane, and Toshinori looks up sheepishly. I thought it'd be fine. I took to it fine and he's as well built as I was. She knows. Midoriya interjects. Of course I know, Recovery Girl says. I was a school nurse when this quirkless knucklehead came through UA with a quirk. You were quirkless? I thought I told you that. All Might looks beleaguered on all sides, and Recovery Girl cuts him off. One for all is a stockpiling quirk, Toshi. And it gains power every time it's passed on. Why wouldn't it be stronger for him? The youthful heroine explains. Ah, Toshinori says sheepishly, I didn't think of that. Recovery Girl, or Chio as Toshinori calls her, lets out a long-suffering sigh. Alrighty, let's get you healed up. A puckered kiss to Midoriya's forehead heals his arm, and a wave of exhaustion washes over Izuku. His broken arm straightens, the purple bruising and burst blood vessels fading away. A groan of relief escapes Midoriya's mouth. Blinking away the aftereffects of pain from his now heavy eyes, Midoriya freezes at the same time as Toshinori when Chio levels them with a glare. You need to modulate your power, she says, otherwise you'll keep breaking yourself. She hands him a couple of gummies and continues, don't use one for all again today, and be careful next time. Getting up and patting Midoriya on the head, she hobbles back towards her car. I better not see you again with broken bones, she calls as killing intent washes over them, or else. The hero and mentor watch as she shuts her car door and speeds off. Izuku breaks the silence, turning towards All Might. So, she's scary. Modulate my power, Izuku mutters to himself as he sits on his bed at the dojo. How am I supposed to do that? Calling up his own quirk, he examines the pale green armor coating his arms. Maybe I can practice with Green Knight and see if it carries over. Settling into a meditative stance, Izuku closes his eyes and reaches out to the power inside him. Slowly, haltingly, he practices drawing it out at different strengths, and as he does he can feel the armor getting stronger or weaker. All the while he can feel the well of power that is one for all churning at his core. It seems oddly content, and somehow proud? Midoriya chalks it up to another one of the mysteries about this quirk. Pathfinder is enjoying his first night off in a long time immensely. No patrols, no fights, he's not on call, he can just get drunk and pamper himself. As he's stumbling up the stairs to one of the spare rooms at the dojo, he thinks, maybe I drank a little too much. Reaching the landing, he trundles towards his room before his attention is caught by a green glow showing out from little Midoriya's door. What the F-? The off-duty hero thinks. Stealthily nudging open the door, or as stealthily as a severely drunk pro-hero can, Pathfinder is taken aback by the sight of Izuku sitting cross-legged on the bed, eyes closed and clad in spectral green armor. Looking back and forth between the obvious hallucination and the bottle of sake in his hand, Pathfinder thinks to himself, man, I cannot get this drunk again. You know, Izuku says as he whirls around Artvar, he's gotten much better since we've started sparring. Mei gives a non-committal grunt in response as Midoriya parries blow after blow. Like, I know you repaired him and made him better. Izuku drives forward, pushing Artvar back from the force of his blows, but he's improved immensely. Mei doesn't look up from the laptop she's coding on from her seat in the sand. Guess he really learns from experience, huh? His pink-haired friend nods in response. You're not paying any attention to me, are you, Mei? Izuku says with a sigh, closing with the robot and hitting the spar cancel switch. At his friend's non-committal, he starts saying outlandish things to get her attention. Mei, Arthur cut my arm off and I'm dying here, he cries dramatically to no response. I'm All Might's super secret love child and he's adopting me now. Still, she says nothing. Me and Arthur are going to run away and elope, right Arthur? He tries one last thing. Command not recognized. See? Our love is strong yet forbidden. That's nice, Zuku, Mei says absently. With a fond smile, Izuku plops down in the sand next to his friend, startling her out of her engineering trance. So, what you working on? Well, she gestures to a set of fancy wrist cuffs. These are what I'm doing for my entrance exam. A set of high-density weights that are calibratable to individual wearers for training purposes. That sounds useful, Midoriya thinks, picking up one and then almost dropping it. Holy shit, that's heavy. And that thing, he asks, gesturing to the ring of metal the pink-haired inventor has plugged into her tablet she's coding furiously on. It's a surprise. Which was a mildly worrying statement considering how many things tended to blow up around May, but hey, what can you do? Glancing up at the setting sun, Midoriya packs away a artifact. We should get going, May, it's almost nighttime. I don't wanna, the inventor says from her spot in the sand, I'm busy. With a sigh and a fond smile, Midoriya leans down and hoists his friend over his shoulder like she's a sack of potatoes. Aside from a mild yelp, she says nothing, and Midoriya can hear the tapping of her keyboard as he walks them down the street. Are you still working? He asks incredulously. Progress stops for no man. He turns his head to say something and is suddenly confronted with the fact that her butt is right next to his face, and he almost accidentally planted his face in it when he turned. Blushing a vibrant red, and eternally glad she can't see his face right now, Midoriya starts up a conversation to distract himself from his friend's assets. Hey May, can I borrow Arthur for a couple of days? What for? I want to bring him to the dojo, and convince Yosai to let me use quirk suppression cuffs while we spar at the beach, Izuku explains. Yeah sure, just don't break him, May replies. They lapse into a comfortable silence, and Midoriya ignores the weird looks that they get. A tall man with a crazy pink-haired girl thrown over his shoulder is an odd sight after all. As they near May's house, Midoriya speaks up again. I'd be happy to help you test out and troubleshoot those high-density weights if you want, he tells Hatsum. Really? She exclaims as they reach her house, hopping down from his shoulder and giving him a quick hug. Thanks, Zuku. You're the best. He was glad he met May. She was his first friend in a while. This time Midoriya couldn't suppress his blush as he walked away. It was nice being hugged. It has been a long time since he last was, and he might be a tad touch-starved. Hey Yosai. Midoriya calls to get his mentor's attention. I've been sparring with someone at the same place I've been strength training. Can I borrow the quirk suppressant bands while I'm there? Bastion ponders this, as quirk suppressants are highly regulated, but he trusts Midoriya. As long as I can meet this sparring partner of yours, then it's okay. Great. Midoriya beams with a bright smile. I'll go get him. What? Go get him? Bastion calls after his mentor with no response. How is he already here? Midoriya, that's a robot. Your powers of observation astound me, sensei. Shooting Midoriya a half-hearted glare, Bastion asks again. How are you sparring with a robot? Answer taking a second to examine the gangly contraption, the hero asks, is it any good? Why don't you see for yourself? Midoriya replies with a slightly sadistic grin. Tossing a sword to his mentor he says, be careful, those blades are sharp. Arthur, the team calls, let's spar. Straightening up and focusing on Yosai, Arthur says in his weirdly peppy voice, you have activated sparring routine. Mode, plus ultra. It's time to go beyond. Prepare for death. Did he just say death? Bastion exclaims as Arthur whirs into action and the hero is pressed into defense, and too harried to say anything more. Okay, Bastion pants, out of breath once Arthur is deactivated. You're insane if you fight that regularly. Sprawled out on the floor, Izuku mentor sighs, you can use the suppressing bands wherever you fight Terminator here. Thanks Yosai. You're the best, Midoriya thanks. All right, All Might, Izuku says, facing off against the #1 hero in the arena of cars, I think I've got it figured out. After focusing on his own quirk for a while, strengthening and weakening the energy he draws, Midoriya was sure he could apply it to one for all. Okay young Midoriya, his mentor replies, puffing up into his hero form, hit me with it. Drawing in a deep breath, focusing on the energy inside of him, Midoriya draws it into his arm. Slowly, carefully, he draws from the boundless well of energy. Instead of an uncontrolled tsunami as it was before, It's no less powerful, just subdued. Gold and green energy crackles through his fingers and around his forehead, smaller but no less energetic than before. Okay, Midoriya says, opening and closing his sparking fist gingerly, I can work with this. Drawing back his fist, Izuku punches forward. The air pressure from his punch kicks up a plume of sand and rattled the edges of the torn-up cars. Shaking out his hand, Midoriya is pleased to note that though the punch was significantly weaker, his arm doesn't hurt. Well done, young Midoriya. Turning to his mentor, the green-haired teen exclaims, I did it, Tashinori. You did, All Might agrees. Can you move? Midoriya nods. Good. His hero puffs up into his hero form, dashing forward in a blur of motion. Then you can fight. Midoriya barely gets his armored arm up in time to block All Might's punch, and the blow still sends him flying into the cars behind him, denting them severely, only his armor protecting him from a concussion. Come on. All Might entreats, suddenly behind him, fight. Izuku throws a one-for-all powered fist behind him, barely grazing his mentor's arm before the hero is gone again. You've got to be quicker than that. With a wordless shout of frustration, Midoriya transfers one-for-all to one of his legs, jumping high into the air awkwardly. Moving the energy to his other arm, he fires a punch down into the sand, sending it into Tashinori's eyes. With his opponent's vision obscured, Midoriya rotates his power into his leg, sending down an axe kick, crashing into the space where All Might was seconds before. Sheet. I can't move my power around fast enough. A superpowered fist collides with Izuku's stomach, sending him to the ground in a heap, coughing up his breakfast. Calling a timeout, Midoriya regroups himself. How much power do you think that was? He asks the powered-down All Might. I tried to match your output, his hero replies, so I'd say you're using maybe 10% of one for all. Only 10%? You're just starting out, young Midoriya, All Might says, looking irritatingly not affected by the effort. 10% is admirable. You need to be faster though, you were too slow on your return blows. I know, that's why I called a timeout, Midoriya replies, an annoyed grimace on his face. I feel like I'm not using one for all efficiently. How are you using it? Well, Midoriya stands up and begins drawing one for all into his arm. The lighting transfers from limb or limb slowly as he moves the power around, each appendage swelling with strength as he does. But it's slow. Too slow. I'm moving it between each arm and leg, but it's taking a while, the green-haired teen says with a frown. Tashinori paces around the young man, watching as the power rotates throughout his mentee's body. That is slow. Placing his hand on his chin in the classic thinker pose, he ponders before an idea strikes. When you're lifting heavy objects, do you only use one arm? No? Midoriya replies bewilderedly. What about when you attack with a kick? All Might asks again. Do you use your hips and other leg for leverage? Or is it a both-leg operation? Both legs, Izuku answers, still puzzled. But what does that have to do with Oh. Excited now, Midoriya focuses inward, and instead of drawing one for all into just one arm, he pulls it out into his entire upper body. Yagi takes in the sight of his pupil's torso and arms sparking with energy and applauds. Well done. Midoriya pushes it to his legs and hips next, and it's quicker, much quicker than rotating it amongst his limbs. It still takes a second or two, but compared to the long drawn-out process of before, it's practically instantaneous. With a whoop of glee, Izuku throws a flurry of superpowered punches, kicking up a flurry of sand with a barrage of wind pressure. This technique, he says with a wide grin, facing his idol, is so much better. I can work with this. That's great, my boy. All Might exclaims, a smile gracing his features at his young friend's excitement. Do you have a name for this technique? Looking down at the energy coating his arms, Midoriya recalls a memory. One of May excitedly describing engineering terms with the excitement of someone doing things they love. I've got one, Izuku says confidently. One for all, cowling. The thing about suddenly gaining super speed, Midoriya thinks with a grunt as he slams face first into a car door with no force to shear it from its hinges, is that it doesn't come with an immediate understanding of how to use it. Shaking the sand and metal shavings from his hair, the ninth holder stands up with a grunt, facing the opposite wall of cars, preparing to try yet again to get his new speed under control. It had been a month since he was given one for all, and his control, as well as the amount he could actually use, had improved in leaps and bounds. With the notable exception of running. For some reason, his body and mind just couldn't connect when it came to running with one for all. Kicking and jumping went fine, but running left him stumbling, tripping, and running into things. Toshinori was no help at all, one for all apparently having come completely natural to him, only able to give the advice, "You've got to feel it," and "clench your butt cheeks." It probably also didn't help that his one for all threshold had increased as well. Izuku was now comfortably using what Toshinori and he estimated to be 20% of the awesome power, and Midoriya can now use about 5% of it subtly, without sparkling like the 4th of July. Midoriya trudges into Bastion's dojo and is taken by surprise when an unfamiliar voice catches his attention. "I don't suppose you know when Bastion will be back?" Izuku almost drops his duffel bag as he jumps in surprise. "Sorry I surprised you," a blue-haired man laughs. That was quite a reaction though. It wasn't unusual to see people he didn't know at the dojo, given that it was a hub for underground heroes, but something about the man, who was familiar and certainly a hero given his physique and general bearing, was familiar in ways that underground pros never were. "He'll be back in an hour or so," Midoriya replies, analyzing what he could about the stranger, trying to figure out his hero identity, went to the store for some groceries. The man's face isn't recognizable, which given the popularity of heroes means that he's one of the few that are masked, which significantly narrows the pool of options. A diminutive Idaten logo on his shoes and a set of exhaust pipes peeking from beneath his sleeves cement the man's identity. Ingenium. Midoriya is internally freaking out, yet outwardly calm. Ingenium is one of his favorite heroes, and it's all he can do to not gush and ask for his autograph. "I'm impressed," Ingenium says with a raised eyebrow. "Not many can identify me without my armor on. You can call me Tensei Ida." "Nice to meet you, Tensei," Midoriya nods. "I'm Midoriya Izuku." "And your hero name?" "Oh, Midoriya stutters. "I'm not a hero." "Yet." "Really?" Tensei looks surprised. "I didn't know anyone came here who want a hero." "You said, yet, are you training to be one?" "Yeah, I've been training here for about 3 years now, and I'm trying for UA at the next entrance exam." "Well, I'm sure you'll do well if you've been training with Bastion," Tensei nods. "My brother will be taking the exam at the same time. You might end up in the same class." "I'm looking forward to it," Midoriya says with a grin, turning to head upstairs. "Oh, actually, can I ask you for some advice?" "Shoot." "I recently discovered a way to go really fast with my quirk, but it's hard to control it," Midoriya explains. "Do you have any tips or tricks that can help?" "Let me guess," Tensei says with a laugh. "You're running into walls and struggling to turn or brake?" "Yeah, exactly." Izuku exclaims, "How did you know?" "I think everyone with a speed quirk runs into that problem at the beginning," Tensei explains. "I certainly did." Tensei stands up and moves to one wall od the dojo. "I could tell plenty of stories of my brother's escapades as he learned. There's no easy quick way to get better, other than hard work and practice. But there is one tip I can give. The secret," Ingenium says, before his engines rev and he blurs to the other wall, executing a sharp turn and speeds back again in an instant, "is precision." Midoriya is oddly sweaty and disheveled, Toshinori notes as he gets to the arena of cars, almost like he's been here and been practicing for hours, which is mildly concerning considering it is currently barely minutes past dawn. His protege is practically vibrating with excitement, shaking out the jitters in his limbs and jumping up and down. "So eager to get your butt kicked today, young Midoriya?" Toshinori asks. "I might surprise you today," Izuku says with a smirk. "Very well," All Might says, shifting to his hero form. "Let's fight." Faster than he's been before, Midoriya sweeps a leg through the sand, kicking it into his eyes and forming a veil of it, obscuring him from view. All Might claps, dispelling the sand, and he blinks in surprise when Izuku isn't there. A crackle of energy behind him alerts him, and Toshinori spins to see Izuku running along the wall of cars, legs sparking as he speeds towards him. His surprise at his mentee's mastering of running is so great that he doesn't react in time to stop the brutal kick to his side, sending the hero stumbling backward. "Very good," Toshinori exclaims, a proud smile on his face. "Now we can really fight." A powered smash to his student's face sends the teen rocketing backward with a clang. And as Izuku stands up with a groan, he thinks, "Yeah, I still have a long way to go." "Hey, Mei, I can't stay long. Yosai said he wanted me at the dojo today," Izuku calls as he walks into his friend's workshop, dropping his bag on the ratty couch that is suspiciously marked with more scorch marks. "Hey, Arthur," Midoriya nods to the stationary robot in the corner. "Long time no see." Command not recognized. "Yeah, love you too, buddy." "That's fine," Hatsum says, tossing something at his head. "My surprise is ready." Izuku hasn't seen his friend this excited in a while, and he looks down at the object he catches. It's what appears to be a heavy iron crown, with several hidden ports and buttons on the side. "What's this?" he asks in confusion. "It's part of your hero suit." Mei bounces excitedly. "Put it on, put it on, put it on." Midoriya gingerly places it on his head and is surprised by the weight of it. "Mei, this is really heavy," he says cautiously. "I don't think that's very good for my hero gear." "It's fine," his pink-haired friend waves off. "It's just a prototype. I can make it lighter when we're in UA. And I have better materials." Some part of his heart swells at her certainty that they'll get into UA. That's not the important part, though. "What is then?" Midoriya asks with a raised eyebrow. "What's inside?" Mei says with a manic grin. "Hit the button on the side." Izuku follows her instructions and jumps slightly as things start moving on his head. An incomplete face guard folds out, hanging near his chin, and a green-tinted visor swings down over his eyes. Hatsum is practically vibrating as an icon appears in the visor, the letters 6 rotating around as some sequence starts up. "Hello." A voice sounds in his ear. "I'm a 6 that will be your assistant for combat and analysis. I'm looking forward to working with you, boss." The voice is excited, with a slight stat-icky quality to it. Midoriya looks at Hatsum in awe. "Is this an AI?" "Technically she's a 6, Hatsum explains. "She's there to aid you with analyzing villains and situations, and she can hopefully help you out." "Mei, this is incredible, but why?" Hatsum blushes slightly, but soldiers on. "You're my best friend, Zuku, and I can't be out there with you in the field, and this is the best thing I can think of to protect you." "Mei," Midoriya's voice softens as he wraps his friend in a hug. "Thank you." They separate a moment later, both with light blushes on their faces, and Midoriya asks a question. "Does she have a name?" "I actually thought you could name her," Hatsum explains. Midoriya thinks for a second, recalling the 6 icon that popped up in the startup sequence, and makes a decision. "I'm gonna call her Vi." "You know that Vi stands for virtual intelligence, right?" "I'm gonna call her Vi," Midoriya says adamantly. Hatsum facepalms as the newly christened Vi pipes up. "I like it." "Whatever," Mei says as she laughs. "Never change, Zuku." Midoriya moves to hand the crown back to his friend, but Hatsum waves him off. "Keep her, she's going to learn from you the more you interact, so you should work with her as much as you can." Izuku nods in understanding, stashing it in his bag. "She's equipped with Bluetooth and satellite access," Hatsum explains, "and will connect to your phone and any comm system automatically." "Thanks a lot, Hatsum," Midoriya says, hugging her again and making his way out of the door. "This is the best birthday gift ever." "It's his birthday?" Mei asks Arthur, confused. "Did you know that?" "Oh, naturally," doesn't answer. As Midoriya unlocks the door to the dojo, something makes him hesitate. Some sixth sense or tingle down his spine. It's not like when his quirk shouts that he's in danger, so he warily opens the door anyways. The interior is completely dark, a rarity for this time of day, and it sets him even more on edge. Taking a cautious step inside, he shuts the door and makes for the light switch on the far wall. Arms suddenly wrap around him from behind, and almost on instinct Midoriya throws an elbow back, slamming into his attacker into the ground. The lights flip on, and a giant cry of surprise, accompanied by the sounds of confetti poppers, rings out. Midoriya freezes like a deer in the headlights as the decorations, party hats, cake, presents, and groaning chameleon on the floor behind him register. "I told you, you shouldn't have surprised him," Dendro says smugly to the chameleon hero as she helps him stand up gingerly. The rest of the underground heroes crowd Midoriya, slapping him on the back and giving him hugs, wishing him a happy birthday. Midoriya has tears of happiness in his eyes. "Guys, you shouldn't have. Why wouldn't we celebrate our favorite hero to be's birthday?" Bastion says with a laugh, ruffling Midoriya's long hair playfully. "How did y'all even know?" Midoriya was fairly certain he didn't tell anyone when his birthday was. He wasn't fond of celebrating it given that it was also the anniversary of his father's disappearance. Dendro hacked the quirk registry, Yosai deadpants, pointing at the paralytic hero who waves sheepishly in response. "Well," Midoriya says, "that's, certainly one way to do it." Before anyone else can say anything, a wolf whistle cuts through the room. "Hayu, hunk alert," Midnight calls out, stalking through the front door with Aizawa and present Mix in tow. "Leave the kid alone, Kayama," Aizawa grunts, walking up to Midoriya and slugging him in the shoulder in greeting. "Ding, you got tall, Izuku." "What are you two talking about?" Midoriya asks with bewilderment, looking down at himself. "Wait, what the F dashed?" The shirt he's wearing, one of his favorite shirts Midyu, looks practically painted on, his abs and defined chest muscles readily apparent, his biceps straining at the fabric. "It's also shorter, or am I taller?" he thinks, as the shirt's a scant few inches from being a crop top. Several inches of his ankles are showing on his sweatpants, and now that his attention has been brought to it, all of his clothes feel tighter. "Kid, you're like 6 feet 5 inches now," Aizawa says. "You realize that, right?" "When the hell did this happen?" Present Mike cries. "Our little listener is all grown up." They're interrupted by Pathfinder, Chameleon, and Double Tap, all groaning in anguish, forking over a couple of 1,000 yen to a smiling Panacea. "Why'd you have to tell him, Midnight?" Pathfinder whined. "We had almost gotten to the date I picked. Y'all bet on when I would notice this?" Midoriya exclaims incredulously. "Yeah, no offense, sweetie," Panacea replies, "but you're very oblivious." Midoriya groans, slamming his head into the wall again and again. "Only my life." Over in the corner, an unseen Tensei leans over to Tsukachi. "Are they always like this?" The detective nods sagely. "They're the oddest makeshift family I've ever met." After Midnight secures a promise for them to go shopping for clothes soon, something that sends Kayama and Hizashi bouncing with excitement and Aizawa groaning. On a scale of 1 to 10 of excitement, Shota was dead and Hizashi was rapidly vibrating towards everyone gathers around the table, handing out cake, and Midoriya gets handed his presents. Tensei gives him a pair of Ingenium sneakers. Hizashi gives him a set of fancy headphones. Midnight gives him a t-shirt that says, "Hero Suit." Tsukachi gives him a signed All Might poster that would have reduced him to tears had he not been pretty desensitized to All Might's presence. Yosai approaches next, a long, thin bundle wrapped in cloth. "I had this commissioned for you," he says seriously, "by a traditional blacksmith in Europe. It's a culmination of many years of metallurgical development and is incredibly sharp and durable." He sets it on the table and Midoriya unwraps it. A gleaming sword sits in front of him. It's a hand-and-a-half sword, a plain steel hilt wrapped in wire, a thin crossbar, and a sturdy pommel. Complement the shiny blade, the imprints of hours of hammer work evident on its smooth surface. Izuku's eyes shimmer with unshed tears as he embraces his mentor of several years. "Thank you so much, Yosai. This means a lot." Bastion pats him on the back as he hugs him in return. "Here, I think you'll like this." Aizawa's raspy voices startled him, and Izuku looks up to see the erasure hero handing him a cardboard tube. "This is from all of us here at the agency." Midoriya pops the cap off and unfurls the poster inside. It's a large poster, maybe 4 feet long, and is certainly a custom job. Incredible hand-drawn images of all the underground heroes detail cover the poster, and each one is signed by the heroes in question. "We got this custom made for you," Dendro explains. "Aizawa knew an artist we could trust and we all posed so they could draw us in costume." "Guys, this is too much," Midoriya says. tears spilling from his eyes. I love it. Group hug. The shout comes from one of the three musketeers and everyone piles on top of him. Midoriya is laughing from the bottom as even Aizawa and Yosei join in. I love you guys. This was it. Earlier in the week, he had cleared away the rest of the beach. The arena of cars dragged away with his newfound strength. He had sparred for hours, with All Might and Yosei separately. He was as ready as he would ever be. This was it. Izuku stands in front of the massive gates of UA on the day of the entrance exam. The massive towers looming in front of him. This is the culmination of all my hard work. Every drop of sweat and blood I've spilled to improve myself, to start my path to becoming a hero. Midoriya takes his first step through the gate, towards his future. This is my starting line. His foot catches on a broken path stone, and seemingly in slow motion, the green-haired man pitches forward. Or I'll just die. As he shoots his hands out to catch himself, a hand slaps his back and Midoriya can feel the gravity on him vanish. Unfortunately, this coincided perfectly, or rather imperfectly, with his hands pushing against the stone floor, resulting in his enhanced strength sending him shooting through the air where he collides with the top of the gate, cracking the cement. Ow! Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, a sunny voice cries up to him, seemingly frantic. I stopped you with my quirk. I'm sorry I didn't ask first, but I figured it would be bad luck to fall right before the exam and I didn't think you were going to do anything. Midoriya blinks at the onslaught of words from the tall girl who is frantically waving her hands around. I'll let you down, the girl exclaims, pressing her fingertips together. Midoriya feels his gravity return to him, and before he can react he falls face first onto the ground with a thunk. Ow again, he says, muffled with his face pressed into the concrete. Izuku gingerly pushes himself up and almost gets knocked down again when a shoulder collides with his. Get the F out of the way, Deku, Bakuga growls, and stop wasting everyone's time. The explosive blonde stalks away, glaring at everyone in the courtyard before Midoriya can respond. He seems horrible, the girl says tactfully, a blush on her face for some reason as she brushes the dust off his shirt. Before Midoriya can reply, a bell sounds, and everyone hurries out of the courtyard. Ah, the pink-cheeked girl cries, that's the 5-minute alarm, we're going to be late. She rushes into the building with a hurried, nice to meet you, Deku, thrown behind her as she goes. Well, Midoriya thinks, that certainly was a sequence of events. A moment later, what she said dawns on him. Sheet. I'm going to be late for the written exam. I have to find my room. And the green-haired teen rushes in after her. Momo Yaoyorozu is panicking. One might think that she is panicking because she has to take the recommended student's entrance exam in a few hours, a notoriously cutthroat test with few who pass it. One would be wrong. One could also think that she is panicking because she has to take the UA written exam, something that has a minuscule 12% acceptance rate. One would also be wrong about that. No, Momo Yaoyorozu is panicking because she, a composed society girl, creation quirked, heir of the famous Yaoyorozu family, has 2 minutes before the written exam starts. And she is very, very lost. She rounds a corner of the maze-like halls of UA, chanting to herself, 13C, 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 as she frantically looks for her testing room, room 13C. The rooms around her are labeled Z, which makes no sense at all, so Momo dashes off down another hallway. Yaoyorozu darts around another corner, only to run into what feels like a moving brick wall and fall onto the ground. Ouch! Rubbing her forehead as a red mark makes itself evident, the black-haired girl gazes up to see her obstacle. A green-haired man with a concerned look on his face gazes down on her. Are you all right? He asks, extending his hand down to help her up. That was quite a fall, you seem to be in a hurry. Momo takes his hand, and the man levers her up. However, due to their foot placement, Momo ends up pressed against his chest once she stands up. His very firm, muscular chest. The creation quirked girl can feel her cheeks burning as she feels his muscles flex against her, and she says, I'm sorry, I'm just in a hurry because I can't find the room in which I'm supposed to take my chest. Her face burns even redder as she catches her slip. Test. I mean my test. The man has a confused look on his face as he takes a step backward, and Momo catches a glance of his bulging muscles underneath a shirt that says, Hero Suit, which is odd. Do you know what room you are in? 13B, she tells him, slowly gaining control of her blush. You're in luck, the man says with an easy grin. I'm in 13A, and I know where it is. He quickly guides her down a staircase, down a hallway, and halfway up another hallway. Here we are, he says brightly, 13A and 13B. Thank you, she says profusely. I was exceptionally lost. It's no problem, the man waves off. Good luck on your test, I hope you get in. And you as well, Momo replies, entering her testing room just as the bell rings. Man, Izuku thinks, walking into his own room, if all the girls at UA are as pretty as her and the girl at the gate, I'm going to spontaneously combust. Izuku steps off the bus to the testing center, head still reeling at the fact that Hizashi, present Mike, is proctoring the physical test, and is taken aback at the size of the testing field. A mammoth model city looms in front of him as the buses spew other UA hopefuls out near the gate. Izuku spots the girl from the gate and tries to make his way over to her when a hand claps onto his shoulder. Can't you see she's preparing for the exam as you should be? It's the interrupter from the orientation, stern-faced and authoritative. The blue-haired man's glasses glint in the sun as he continues. Or are you trying to sabotage her to better your chances? Midoriya thinks he looks oddly familiar, but can't place where from. Actually, Midoriya replies, she helped me earlier, and I wanted to thank her. The other man opens his mouth to say something, but whatever it is drowned out by present Mick's screech. Bijin. Firing up one for all in his legs, Midoriya shoots out into the testing ground at full speed, the smell of mint and ozone the only thing he leaves behind as the other test takers look on dumbly. What are you doing? Present Mike screams. There are no countdowns in real life, he has the right idea. Go, go, go! The rest of the test takers take off after the green-haired man as he reaches the first robots. Midoriya smirks as he comes upon the first of the mock opponents. Robots are his best-case scenario, as he can be destructive as he wants with them. He had reached 30% power with one for all the following week, and Izuku uses the full force to slams his armored fist through the head of the one-pointer facing him. The power from the punch blows away the robot behind his target as well, and Midoriya grins, energy crackling along his armored arms and chest. Oh yeah, this is going to be fun. Aizawa shoots a glance at the emaciated form of All Might in the corner of the observation room. He had been just as surprised as the rest of the teachers when Netsu had announced that All Might would be teaching this year, and would willingly admit that he had choked on air when the number one had revealed his injury and time limit to them. The implications of the weakness of the symbol of peace was not lost on Shota, and while he doesn't agree with the publicity the man draws, there's no concealing the fact that All Might is a tremendous and capable hero. The skinny man discreetly wipes away some blood from the corner of his mouth, and Aizawa is drawn off of his people watching as Hizashi calls. Start. The assembled teachers watch the exam unfold, most of their attention on the flashier examinees, such as the kid wielding explosions with skill, the girl floating and dropping robot after robot, and the idate in air. Aizawa's focus is elsewhere, on the examinees with subtler quirks more suited to underground heroism. He knows that Netsu sends a copy of all the footage to Bastion for the same reason, but it doesn't hurt to have the first eyes watching out. Has anyone caught your eye? Netsu asks his assembled teachers, perking up as Eraserhead shuffles through a stack of piles and pulls one out. Shinso Hitoshi, Shota reads out to the assembled heroes. His quirk is brainwashing. It allows him to take control of a target who responds to him verbally. An impressive quirk for heroics, but unfortunately not much good in this exam. Aizawa tossed the file away in disgust. This is why I've said we need to change the exam for years. There's still the rescue points, Vlad King offered up consolingly. It's not enough. Is he cleared for support gear? Midnight interjected sharply. No. He's not. So where did he get that then? She gestured at the 7-foot glowing green spear the teen was impaling robots on. Principal Netsu's furry ears perk up, rewind the tapes. They all watch attentively as the footage rewound until the spear appeared. There. Quickly pulling up the file of the student he was interacting with, Aizawa announced, "That's Midoriya Izuku." Then in an impressive double-take the name of the kid he'd been training for nearly 3 years registers. Midoriya? Aizawa, Kayama, and Hisashi all watch attentively as Midoriya forms armor around himself and impales robots on his glowing green sword. Aizawa is struck speechless, but Midnight's question breaks the silence. "So, did you know he could do that?" "No," Aizawa bites out, feeling hurt that the kid kept it from him. "No, I did not." Midoriya isn't sure what it is. Maybe it's the pounding of his heart in his ears that echoes the pounding of his feet on the pavement. Maybe it's the smell of smoke and the burning of exertion in his lungs. Maybe it's the sound of his quirk, swords and shields clashing with what feels like approval in his mind. Maybe it's the fact that he doesn't have to hold back. He can swing his sword as hard as he wants and not have to worry about his opponent. He's at full strength, dashing through the mock streets of the testing ground. Maybe it's just him. Maybe it's the smile on his face. But he's never felt more alive. Midoriya is glad he remembered to leave Hatsume's ankle weights at home. As nice as it would have been to have a bit of his best friend with him for support, and as useful as they are for training, twice the weight of his body hanging by his shins would only slow him down. Plus he'd probably get dinged for unauthorized support gear. The green-haired man somersaults through the air, transferring one for all from his legs to his arms. As he cleaves a one-pointer in two while simultaneously kicking through the carapace of a three-pointer, destroying its circuitry. He stops to catch his breath and regroup as the robots collapse in a shower of sparks. He doesn't truly need to, what with the hellish training regiment that All Might put him through, but he takes the time to gather his thoughts and tally his points. By his last count, he's at 34 points, lower than he'd like considering he's encountered mostly one-pointer robots, and he's wasted time by helping other examinees. Destroying a piece of rubble about to careen into a girl. Shielding a boy from a hail of rubber bullets he didn't see coming. Liberating a trio of test-takers who were cornered by several robots. He doesn't regret helping them, the hero in him won't let him. But Izuku is worried that it might cost him the exam. A scream from Present Mike alerts him that they've reached the halfway point and that there are only 5 minutes left, and Midoriya heaves himself up with a muttered curse. Better get back to it. A sound catches his ear, and as Midoriya rounds the corner to investigate, he's taken aback by the sight of a purple-haired man with no visible quirk wailing on a one-pointer with a piece of scrap. "Why? Won't. Smash. You. F-I-N-G. Die." Not wanting to steal the other examinee's kill, but also not wanting the man to get injured, Midoriya resolves himself to keep watch. With one last shout of anger, the man slams the scrap metal into the joints of the one-pointer, breaking its joints and sending it sparking to the ground where it shuts down. They seem oddly weak, Midoriya thinks as the purple-haired man sinks to his knees, almost like they were made to break. Oh wait. Entrance exam. Izuku turns away with the intention of finding more robots when a whirring sound meets his ears. One robot turns the corner closest to the purple-haired man, and another darts onto the street about a block away. The other examinee doesn't notice as the far robot revs up its turret and the close one rears back with a robotic arm. With a curse, Midoriya activates his quirk and moves. Shinso is sore. Shinso is angry. Shinso Fing hates robots. These thoughts, accompanied by a plethora of swears, ring through the brainwashing quirked man's head. Quickly eclipsing them, however, from his position on the ground, is alarm at the sound of a mock villain's gun spinning up, and the rubber bullets painting a line along the asphalt towards him. This is going to hurt, the purple-haired teen thinks, closing his eyes and gritting his teeth. He's in no position to move, kneeling in the rubble as he is. All he can hope is that the robots don't hit him for too long. Except, the bullets never hit him, and the reared back arm never connects. The sound of both robots crumpling to the ground echoes in Shinsu's ears as he gingerly opens his eyes, taking in the sight of a man glowing green, one fist through the head of. The near robot, his other arm outstretched where he threw a Fing sword at the other one, impaling it and deactivating it. The tall fucker isn't even breathing hard where he stands above the purple man, a stupidly friendly grin on his face and his hand outstretched to Shinso. You okay, man? I'm fine, Hitoshi grumbles, accepting the hand up and dusting himself off. Stupid strong people with stupid flashy quirks. I didn't mean to steal your points. The green-haired man fixes his hair back into its ponytail, but you seemed like you needed a hand. I did, the purple-haired teen grudgingly admits as he curses, stupid iffy robots. Ah, the other man nods, you have a mental quirk, don't you? Shinso instinctively bristles. Had anyone else said that he would have detected pity or derision in their voice, but this man's tone was oddly understanding. Seemingly sensing Shinso's confusion, the tall man nods and explains, I thought I didn't have a quirk till 1.5 years ago, so I would have been in the same boat as you for the entrance exam had mine not manifested. That's rough. Greenie shrugs. It was what it was. Looking Shinso up and down he asks, what is your quirk? Shinso sighs, internally bracing for the hate and vitriol that always wells up whenever he tells someone his quirk. It's brainwashing. Cool. Shinso asks, stunned, that's it? Yeah, the green-haired man says, there's no need for me to gush about it as much as I want to. I'm sure you hear about how it's great for heroics all the time. Not really. Shinso's voice cracks in the middle of really, as his mind reels. This is the first time someone hasn't instantly condemned him as a villain, and it's honestly shaking his worldview. That's dumb. It would be super useful for heroics, although, the other man admits, pretty useless for robots. Tell me about it, Shinso scoffs. Hey, the man exclaims, I've got an idea to help you. Shinso, Hitoshi supplies, bristling slightly, and I don't need your pity help. I'm Midoriya, the green-haired man introduces himself, and it's not pity. I want to pass on my own merits, Shinso snarls, not riding in someone else's coattails. And you will. Midoriya is calm in the face of Shinso's anger. I'm only going to be helping you help yourself. Now brainwash me and ask for a weapon. Huffing in exasperation, Hitoshi resigns himself to whatever scheme Midoriya has thought up. Hey Midoriya, what's your quirk? It's dash. Shinso watches as the familiar glazed look appears in Midoriya's eyes. Give me a weapon. The smell of mint washes over the two as a glowing green spear forms in Midoriya's hand, which he blankly hands to an awestruck Shinso. The purple-haired teen is admiring the long weapon when Midoriya unexpectedly speaks up. That was interesting. I'll have some questions about how your quirk works when we get to the hero course. Shinso looks up sharply. Did he just break out of my brainwashing? Anyways, good luck. Midoriya calls as he begins jogging away. I'll see you later. Wait. Shinso shouts after the odd man. How do I use this? It's easy. Midoriya shouts, voice fading into the distance. Just stick them with the pointy end. Hitoshi shakes his head wryly, looking at the spear in amusement. Right. Just stick them with the pointy end. How hard could it be? The teacher's control room is quiet as the footage stops. Toshinori smiles softly, proud of his successor's actions, acting like a true hero. Izuku, always helping others. I do love seeing ingenuity in our applicants. Nedza's voice rings out as the assembled teachers process the footage, watching the two applicants part as the tape winds back to the present actions of the examinees. That's all well and good, Vlad King replies, but how do we score that? Applicants are split up into separate testing grounds just so the teachers don't face dilemmas in scoring like this. It was rare for complete strangers to aid each other in ways that could affect scoring. Most tried to work on gaining their own points rather than help other people score. Shinso was scoring points, but he couldn't have gotten them without the spear Midoriya had given him. Isn't it obvious? Nedza laughs. Because young Shinso used his quirk to obtain the spear, despite it being Midoriya's suggestion, we cannot penalize them. So we must award him the points. The Chimera claps his furry hands together. In addition, award Midoriya 1/4 rescue point for each point Shinso acquires with the spear. As the teachers mutter to themselves and adjust the scoring program accordingly, the principal's voice rings out again. Keep a camera on Midoriya. I have a feeling he still has some surprises for us. Some of the teachers shudder at the ominous glee in the principal's voice. Anyone who attracts Nezu's attention that way is not someone to be envied. Uraraka Ochako has never felt better. The scent of gunpowder, hot metal, ash, and oddly enough, mint filling her senses. The sounds of crashing metal and the burn of exertion in her muscles. The feeling of adrenaline coursing through her veins offsetting the growing pit of nausea from quirk use. She's in her competitive element. She's practically floating, quirk notwithstanding. It's great to be able to go full out, she thinks as she releases her quirk, sending a pair of three-pointers plummeting to the ground. All her training for the entrance exam had been primarily focused on upping her quirk's limit, so being able to let loose in a combat situation was new and exciting. With a grunt of discomfort, she removes her gravity and leaps to the roof of a nearby building, stomach protesting as she floats through the air. Her time limit of floating herself without succumbing to nausea has improved over the past couple of months, but it is still an uncomfortable process. Alighting softly on the edge, she returns her gravity and surveys the battlefield looking for areas to gain more points. A commotion catches her eye, a student cornered by a two-pointer, her hair-based quirk doing nothing to defend her from its strikes. Jumping down, Uraraka removes her gravity just enough to keep her fall under lethal speeds, and releases her quirk just in time to slam onto the shoulders of the robot, driving it to the ground in a shower of sparks. 52. The pink-cheeked gravity girl crows out her points, shaking her hair back into its place from where it had fallen into disarray due to her rough landing. Thanks, the other girl gasps. It almost had me. Whatever Ochako was going to say is drowned out by present Mick's cry of, 2 minutes left, and a tremendous rumbling and crash of rubble as an enormous robot rears its head a couple of blocks away. Man, they really weren't kidding about the whole plus ultra thing, were they? Uraraka thinks as she pushes the other girl into a run, trying to put as much distance between them and the zero-pointer as they could. Another tremendous crash tears out through the testing ground as the two join several other examinees in sprinting down the street, the zero-pointer's arm tearing through a building like it was made of paper, flinging rubble into the air. Uraraka's eyes widen as a shadow passes overhead and she instinctively looks up. A massive chunk of concrete is flying towards them, on a beeline for the girl in front of her. There's no hesitation in her actions as she throws her shoulder into the other girl, pushing her out of the way of the rubble that would have surely crushed her. Ochako sighs in relief as they both get back to their feet and continue running, uninjured. She doesn't see the next piece of rubble that flies by, but it knocks the breath out of her as it slams her to the ground, pinning her ankle underneath it, and forcing her into a position on her stomach where she cannot reach back and touch the boulder to activate her quirk. The zero-pointer ominously rumbles closer on a collision course, unstopping and uncaring of her plight. Someone, Uraraka calls out weakly to the running examinees as air returned to her lungs, everyone's faces turned away from her. Anyone, please, help me. Isn't that a little bit overkill? Toshinori sputters out around the blood that floods the number 1 pro's mouth as the zero-pointer makes an appearance. And dangerous? No more than any of the other robots in the exam, Nezu supplies cheerfully. In fact, aside from the sheer size of our zero-pointers, one could argue that they are the safest of our mock villains due to all the fail-safes built into it. Fail-safes? The skeleton-thin hero inquires. The zero-pointer is programmed to not go for kill shots and direct hits like the other bots, the furry principal explains, and is not equipped with the guns that are standard on the other mock villains. Even a near miss from that behemoth could result in a severe injury, Toshinori hedges. Correct, and that is why Power Loader, Nexu gestures to the exoskeleton-covered hero in the corner, has a direct override to the zero-pointer, so we can shut it down should an examinee end up in too dangerous a situation. That's good, All Might comments, relievedly, before something catches his eye. The emaciated blonde points to the main screen, drawing the other teacher's attention. A situation like that? The teachers look attentively at a young girl trapped by rubble, Aizawa shuffling through papers to find her file. Uraraka Ochako, the dour pro announces, her quirk is zero gravity, so she should be able to get out of there. No look, Namuri interjects, she's pinned so she can't activate her quirk, she can't get out. Power Loader, Nezu seems to make a decision, redirect the zero-pointer. Yes, Nedzu. On the screen, the massive robot trundles slowly forward. Power loader, Nedzu asks, taking in the man's frantic typing and furrowed brow. Why isn't it stopping? It's not responding to my commands, Higuri replies. I don't know why. Nedzu, Aizawa calls, getting the principal's attention. It's targeting her. The furry chimera's eyes gleam, a sure sign of his quirk, high spec, working overdrive. All might. The blonde pro answers the principal's unspoken question with a shaken head. I'm out of time for today. Ectoplasm? One of my clones won't reach her in time. The clone hero answers sharply, but I will try. Demon. The principal curses as the tension in the room skyrockets. Mike? No good, Nedzu, the voice hero answers, tension evident in his voice. Any shockwave I could produce to knock it off course would push it onto other examinees. Can anyone do anything? It's highly unusual to hear the normally demure principal raise his voice in anger, and everyone frantically searches for a way to save the trapped girl when a green blur catches Midnight's eye. Wait, Kiyama says, pointing at one of the screens. Look. Uraraka is panicking, she's not ashamed to admit. She's pinned down. Trapped in the path of a huge robot that is targeting her. Her struggles to escape the rubble pinning her is only serving to aggravate her very broken ankle and score new scrapes and cuts on her skin. No one seems to hear her cries for help, and as the robot rears back its massive arm, winding up for a punch at her, she can only think, Mom, Dad, I'm so sorry. Her eyes close as the arm begins to fall, and the smell of mint fills her senses. The arm falls with a massive thud, kicking up dust and rubble all around her, but when the dust clears, to Uraraka's confusion, she's still alive. Gingerly opening her eyes, she is taken aback by the sight of a tall man bracing a translucent shield against the fist of the robot, his limbs crackling with energy. It's okay now, the green-haired man puts on a smile as the robot's servos strain against his strength, because I am here. Uraraka's mouth drops open in surprise at the man who just tanked the blow of a building-sized robot. Can you move? He asks, kindly but urgently. Ochako tests the weight of the boulder pressed against her, struggling to reach it with her quirk. No, she apologizes, wincing in pain. The zero-pointer rears back its hand, freeing the man from the crushing force before quickly slamming back down. A blow that the man meets with a roar and a clash of his ghostly green shield. She watches as the pavement around the man cracks, his legs sinking into the craters formed from the force of the blow. He can't keep this up, Uraraka realizes. I can't keep this up, Midoriya realizes, gritting his teeth through his smile as he feeds more of one for all into his arms. He's up to 45% now, he thinks, and he can feel the strain tugging at his arms. He's also certain that an X-ray would show hairline fractures on his superpowered arms. Wincing through his pain, his analytical mind races. He can't let go, because the next blow would crush himself and the gravity girl. He can't snatch the girl and run away for the same reason. The zero-pointer is too close and too fast. He really has only one option. Time to go plus ultra, he thinks grimly. With a pained shout, he pulses 50% of one for all into his arms, shoving back the massive form of the zero-pointer, giving him room to counterattack. For everyone watching, what happens next takes place in a smattering OS seconds. For Midoriya, the space between heartbeats seems to last hours. Thump thump. Midoriya casts one for all into his legs, bouncing between buildings like a sparking green ping-pong ball. A move that makes Toshinori in the control booth choke on air, the similarities to Gran Torino's style of movement causing minor panic. Thump thump. Izuku nears the top of the buildings, nearly level with the massive robot as he shoots higher. All the other robots had weak points, especially in the head. Hopefully, this one does too. One last kick sends him shooting into the air, and he thinks 50% should do it. Thump thump. As the green-haired man nears the apex of his flight, something catches his eye. Other examinees are running behind the zero-pointer. They're running away, but are still close enough that the robot falling down would crush them. Thump thump. He really has only one choice, a full-strength smash that keeps the zero-pointer falling straight down. As he forces 100% of one for all into his arm, forming his sword and drawing back into a throwing stance, he thinks, Chio is going to kill me. Here goes nothing. Thump thump. Detruit. The smell of mint sweeps throughout the testing ground as Midoriya seems to hang in the air above the zero-pointer, his drawn-out shout drawing the attention of everyone in the arena, the zero-pointer's fist and face rising to meet him as he moves his sword forward, throwing it with impossible speed and force. Spike. Thump thump. The force from his one-for-all powered spike of his sword practically disintegrates the zero-pointer. The sword shoots through the chassis like a knife through butter, converting the behemoth into metal scrap and shrapnel. The air pressure from his smash takes all the dangerous shrapnel and forces it straight downwards, with no chance of it shooting anywhere dangerous and hitting other examinees. Thump thump. His sword is impaled in the mound of scrap, sitting there like a modern-day sword in the stone. His arm throbs, and he can tell from the pain that it has broken in several places, the skin mottled purple and ruptured in places. The inheritor of One for All instinctively forms his armor around it in a makeshift splint as he begins to fall. As he plummets headfirst down through the air, he sees the girl he tried to save, now free from her rubble prison, the force of his strike likely having blown it away, trying to float herself up to reach him and stop his fall. He can tell she won't reach him in time, so he gracefully flips from a headfirst dive till he's falling down feet first. Pouring every bit of energy into his armor that he forms around himself, he sends a little bit of One for All into his legs as he collides with the ground, the epicenter of his own personal meteor crater, a cloud of dust shooting up. The testing ground is silent as everyone watches on. The dust slowly clears, revealing Midoriya kneeling in the crater, dazed but clearly alive. He slumps down till he's lying prone. The ghostly sword impaled in the remains of the behemoth zero-pointer flickers, and then vanishes. In the observation room, the teachers are going wild, cheering and exclaiming at the tremendous heroism shown. Except for 4. All Might is silently congratulating Izuku, fatherly pride practically emanating from his figure at his successor's heroic actions. Nedza's mind is racing. A new hero potential with the strength and attitude of All Might, yet with smarts akin to Aizawa's or his own, will require careful guiding. He simply cannot wait for the challenge. Namuri and Aizawa are staring at each other, speechless at the tremendous strength shown by the teen they'd been mentoring for over a year, in addition to everything else they learned about him today. Eraser, Midnight asks weakly, what the actual F was that? I don't know, Namuri. Aizawa's tone is flat, and his face unreadable. I don't know. Izuku comes back to lucidity to a rather odd feeling caressing him, a weird sort of weightlessness. With a groan, he opens his eyes to see the girl who had tried to help him at the UA gate, the one he had attempted to save from the zero-pointer, floating him out of his personal crater, looking at him worriedly as she sets him down gently, wincing as the movement jostles her broken ankle. Izuku racks his brain for something to say, but is coming up blank. For some godforsaken reason, the only thing that he can think of is one of the awful pickup lines Midnight had drilled into his head during their training. So, he addresses the gravity girl without thinking, you come here often? The girl stares at him for a minute in confusion, before dissolving into a fit of giggles. Midoriya's laughter at the absurdity of his question quickly follows behind. The injured pair dissolving into laughter as the stress of the day catching up to them. This is how Recovery Girl finds them, 2 students wreathed in the ruins of a zero-pointer, out of breath from laughter. The shouting that rouses a bleary Midoriya from his rest is not an unusual occurrence in the Bakugo household. Tension thrums through the air. Katsuki's aggression is equally matched by his mother's, making the hairs on Izuku's neck stand at attention. This, as well as the level of comfort he feels at Bastion's dojo, is why he rarely spends the night at the Bakugus. Mitsuki and Masaru are wonderful people, but the explosive blonde makes things uncomfortable. Sighing to himself and tucking his feet into his red boots, as well as shrugging on his dad's old jacket, the green-haired man stealthily creeps out the bedroom and past the kitchen where the pair are fighting, checking the mail as he goes. The mail is, of course, the only reason he's sleeping at the Bakugus instead of the dojo, as his mailing address is technically there, due to his mother's will. Another perk of slipping out of the house unnoticed, Izuku thinks as he eases shut the door and pads down the street, trekking towards the dojo under the slowly brightening sky, is that I can avoid Kaken. The explosive blonde has been glaring daggers at Izuku ever since the entrance exam. As if he's offended by the very notion of the green-haired teen trying to be a hero. If harsh looks were weapons, Midoriya would be dead. However, they're not, and Mitsuki keeps Kaken in check while under her roof. So he doesn't have to worry about a confrontation while staying there. A confrontation on the streets, however, is much more likely. Bakugo's angry looks point towards a storm brewing, and Izuku is not looking forward to when it breaks. Which is why he picks up the pace, itching to get out of the neighborhood before he can run into Bakugo. Midoriya is about halfway to the dojo, just crossing over into downtown Mizudafu when the notification for an incoming text catches his attention. Hoping it's Hatsum or Tashinori, he slows down and pulls out the device, checking the message. It wasn't a text from either of those two, but instead from Vi, and doesn't that just blow Izuku's mind? Being able to message a virtual assistant that his best friend had created to aid in hero work seems like something out of a science fiction novel. Apparently the virtual intelligence was receiving hardware and software updates by authorized users, which meant that Hatsum was likely on an engineering spree and wouldn't be texting back any time in the next couple days. With a fond smile, Midoriya sends a text to his pink-haired friend reminding her to eat and sleep at acceptable intervals and text him back when she's done. Picking up the pace again as he slips his phone into a jacket pocket, Midoriya thinks that it wouldn't be out of character for Mei to have been accepted immediately into the support course. Those high-density weights are truly miraculous, and have holed up in the UA labs the second she could. Faltering slightly, Midoriya worries that UA might not be ready for the unique brand of genius and enthusiasm that is Hatsum Mei. Should I warn them? He mutters to himself, concerned before deciding. They have pro heroes as teachers. I'm sure whoever is teaching the support course can handle her. Across the city, a hero dressed in an excavator suit feels shivers of fear and foreboding trickle down his spine. The dojo is empty when Izuku opens the door, the hanging bell jingling behind him as the door swings shut. Checking the rec room to see if anyone is there, and finding no one, he makes his way upstairs to his room, hanging his jacket on ARTHUR's frozen frame as he shuts the door most of the way behind him. He's mid-unpacking his duffel bag when a knock on the doorframe catches his attention. Looking up, the familiar form of his mentor, Yosei Yaoyorozu, also known as the pro-hero Bastion, is standing at the door. Midoriya, the look on Bastion's face is what the underground hero agency collectively calls the "you fed up" face. We need to talk. He makes a beckoning motion as he turns away. Come with me. Izuku runs through everything he could have done to warrant a scolding and comes up empty, so he sets his bag down quickly and hurries after his mentor. Shooting a quick, mostly joking text to Uraraka, the pair had exchanged numbers and a hearty fist bump when they parted ways after the exam, that simply said, "If I don't text in 3 hours, avenge me." Izuku follows Yosei down into the dojo. So, his mentor says with a stern face. So, Midoriya's voice doesn't crack, but it's a close thing. I received a set of very interesting footage this morning from an old friend of mine. Yosei says, expression unreadable. Any idea what that was? Taking in the look of pure confusion on his pupil's face, the old hero sighs and continues. Netsu sends me the entrance exam footage every year, so I can scope out any underground hero prospects. A raised hand forestalls Midoriya's incoming question, and the teen clamps his mouth shut. And no, I don't know your score. I wasn't going to ask that, Izuku grumbles petulantly. Ignoring the young man, Bastion pulls out his phone and opens it to show a video playing. Care to tell me what's going on here? Midoriya peers closer and sees the footage of him fighting a couple of three-pointer robots and then the massive zero-pointer. That's me at the entrance exam? Izuku says, more a question than a statement, confused as to what Yosei is asking. Bastion grunts. When were you going to tell me, your mentor who fights almost exclusively with oral energy shields, that you can create aura-based energy shields? Oh my god, Midoriya thinks, disbelief and panic warring in his mind. I forgot to tell Bastion. An idiot. He had been so busy training with all might and focusing on gaining control of One for All that he had completely forgotten to tell Bastion about his quirk evolution. Would you believe me if I said it had simply slipped my mind? Midoriya offers up nervously. The look on Bastion's face tells Izuku exactly what his mentor thinks of that statement. It's true. I was getting some strength training from someone else and I got so busy working on my quirk I forgot. The old pro hums disbelievingly. Whatever, he shrugs. You're a kid, you make mistakes, but now you'll pay for them. Because that's not a concerning statement at all, Izuku thinks. I'm going to train you to the bone on this new aspect of your quirk. Bastion's eyes glint wickedly. Every day, maximum effort until you get into UA. If I get into you, Midoriya mutters to himself, doubt welling in his mind. He had lost count of his points during his encounter with Shinso and rescuing Uraraka from the zero-pointer, and was worried that he hadn't passed. The fact that All Might still hasn't messaged him back is not helping his anxiety on the outcome of the exam. Hey, Bastion's gaze is softer now as he claps a hand to Midoriya's shoulder. Don't doubt yourself, you're an amazing fighter with a heart in the right place. I'm sure your hard work hasn't gone to waste. Thanks, Yosai, Midoriya sniffs, turning away to wipe away the tears welling up in his eyes, which his mentor kindly doesn't mention. That means a lot. I know, kid. Bastion ruffles Midoriya's fluffy green hair. Now, tell me about what's new with your quirk. Straightening up and drawing his notebook from seemingly thin air, Midoriya flips through till he finds his quirk's page. I can form an aura-based armor around myself, as well as make a sword, shield, and spear with the same energy, Izuku lists off, on top of my mastery of sword fighting that you already know about. Midoriya taps his chin, searching his brain for what he's forgetting. Oh yeah. I'm super limited in what I can form out of that aura armor, only that basic sword, shield, and spear. And they can exist away from me for about 5 minutes, or till I lose concentration. And the rest of it? What? The whole super strength thing? Bastion asks incredulously. You vaporized a skyscraper-sized robot with one punch. Don't tell me you forgot. Oh, that, Midoriya says, as he doesn't really think of One for All and Green Knight as one quirk, so it took him a moment to realize what his mentor was talking about. Yes, that, Bastion echoes sarcastically. What was that? Luckily, Izuku and All Might had decided on a cover story for his newfound strength, and this would be its first test. If I focus the energy that I normally push into my armor onto my limbs, it enhances my strength to a huge extent, he explains, so much so that it's actually too much energy. It was a simple explanation, but one that apparently satisfies Bastion, so Midoriya keeps going. It's hard to keep my energy focused on my limbs when I'm also using my sword, shield, and armor, Midoriya explains, looking down at his arms as if they hold the secrets to his quirks. You said you had a trainer? Oh yeah, Midoriya is noticeably nervous now. He's an old hero, you've probably never heard of him. Try me, Bastion says with a quirked eyebrow. Ah, Izuku winces. His name is Yagi Tashinori. Please don't recognize the name. Bastion grunts, an odd glint in his eye. Thank God. Control is something we can work on as well as dispersion, Yosai assures Midoriya, glossing over his student's answer. We have less time than if you had told me earlier, but we can make it count. I couldn't be where I am today without all the help I've gotten, Izuku thinks, still staring down at his clenched fists. Even with all my hard work, this is still just my starting line. I have so far to go. All right, Bastion grunts, interrupting Midoriya's train of thought. Let's see what you can do. Huh. Midoriya looks up in time to see a fist coated in yellow energy flying at his face. The smell of mint fills the dojo as his green, armor-coated arm swings up and bats the blow away. Come on, Midoriya, Yosai exclaims, a wicked grin on his face lit by the glowing of his quirk. Try to keep up. Show me what you got. It's at moments like these that Izuku remembers that his mentor was a highly successful hero in his own right. But Midoriya can't stop the similar smirk that forms on his face as his armor coats his body, and he quickly falls into a defensive stance, the clash of swords and steel ringing through his head. Bring it on, old man. You know, that wasn't actually half bad. Midoriya lets out a groan from where he's splayed out on the sweat-soaked pads of the dojo floor, gasping for breath. That's easy for you to say, Izuku grumbles. You kicked my butt. Well, Bastion says from where he's perched above Midoriya, I've had much more practice than you. And besides, he says, extending a hand and hoisting Midoriya to his feet, you know what they say. Izuku mutters something that sounds suspiciously like, that dumb pro heroes with stupidly cool quirks are jargus, under his breath as he stretches. Go take a shower, Midoriya, Bastion says, pushing him towards the stairs. You stink. Yeah, Izuku waves off, plodding towards the stairs. Hey wait, Bastion, what do they say? Go away, Midoriya. Bastion, what do they say? Midoriya calls to his teachers retreating back. Are you making fun of me? Yosai, what do they say? His only answer is the retreating cackles from his mentor. Yosai's chuckles fade as he steps into the agency's office, sitting down at the desk and pulling out his old UA yearbook. Flipping through the pages, further and further back till he gets to the Y last names, he slows to a stop. There next to his picture, fresh-faced and bushy-haired, is a picture of Yagi Tashinori. What are you teaching my student, All Might? He asks his old friend's picture. Just what are you doing with our boy? The heat from the shower is fogging up the mirror in the bathroom when Midoriya checks his phone again, wiping the steam that's accumulated on the device's screen off. The name, Deku, starts off the set of worried texts from Uraraka that greet him, and Midoriya's lips quirk into an expression halfway between a grin and a grimace. The bubbly gravity-quirked girl had heard Bakugo call him the insult before the entrance exam, and mistook it for his name. When she had called him Deku after they were both carted to the nurse's office and healed, he had been surprised and offended. Something that had apparently shown on his face, as she had quickly apologized, explaining how she thought it meant Dikairu, or, you can do it. Izuku had been called Deku with derision for years, the words, worthless and useless, drilled into his soul. As he sat there, shattered arm hanging limp as an irate recovery girl berated him for destroying his bones again. Izuku thought that maybe it was time to change its meaning, to claim it for himself. So with a wry grin he had told Uraraka, it's okay, you can call me that, it's different when you say it. Her happy smile had been worth it. But it is still a difficult process to see it not as an insult. Midoriya, if I don't text in 3 hours. Avenge me. Uraraka, Deku? You okay? Uraraka, that was mildly concerning. Uraraka, please respond, it's too early in my life for a vengeance mission. Midoriya, I'm fine. Midoriya, my trainer was mad about something and trained me to death. Uraraka, you are awfully lively for a ghost. Uraraka, and good at texting? Midoriya, haha, very funny. Midoriya, no vengeance for you, fortunately, unfortunately. Midoriya, GG, talk to you later. Uraraka. Midoriya chuckles as he puts down the phone and steps into the shower. Uraraka is a really nice person, and he hopes she gets into UA. It would be nice to have a friend in the hero course with him, assuming they both make it in and are in the same class. The cherry blossom tree is bare and skeletal. Its spindly branches cast shadows over his freckled face as Izuku sits against the tree trunk facing his mother's grave and the ocean. His legs splayed out and fingers carding through the grass. His head is quieter than it's been in a while, the ever-present sounds of his instincts that manifest as the clashing of steel and swords are faint as if his quirk understands the situation. The faint crashing of waves and the taste of salt in the air invade his senses but don't manage to distract Midoriya from the heavy letter burning a hole in his pocket. The wind tousles his long hair as Izuku stares over the edge of the cliff, past the horizon, the ocean, and the rim of the world. Hey, Mom. Izuku's lips quirk into a sad smile as he begins to speak haltingly. The letter came today from you, he tells her grave, it's my acceptance or rejection. Izuku's voice falters as he collects his thoughts. I'm a little scared to open it if I'm being honest. What if I don't get in? He asks, what if all my hard work and training is for nothing and I failed? What if I am worthless like everyone said? He doesn't voice. He presses his forehead against his knees. I don't want to let everyone down. I want to make you proud. It didn't feel right to open this without you, Midoriya says to Inko's grave. I miss you so much. A broken chuckle escapes from his lips as he wipes the fledgling tears out of his eyes, but I guess that's obvious. Drawing the heavy envelope from the pocket of his dad's jacket, the faint smell of mint that his dad and he share floating up as he jostles the fabric, Izuku looks at it seriously. It's deceptively unassuming for an object that will change his life one way or another. Whether for better or for worse he won't know until it's open. The green-haired man spends far too long turning the letter over and over, fingers tracing the bumps and grooves of the heavy paper, stalling the inevitable. Here goes nothing. Staring at the plain envelope, Izuku steels his nerves and rips it open. To Midoriya's surprise, a heavy metal disc falls out onto his lap, and a hologram flickers to life. I am here. As a projection. All Might. There are tears streaming down Midoriya's face as All Might finishes his speech detailing his points and class information. Young Midoriya, his mentor gestures widely on the hologram, ever-present smile on his face. This is your hero academia. I got in, Mom, I got in. Izuku tells her gravestone, more excited than he's been in a while. A sound draws his attention back to the hologram. And Izuku, my boy, the blonde hero's smile is softer now, more Tashinori than All Might. I am so proud of you. Midoriya unlocks the door to the dojo, keys sliding into the old lock with practiced ease, and something makes him hesitate. Some sixth sense or tingle down his spine. It's not the same sensation as when his quirk warns that he is in danger, so Izuku warily opens the door. The interior is completely dark, a rarity for this time of day, and it sets him even more on edge. Taking a cautious step inside, he shuts the door and makes for the light switch on the far wall, pooling a small amount of one for all to his limbs. Enough to boost his strength, but not enough to light him up like a glow stick. Arms violently wrap around him from the rear and on instinct Midoriya throws an elbow back, missing as the person dodges, falling to the ground in an effort to evade the green-haired man's blow. The lights flip on, and a giant cry of surprise, accompanied by the sounds of confetti poppers ring out. Midoriya freezes like a deer in the headlights as everything registers, and a laughing chameleon on the floor behind him calls out, "You missed me this time." A banner on the wall says, "Happy Birthday Acceptance," and Izuku can't help but giggle at it. The rest of the underground heroes huddle around Midoriya, slapping him on the back, ruffling his hair, and congratulating him. "I love you guys," Midoriya says, tearing up as he hugs them all back. Midoriya's gaze is drawn to his mentor as the older hero approaches him. "I told you would make it in." The fond smile on Bastion's face is enough to reduce Midoriya to happy tears as the rest of the dojo crowds around him again, offering congratulations and cheers. Thank you so much for everything," Izuku sobs happily. "I couldn't have done this without you." "Chin up, kid," Bastion says, ruffling his hair. "Besides, your trials don't end here. You're in 1A, right?" Midoriya nods, not questioning how his mentor knows that. "I've heard that the 1A teacher expelled his entire class last year," he whispers conspiratorially. The shock and fear in Izuku's eyes are apparent as he gasps out, "Really?" 100%, Bastion confirms. Whatever else Midoriya is about to say is interrupted by shouts from the three musketeers. "Little Midoriya. Congrats, dude. You made it, man." Izuku is blindsided as Double Tap, Pathfinder, and Chameleon tackle him to the ground, showering him in congratulations as they wrestle and play fight like a squad of puppies. Dendro sidles up to Bastion, watching the quartet roughhouse in the middle of the room. "Are you going to tell him that Shoyuta is his teacher?" "No." The grin on Yosai's face is wicked and barbed, causing the paralytic heroine to shudder. "I think I'll just let him be surprised." Midoriya's room at the Bakugas is all packed away. His scant few posters and sets of clothes carefully rolled and stuffed into a duffel bag, notebooks filling his backpack. There was surprisingly little at the house. To Izuku's surprise, he had moved almost everything he owned to the dojo, only leaving a few necessary items at the Bakugas house. There was an almost bittersweet feeling as he walks away from the house he had been staying at, after only one more night, that he was spending at the dojo, He would be moving into the dorms at UA. Midoriya cuts through an alleyway on his way to the dojo, reminiscing on his time with the Bakugas. He would miss Mitsuki and Masaru. They were kind to him, taking him in as they did, and he can't blame them for Katsuki's behavior. DKU. Speak of the devil and he shall appear, Izuku mutters to himself, turning around just in time for the explosive blonde to slam him into the alleyway's wall, a vicious look on his face and popping palms displaying his rage. It takes everything in Midoriya to not immediately counter and drive him into the dirt, but Izuku restrains himself. I thought it told you not to go to you, the explosive blonde growls, gripping Izuku's lapels and getting into his face. You never listen to me, you worthless freak. I don't need to listen to you, Midoriya's voice is even, but no one could mistake it as genial, not now, not ever. How did you even get in? Bakugo talks over him, not even listening to the green-haired man. Why would they let in a quirkless Deku like you? Did you cheat? I got in just the same as you, fair and square, Izuku shoots back. And I've been telling you for years that I'm not quirkless. Yeah, right, Bakugo spits. Quit lying to me. That's it, Izuku's had enough. Feeding enough one for all into his hands to effortlessly break Bakugo's grip, he surges upwards, slamming the now shocked blonde into the wall with enough force to crack the brick. In case you haven't noticed, Midoriya snarls into his tormentor's face. This isn't high school anymore. Our world has changed, I've changed. Bakugo's eyes are wild as if he is truly just now noticing that Izuku isn't the same scrawny boy he used to torment. I'm not the same kid you can beat up on. Midoriya pushes off the explosive blonde, leaving him gasping for breath with his clothes askew. And Bakugo? Midoriya stalks away, calling over his shoulder as he does, you're going to have to change too. One last parting shot drives through Katsuki's ears like a sword. Otherwise, you will be left behind. So here's the thing. Midoriya hates being late. Truly despises it. Perhaps it's some deep-seated fear of being too late to save someone. Perhaps it's just anxiety. Whatever the reason, Izuku decided to try to arrive at the UA move-in day 30 minutes early. This is why he planned to take the early train, which runs about half an hour earlier than his normal train, but the connecting train from the dojo leaves another half hour early. It would be bad to miss that one, so he has to leave even earlier to get to the station on time. The necessity of being early for a train compounds down the train schedule. The outcome being Izuku standing outside of UA's gate, comically oversized duffel bag slung over his shoulder, a box of posters and notebooks under one arm, and a collapsed AR under the other, being stared down by a stony-faced hero. You do realize, Cementos asks in his gravelly voice, that you're 3 hours early to move in? Yeah, Midoriya thinks, anxiety's a beach. Whatever. The cement hero rumbles when Izuku only gives an apologetic shrug as an answer. Your building is around the corner, Dorm 1A of Heights Alliance. Room assignments are on the entrance table and marked by your student number. Good luck, kid. Suddenly realizing he's been dismissed, Midoriya stumbles over the gateway as he walks onto campus, wondering if it's too late to ask for the hero's autograph. Or too early? Calling back his thanks to the cement hero, Izuku rounds the corner and takes in the sight of the building that will be his home for the next 3 years. This is it, Izuku thinks, shrugging his duffel bag higher onto his shoulders as he stares at the twin wings of the dorm, the start of My Hero Academia. There's a stack of folders on a table by the entrance, just as Cementos said, and Izuku flips through them till he finds the one labeled with his student number, 042, and plucks his key out of it. Inside the folder is also a map of the dorm room and common areas of campus, such as the cafeteria and workout gyms, as well as a set of dorm rules that mostly covered conduct and curfews. He's sorting through the new information in the folder as he pops the up button of the elevator with his hip, sending the surprisingly roomy elevator to the 5th floor. Maybe it's to accommodate students with mutations or quirks like empty ladies. He wonders over the size. UA surely does think of everything. The hallway is carpeted, muffling the sounds of his footprints as Izuku strolls down the rows of doors, searching for the one he's assigned to and finding it at the far end of the hall. Home sweet home, he comments, hearing the click of electronics as the lock authenticates his key physically and digitally as he unlocks the door, stepping into his room. It's certainly not a massive room, but it's bigger than he had expected. It's larger than his room at the Bakugu's and the one he uses at the dojo. In the corner sits a desk and chair, on one wall there's a bookshelf, and on the other, there's a small closet and dresser. The bed is also bigger than he expected. Having heard horror stories of tiny twin-sized beds in dorms, Izuku is pleasantly surprised to see a full-sized bed, one that's long as well, so hopefully his feet won't hang off the edge like they do at the Bakugu's house. Setting down Artiver, who unfolds but remains deactivated, next to the stack of boxes that he had mailed ahead of time at Bastion's advice, Izuku takes a moment to extract his speakers from the boxes and set them up around the room. Pulling out his phone, he wirelessly connects to them and says aloud, "Hey Vi, can you play my workout playlist?" Hatsume's creation speaks up from his phone, voice echoing about the speakers. "You got it, boss." Loud electric piano sounds are followed by a fast-paced drum tapping, and Midoriya begins bouncing his head along to the music before freezing. Stepping outside, he shuts his door and listens carefully. Grinning because he hears nothing when the door is shut, he thinks, "Thank God for soundproofing," as he steps back inside, closing the door behind him. Shooting a quick text to Uraraka, telling her that his door is unlocked and that she can come and grab him once people start introducing themselves, Izuku tosses his phone on the bed. Cracking his neck and his knuckles, the green-haired man calls, "Vi, turn it up." Perfect. The music swells to pulse-thumping volumes as Izuku grins, snatching up his first box of belongings. "Now let's begin." Uraraka lets out a groan, arching her back to relieve a bit of her stomach soreness as her bed thumps to the floor, the last piece she wanted to rearrange in her room settling into place. Zero gravity makes for an easy move-in experience, all of her belongings having weighed nothing as she toted them up to her room on the 4th floor. But all that quirk use has made her thirsty, so the pink-cheeked girl grabs her keys, water bottle and phone, roving out in search of water or tea. Of course, she didn't have to roam long, only as far afield as the joint common room and kitchen where there was a water bottle filling station. And isn't that just fancy? As well as it being something that tickles her thrifty heart. Buying plastic water bottles is so much more expensive and bad for the environment than reusable bottles. Filling up her bottle and gulping from it like a castaway victim, Uraraka meanders towards the common room, where a group of people has assembled near the couches, chattering and laughing amongst themselves. A tall boy is scolding a kid with weird elbows and a grape. 3 men are chatting in the corner, each one looking like a rock, a bird, and a human octopus respectively. There's also a girl in the corner, looking like a picture of sophisticated grace as she reads a scarily thick book in a comfortable armchair. A pink-haired girl breaks off from where she's speaking to a well-muscled, sharp-toothed man as Uraraka approaches. "Hey!" She approaches Uraraka, a wide grin on her black-eyed face. "I'm Mina Ishido. What's your name?" "Uraraka Achiko," she replies, slightly taken aback at the other girl's exuberance. "Nice to meet you, Mina." "Yeah." Mina pumps a fist in the air. "You too." After a minute of discussing their move-in experiences, Mina interrupts. "Hey, I'm trying to collect everyone for a little meet and greet." Mina sweeps an arm about, gesturing to the small gathering of students. "Are you in?" "Yeah, that sounds fun," Uraraka agrees with a grin. "I need to go get my friend from upstairs first if that's okay?" "That's fine," Mina says with a shrug. "I've been sweeping the floors gathering people up, but I still have to do the 4th and 5th floor, and oh boy was there an angry guy on the 3rd floor, so I'll come with you." "Okie dokie," Uraraka agrees amicably. As the pair makes their way to the elevator, they are joined by the girl who was reading, a faint blush dusting her cheeks. "I overheard you two talking about going upstairs to gather the rest," she explains sheepishly, holding up her book. "And I figured that I should put this up if we are to be introducing ourselves. I will accompany you to the 5th floor. If that is okay?" "Of course," Uraraka assures. Mina adding on, "The more the merrier." "Oh, how rude of me, I never introduced myself," the black-haired girl apologizes as the elevator doors close. "My name is Yayoro Zumomo. It is a pleasure to meet you both. One day I set my eyes up to the sky." Izuku sings the lyrics as he slots a few of his analysis notebooks onto the shelves above his desk, voice loud and off-key but drowned out by the loud music. And like a plane, my dreams were passing by. He presses a box against the wall with his chest so he can use both hands to unload the rest of his books on the bookshelf, letting out a muffled F dash as the box drops away and he sees a large ink stain left behind on his t-shirt. This was one of my favorite shirts, he thinks, annoyed as he strips it off and tosses it into the laundry hamper, not bothering to put a new one on. Hopefully I can clean that off. And I awoke to tears that had filled my eyes. Bending down, Midoriya pops open the third to last box and extracts his portable pull-up bar with a grin on his face. This one is a special design by Hatsum that doesn't need a doorframe to attach to, and can hang in the middle of the ceiling. Hanging it up, Izuku grips the handles and does 10 quick pull-ups in succession. Now I can squeeze in a workout while I unpack, he mutters to himself with a grin. Nice. I need to spread my wings out and fly. Unseen on his bed, Midoriya's phone buzzes with a notification from Uraraka. Momo feels out of place. Maybe it's the way Mina and an electric blonde named Kaminari dominate the conversation as she trails behind them. Maybe it's the way Uraraka and a tired man named Shinso chat quietly, discussing the entrance exams after they gathered Shinso from his room on the 5th floor. Maybe it's the way Shoto Todoroki stands next to her, the other recommendation student stoically yet awkwardly avoiding conversation with everyone as Uraraka leads the way to her friend's door, which is right next door to Shinso. It's probably the fact that she is sheltered. She knows her parents have a good reason for her schooling to have been done through a series of private tutors rather than going to a real school. The heir of the Yayorozu Corporation, a girl with an insanely exploitable quirk, naturally needed to be guarded during her formative years. But as a result, she's lost out on an experience that most kids have as they grow up. Making friends. Not that she was friendless, she had a passable relationship with Todoroki and Ida. Their parents roaming in the same circles had led to them being introduced during high society events. It's just that she has no experience with the more organic process of going from stranger to friend. Momo is broken out of her thoughts as Uraraka knocks on her friend's door, at the end of the same hall that Momo's room is on. After a moment with no reply, the pink-cheeked girl knocks once more, only to receive no answer once again. He should be in there, the girl wrings her hands nervously. He sent me a text asking him to come to get him once he was ready. Maybe he's asleep, Mina supplies. I can melt his doorknob off? We're not vandalizing school property before our first day is over, Momo scolds the acidic woman. Someone has to be the voice of reason here, the creation quirked girl thinks, and it looks like no one else is up to the task. Ah, Mina whines, grinning to take the sting out of her words. You're no fun. He's probably just not heard us because of his music, Shinso tiredly comments. You can't tell from out here because of the soundproofing, but some of his music was leaking through our shared wall, so it must be pretty loud. Well, Deku did say his door was unlocked, Uraraka says, so should we just open it? The choice is taken out of their hands as Todoroki silently leans forward and turns the handle, the door swinging open and music with a driving beat spilling out of the room as he does. Momo can feel herself blushing as she recognizes the man in the room. I was right, he is incredibly well-muscled, the unbidden thought popping into her head. In the middle of the room, a long-haired man's back is facing them, muscles bulging as he effortlessly does pull-ups at a high speed, a thin layer of sweat making his bare skin glisten in the light. Mina slowly raises her phone and snaps a picture of the sight. Mina no, Uraraka hisses, half-heartedly trying to wrestle the phone out of the pink-haired girl's grip, a faint dusting of red staining her cheeks as she keeps an eye on the man. Mina yes, the girl says, snatching her phone back. Momo feels her blush spreading across her face as the man effortlessly contorts his body, legs swinging up and hooking onto the pull-up bar as he flips, hanging by his knees as he transitions seamlessly into upside-down sit-ups. The man's eyes are closed, but everyone's attention is drawn to his washboard abs instead of his face. Mina raises her phone again to snap another picture, but the settings must have changed as she and Uraraka struggled over the device, because this time the flash goes off as the picture is taken. The man must have seen the flash through his closed eyelids because he opens his eyes and blinks dumbly at the 6 people standing in the doorway. Ugh, he opens his mouth, hair brushing the ground as he pauses mid-sit-up. Hi. To say Midoriya Izuku is confused would be an understatement. He's upside down, music thumping in his ears, and staring at 3 of the most attractive girls he's ever seen. 2 of which he recognizes. It's good to see Uraraka again, as they hadn't seen each other since the exam, and he's glad to see the beautiful girl who had run headfirst into him made it in as well. The pink-skinned girl seems to be liking her lips and staring at him hungrily, and Uraraka and the exam girl are blushing heavily for some reason. He's wondering about why that is when his thoughts are interrupted by Shinso face-palming and saying, "Hey Midoriya, why don't you put a shirt on?" Realization dawns on Izuku as he cranes his neck upwards and notices his bare chest on view for everyone to see. Letting out an embarrassingly high-pitched squeak, the green-haired man rolls off his pull-up bar and quickly pulls on the first shirt he can grab out of his closet. Looking up, Midoriya sees the purple-haired man roll his eyes at him. "That's not much better," he drawls. In his haste, Midoriya had pulled on one of his pre-growth spurt shirts, so it looks like he was wearing a skin-tight crop top that says, "dress shirt," on it. Letting out a long-suffering sigh, Midoriya mentally gives up and addresses the group. "So, why are you guys in my room?" "Hiya Deku," Uraraka cheerily waves, the blush having faded from her cheeks. "We were just gathering everyone for a meet and greet, and you were the last one. You didn't hear us knocking, so Todoroki just opened the door." The heterochromatic man in question gives a curt nod from the back of the group as Midoriya realizes that his playlist is still pumping loudly. So Izuku snatches up his phone and pauses it. "Sorry about that." Midoriya apologizes sheepishly. "Guess I got distracted." "That's fine Midori," the pink-skinned girl exclaims. "Nice to meet ya. I'm Mina Ishido." "Midoriya Izuku," Midoriya replies, thinking, "Midori? It's nice to meet you as well, Ishido." Turning to Shinso with a grin, Izuku congratulates. "Hey Shinso, good to see that you made it in." "No small thanks to you," the purple-haired man waves off with a small smile. "Good to see you too." Accepting his thanks with an easy grin, Midoriya turns to the tall ponytailed girl. "Congratulations to you as well, Mississippi. I'm afraid I never got your name." "Ah yes of course," she replies, a faint dusting of red still staining her cheeks as she pointedly avoids looking at the strip of skin showing between his shirt and pants. "My name is Yaoyorozu Momo." Yaoyorozu, Midoriya wonders to himself. Could she be related to Yosai? I mean, it is a fairly common name. Mina asks, "Hey, you know Momo already, Midori?" "I guess you could say we've run into each other," Midoriya quips with a smirk. Momo rewards his comment with a giggle and Midoriya despairs. "Oh no, she's cute as well as gorgeous." The rest of the group looks on in confusion, but neither of them elaborate. "Well Midoriya," Mina replies with a saucy wink, "I hope we get to know each other too." Midoriya feels the tips of his ears burn as he catches the girl's innuendo, but brushes it off with a simple, friendly, "That'd be nice." Ignoring Mina's playful pout, Izuku's attention is drawn to an electric blonde man who pipes up. "Hey man, your room looks super rad." This enthusiasm is something Midoriya is equipped to deal with more than pretty girls, thanks to his friendship with Hisashi and Double Tap. "Thanks, man," he replies, gesturing to the lightning strike in the man's hair. "Your hair looks cool too." Everyone starts poking around his room. Yaoyorozu and Todoroki are perusing his bookshelves. Mina and Kaminari are geeking out over his sword that's hung on the wall, and Izuku, Uraraka, and Shinso are discussing the entrance exam. They're on the subject of the rescue points when Midoriya hears Kaminari's comment. "Hey Mina, what do you think this cool metal sculpture is? I wonder what this button on it does." "Dude, it might not be a good idea to press things you don't know anything about," Mina replies apprehensively. "Oh come on," Kaminari wheedles, hitting the button. "What's the worst that could happen?" There's the sound of metal whirring as the robot unfolds itself. "Hello. I am a rather thoroughly horrific unrelenting robot, or AR for short," Arthur says in his usual peppy voice. "Would you like to spar?" Kaminari screeches. "Midoriya, you have a robot to spar with? That's so cool." Command, spar recognized. You have activated the sparring routine. Mode, plus ultra. It's time to go beyond. An arm extends, shooting a sword out directly towards Kaminari's face. Prepare for death. The second he heard the words, sparring routine, Midoriya abandons his conversation and leaps across the bedroom, vaulting over the bed and snapping a blow towards Arthur's rapidly extending sword. With a spray of sparks, Arthur's arm shears off at the wrist from the force of Izuku's strike, and the green-haired man slams the button in the center of the robot's chest, pulling him out of sparring mode. Arthur, stand down, Izuku commands, turning to Kaminari once the robot obeys. Are you okay? Did he get you anywhere? The electric blonde is breathing heavily, eyes wide with panic as he realizes how close of a call that was. Holy shit, he almost killed me. You're lucky I noticed in time, Midoriya tells the other man. I didn't even see you move, Kaminari says, looking at Izuku in awe. That was so quick. I must have inadvertently used some of One for All to jump, Midoriya realizes with a grimace. I'm lucky I didn't destroy the room. How about we do not touch anything else, he says aloud to the rest of the room, all of whom are watching him with wide eyes, and go downstairs. Yeah, that might be a good idea, Uraraka says, shooing everyone out of the room as Midoriya deposits Arthur's severed arm on his bed. As everyone leaves, Todoroki examines the broken appendage, noting the shear lines where the solid steel had crumpled, shrewdly watching Izuku's retreating form. Just how strong is he? There's something about the crisp morning air pumping through his lungs that makes Izuku feel alive during his morning runs. There's something about the burn of his muscles, the blood pounding in his ears to the same rhythm as his feet on the ground, and the cool wind on his face that makes him enjoy running, Izuku thinks as he slows to a stop after his fourth lap of the dorms. There's another thing that I enjoy, the green-haired man thinks, looking off into the distance above the Muzutafu skyline. The sun has just begun rising, vibrant reds and purples are strewn across the brightening sky, stars fading away and being replaced with a deep blue. Yeah, he thinks, that never gets old. Midoriya's appreciation of the sunrise is interrupted by the sound of feet on concrete, and the man turns around to see Ida jogging towards him. Ah, Midoriya, the officious man greets, good to see you working hard, just as I would expect from someone as dedicated as you. Thanks, Ida, Midoriya says with an easy smile, good to see you too. The pair go through their cool-down stretches together, before the engine-quirked man broaches conversation again. Midoriya, I've been meaning to commend you for your performance on the entrance exam, he starts, particularly with the rescue points. You realize that there was something more to the exam, and I completely misjudged you. If I had been as perceptive as you, perhaps I would have scored better. Izuku sighs, straightening up and leveling Ida with a serious look. Then you've missed the point. Huh. I had no idea of the rescue points, Izuku explains, and even if I did, then my actions wouldn't have changed. Then why did you work so hard towards them? I don't understand, Ida asks, the confusion in his eyes hid behind his glasses. Why did you become a hero, Ida? Why does that matter? The man asks. Just humor me, Midoriya implores. I have a legacy to uphold. I come from a long line of heroes who I cannot let down. I want to do what is right. A respectable reason, Midoriya nods in understanding. I becoming a hero because I want to save everyone. That is why I stopped so often to rescue people. Midoriya stares at his clenched fist. I cannot pass someone by when I can help them. I see, Ida straightens his glasses. You are truly more noble than I had thought, Midoriya. I have some catching up to do if I want to make my family proud. It takes time, Midoriya claps Ida on the shoulder, and I'm sure that Tensei is proud of you no matter what. Ida chokes on his sip of orange juice. You know my brother. How? Midoriya laughs, sitting down next to Ida, who quickly follows to finish up their stretches. He sometimes comes to the same place I train in. He helped me a lot with learning to control my speed. He's told me a lot about you. I see, Ida comments, any friend of my brother is a friend of mine. You can call me Tenya, Midoriya. Midoriya stands and extends a hand to help Tenya up. Then it's Izuku to you. Come on, we need to hurry if we're going to clean up and make it to class on time. Izuku, Mina, and Uraraka are walking to class, idly chatting about their predictions and expectations for their first day. A day that is technically just for orientation and going over the syllabus so is a half day. I hope our teacher is nice. Uraraka is commenting as they near the classroom before they are distracted by a commotion from the room. Get your feet off the desk. Does your disrespect know no bounds? Ida's righteously indignant shout rings out through the doorway as Mina, Izuku, and Uraraka approach it. What? Did your old school put a stick up your butt, or were you born with it? Great. Izuku thinks as he hears Bakugo's familiar voice. Of course he had to be in this class. Man, Uraraka quips, Ida is a little uptight, isn't he? It's likely a part of his upbringing, Izuku hedges as Mina chuckles, an exasperated look on his face as he watches the pair's antics, but it is a little extreme, yeah. Mina and Uraraka giggle at the stressed expression on the green-haired man's face. The acid-quirked girl opening her mouth to say something before her coming statement is cut off by the loud bang of the door slamming open, causing everyone to scurry to their desks. If you're just here to make friends, a commanding voice cuts through the chatter like a strike from Izuku's blade. Then you should leave now. Oh no, Izuku thinks, looking up and meeting the eyes of their teacher in disbelief and horror. I recognize that voice. The tired eyes of Aizawa Shoyuta glare back at him as he strips out of his trademark yellow sleeping bag and addresses the class. It took you all 8 seconds to quiet down. That is unacceptable. This is the hero course, and time is a precious resource. Do not waste it. So this looks like fun, huh? Aizawa's voice cuts through the chatter in the aftermath of Bakugo's explosive throw, silencing the class in an instant. You have 3 years to become a hero. His gaze sweeps the class. Do you think it's going to be all games, fun exercises, and playtime? As Izuku looks out over his classmates, the looks on most of their faces tell him that they had expected exactly that, and the green-haired man can't hold back his grimace. Once Izuku had shaken off his initial surprise and the sting of betrayal when he had recognized Shoyuta, he knew instantly that this class would push them to their limits. After all, that's what Bastion and Eraserhead had done for him for the past 3 years. Then you are idiots. Aizawa evidently sees what Midoriya had seen in his classmates, and wastes no time making his opinion known. Let's make things interesting. Shuta's lips quirk into the shadow of a grin that has always spelled trouble for Midoriya. Today you will compete in 8 physical tests that will gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last has no potential and will be expelled immediately. The grim light in Aizawa's eyes and the accompanying warning from Yosai about expulsions tells Izuku that their teacher is serious. Some of his classmates must have come to the same conclusion because one cries out, "But that's not fair." Oh, and you think natural disasters are? Izuku could recite the words of this speech. He's heard it from Aizawa and Bastion often enough. How about power-hungry villains? Memories flash through Midoriya's head as their teacher speaks. The hole in All Might's side. The massive tendril of the sludge villain poised above his head. His mother's grave silhouetted against the sky. What about storms and earthquakes that wipe out whole cities? Aizawa continues, his voice growing shorter and sharper. Disease, disasters, and death are a fact of life. Could hear a pin drop amongst the silent class, the gravity of their teacher's words weighing them down. The world isn't fair, Eraserhead sums up. It's a hero's job to try to combat that unfairness. His severe gaze sweeps the assembled students again, but instead of tamping down their enthusiasm, this time it sparks it ablaze. Show me it's no mistake that you're here, Aizawa challenges, show me your plus ultra. Midoriya has been shaped, molded, and trained to be many things. The swordsman, the fighter, the leader, the successor. But before he was all that, he was 2 things, an analyst and a nerd. As he watches his classmates show off their amazing quirks, Midoriya feels like he is in analyst heaven. He knows he should be putting more effort into his tries, but he's so distracted by the innovative uses of his classmates' quirks that he skates by with just 15% of one for all, no energy crackling across his skin. Izuku knows he should be more focused, more competitive, and judging by the disgruntled clamoring of steel in his head, his quirk agrees with the sentiment, but he pushes it down so he can focus on his classmates. Tsuyu has an amazing overall quirk, her powerful legs and prehensile tongue are amazingly versatile, and her quirk likely has more niche advantages. Ida edges him out by barely a second in the short-distance sprint, and the implications of the engine quirked man's comment about not reaching third gear sends Izuku's head spinning. Mina's acid skate and Aoyama's laser blasts in the same event show ingenuity and imagination that will be handy as a hero. Shinso brainwashes Uraraka for weightlessness after her turn. It is a clever application of his quirk that doesn't sabotage her event, and judging by Aizawa's approving nod, their teacher has no problem with the purple-haired man's methods. As he watches Bakugo fly with the use of his quirk, Midoriya can't help his grudging appreciation. For all that Katsuki is an a-hole, he sure knows how to handle his quirk. One quirk that sticks out more than anyone else's, Midoriya thinks as he pulls one for all into his arm for the grip strength test, reaching a score of 500 kilograms, is Yaoyorozu's. The poised and refined woman is frankly dominating the exercises. While not placing consistently first, that honor going to various classmates whose quirks are specifically suited to specific events, Yaoyorozu has placed high enough in all of the events that Izuku is fairly certain she'll place first overall. Her quirk is just insanely versatile. The ability to create any object she can imagine, as long as she understands the makeup and has the lipids for it, is intimidatingly cool. He is staring at the girl, mind going a mile a minute as he parses the possibilities of her quirk, his handwriting in a phantom notebook with no pen, and a tap on his shoulder draws his attention to a giggling Uraraka and Shinso who has a long-suffering expression on his face. "You're muttering, motor mouth," Shinso tells him, and Izuku snaps his mouth shut in response. "Sorry," he apologizes sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. "It's fine, Deku," Uraraka pipes up, "it's just if you keep muttering at Yaoyorozu though she might notice." A blush bursts onto Midoriya's face as his two friends start laughing. Note to self, Izuku thinks, chuckling as well at his two friends' antics, "I need to ask Mei about a portable version of Vi for note-taking." He is broken out of his musings when Aizawa calls Uraraka to the ball throw. The gravity-quirked girl walks into the circle and examines the ball. Carefully placing her fingertips on the ball, she casually flings it into the air like one would fling a card. The ball floats, drifts, and flies until it's out of sight, high above the clouds. Aizawa holds up his phone where a bold infinity symbol blares and the class loses their minds. Mina gives Uraraka a high five that threatens to send her into orbit. Midoriya and Shinso give her a fist bump and an approving smile respectively. A couple more people go, with no one standing out particularly outside of Shoji's 400-meter throw and Ida's kick. But then Yaoyorozu is called to the plate. The girl carries herself with confidence, a facade that only breaks when she turns to ask Aizawa a sheepish question and then shyly unbuttons her shirt when she receives an affirmative. Midoriya knows that he should look away, for propriety's sake, but then her toned abdomen begins to glow and glimmer and he finds himself enraptured as metal begins to form above Yaoyorozu's skin, flowing outwards and forming a cannon. A G cannon. Izuku is so shocked that he almost misses the way her skin seems tighter on her frame, how her knuckles and ribs seem more prominent than they were a moment before. It's subtle, and anyone not looking closely would have missed it, but he is. Looking closely, that is. Midoriya's muttering about lipid reserves, biological processes, and conservation of mass is interrupted by a massive boom as the cannon goes off, and the creation quirked girl's throw is recorded as an astonishing 1042 meters, placing her in second behind Uraraka and supplanting Bakugo. He gives her an approving grin and then Izuku is called for his turn. Aizawa returns his impassive look with one just as stony as his friend and teacher tosses him the ball, his expression unreadable. Izuku idly tosses the ball up and down as he steps into the ring, thinking about what percentage he should use. If he remembers his time at the beach correctly, 15% should be enough to send him into second or third place. Satisfied with that, and ignoring the clamoring of his quirk, Izuku pulls 15% of one for all into his upper body and throws the ball. Only for it to fall far short of its expected mark, a paltry 82 meters, further than someone with baseline strength could throw but nowhere near as far as possible with one for all. The familiar background noise of his quirk is silent, and the humming in his core that is Izuku's gifted quirk is absent as well. Recognizing the sudden emptiness, Midoriya turns to see Eraserhead stalking towards him, glaring at him, his hair floating and eyes flared red as he erases Midoriya's quirks. Where's that power you showed at the entrance exam when you vaporized that zero-pointer? Aizawa is said, and with a sinking feeling, Midoriya begins to realize why. Izuku can faintly hear his classmates clamoring behind them, faint exclamations of, vaporized? And, that was him? But he has eyes only for Aizawa. You've been coasting through these tests, Aizawa condemns, not giving it your all, something that's disrespectful to both me and your classmates. Midoriya's cheeks tint red with shame. Aizawa is right, he has been coasting. Even after he had promised both Toshinori and his mom that he'd give it his all. The green-haired man bows to his teacher and turns to his classmates in an even deeper bow. I am sorry, he apologizes, for not giving it my all. It's not fair to you all that I've been coasting by while you give your best effort. I was distracted by your amazing quirks, but that is no excuse. His head remains bowed as he waits for his classmates' response, and eventually, Uraraka speaks up. It's okay, Deku. Just go plus ultra on the rest of the tests to make up for it. There are several murmurs of agreement and a scoff from Katsuki, so Izuku raises his head to look at Aizawa. Eraserhead is staring at him, idly tossing the ball up and down, his blank face not giving away his thoughts. Yes, do go plus ultra, because if you don't place first in this event you'll be the one going home. Shinso and Uraraka speak up, outraged, and Midoriya suppresses a grimace as the rest of the class descends into mutters. But that's impossible. He can't beat me, I got infinity. It's all right, guys. Izuku shuts down his friend's interjections before Aizawa can. I dug myself into this hole with my inaction, it's only right that I get myself out of it. There's grudging appreciation in Aizawa's eyes as he tosses Midoriya the ball, saying, I'm feeling generous, I'll give you 3 tries. As Midoriya steps back into the ring, he tacks on, but you've already thrown once, so you've got 2 left. Midoriya simply nods, and pulls 1 for all into his extremities, 30%, as much as he can safely use. Lightning dances over his skin, like a shroud of electricity around his arms and chest as he prepares to throw. He can hear exclamations of surprise from some of his classmates, but he ignores them. Ping back his arm, Midoriya throws with tremendous force, the pressure kicking up dust and making everyone's hair wave wildly. 1 kilometer, Aizawa's phone reads as the class chatters in surprise. Katsuki is staring at him, a dumbfounded look upon his normally angry face. But it's not infinity, Eraserhead says, tossing another ball to Midoriya, you've got 1 more try. Grimly nodding at Aizawa, Midoriya looks at the ball and considers his options. The most he can safely use is 30%. If he was truly desperate he could probably push it to 45 or 50%, but whatever limb he used would likely be unusable afterward. I needed to be creative, he thinks, remembering the others' attempts, the cannon, and Ida's kick. Inspiration strikes, and with a grin, Midoriya turns sideways in the ring and fires up 1 for all. Pushing past the 30% limit, he winces in pain as he pours more and more into his limbs. His skin feels like it's bursting as he passes 35%, and there's a bone-deep ache that transforms into shooting pain as he blows through 40% to 45%. Sparks wreath his arms and chest, crackling wildly unlike the controlled energy of his previous throw. The smell of mint permeates the air, accompanied by bitter ozone. Midoriya draws to a halt at 50%, and his bones feel like they would shatter the moment he twitches, muscles rending and skin bursting, so he draws it back a bit to 45%, bottling up the pain as he does. In a quick motion, one that draws shouts of surprise from his watching classmates, Midoriya tosses the ball high into the air, forms his sword in his hands and slams the flat side of the blade into the ball, smacking it into the distance as an impromptu baseball bat. Dust kicks up and obscures him from the class's vision, and the crack of the ball breaking the sound barrier masks the crack of his collarbones breaking, his arms hanging awkwardly. The dust settles slowly, and the silence of the class's shock is broken by Bakuga's angry shout of Deku as the explosive boy charges him, explosions popping on his palms. Midoriya sees Aizawa's quirk activate, eyes flaring red as he attempts to stop the man's approach, but the dust obscures his vision enough that it doesn't work, and he is too far away to reach him in time. It matters not, because Midoriya dodges Bakugo's explosive bull rush and deftly trips him with an extended leg. The blonde face plants and the dust settles enough for Aizawa to erase his quirk and wrap him in his capture weapon before he can get up. Attacks against classmates outside of exercises will not be tolerated. His voice bites out, freezing everyone in place. Consider this your one warning, Bakugo. One more time will merit a suspension, and a second one will result in your expulsion. Midoriya can't help but feel surprised at Aizawa's proclamation. He knows that the hero is a fair man, but having a teacher stand up for him is a first. Bakugo calms down after a minute, his red eyes still filled with hate, and Aizawa releases him, the explosive man sulking his way back to the rest of his classmates. Now that is over, Aizawa says, holding up, here is your score. The screen reads 2.8 kilometers, and as Midoriya feels the surprise and pride well up inside, he hears several of his classmates say, "Holy shit." Midoriya quickly realizes, though, that it's nowhere near infinity, and what that means for him. Seeing his dejected look, Aizawa takes pity on him, saying, "That was good enough for me, Midoriya. I will not expel you this time." Midoriya's heart soars and Uraraka and Shinso cheer before Aizawa cut them off. "But make no mistake, slack off again and I will expel you on the spot." Midoriya meets Aizawa's eyes and something like determination and understanding flows between them. "Yes, sensei," Midoriya swears, "I understand." The rest of the tests pass in a haze of pain. The seated toe touch, sit-ups, and distance run tax his injured arms, but he places well in the first two and first in the distance run, Ida's engines burning out before the limitless energy of One for All runs out. Aizawa gathers everyone back up to look at the scores, and to Midoriya's surprise, he places third, below Yaoyorozu and a man named Shoto Todoroki, a name that rings a bell for some reason. What's even more surprising is that he places above Bakugo, knocking the incandescent blonde into fourth place. Uraraka got a respectable 10th place, and to his sorrow, Midoriya notices that Shinso placed last, just 1 point behind Hagakure, the invisible girl. Turning to his purple-haired man, Midoriya pats him on his shoulder reassuringly as Shinso grimaces in disappointment. "Oh yeah," Aizawa calls, "I was lying, no one's getting expelled." Shinso breathes a sigh of relief as Ida sputters out indignation about dishonesty and teachers. "It was a logical ruse," Aizawa exclaims, a manic grin on his tired face. But something connects in Midoriya's mind, a throwaway comment from Yosai, as Yaoyorozu says, "Wait, you really believed he would expel someone?" "But he would have, wouldn't he?" Midoriya asks, drawing the attention of the entire class as he addresses Aizawa. "You expelled your entire class last year, didn't you?" Aizawa turns back to them all and simply nods. "Yes, they had no potential and I expelled them for that, make of that what you will." The class devolves as realization and mild horror over the fact that their journey to being a hero could have been cut short in a snap washes over them. "Everyone go clean up and change," Aizawa orders, gesturing towards the locker rooms, "and meet back in the classroom so I can give you your syllabus." "Ah, sensei," Midoriya calls to Eraserheads retreating back. "Can I get a pass to the nurse's office?" "Why?" "I kinda broke my collarbones during the ball throw," Izuku says sheepishly, garnering surprised looks from his classmates. "And why didn't you tell me that sooner?" Aizawa asks. "Because I had to finish the tests?" Kirishima whispers, so manly, as Aizawa pinches the bridge of his nose, muttering something about problem children. "Here," he says, ripping something off of a notepad he draws from his pocket, "go see the nurse." "And Midoriya," he calls as Izuku walks away, "next time, tell me when you're injured." "Yes, sensei." Midoriya rubs his shoulder as he treks back to the classroom. Recovery Girl had healed it handily but had whacked him on the head for not being more careful. Despite the playful abuse, it had been good to see the older heroine again. Sliding open the classroom door, Midoriya slips into his seat, dropping off one of the juice packs he and Shoyuta like at the teacher's desk as Aizawa finishes passing out the syllabi, and he flashes a reassuring grin at his friends. "Read over this before our next class," Aizawa instructs, "and be prepared for a quiz." Looking out over his new class of students, he says, Go back to the dorms and get some rest, it's a busy day tomorrow. Midoriya, he says, looking at the juice pack. Stay behind, I'd like a word. Go ahead guys, Midoriya assures his friends, I'll catch up. As the rest of the classroom empties, leaving just the two men standing across from each other, silence falls. The pair stands impassively, staring each other down when the silence breaks. I'm sorry I must apologize They both stop and chuckle as they try to speak at the same time. Midoriya makes to say something but Aizawa holds his hand up first. I'd like to apologize, he says, glaring Midoriya into silence when he opens his mouth to speak. I acted unprofessionally during your ball throw because I was angry. It was irrational and uncalled for. Aizawa picks up the juice pack and drains it in one go, throwing it away with a quick thanks before he continues. I want you to know that this is not intended to guilt trip you, I just don't know how else to phrase it. When Midoriya nods, he continues. I was disappointed when I saw your quirk evolution during the entrance exam. I was disappointed and angry that you hadn't told me earlier. Midoriya winces as Aizawa continues. It was an irrational reaction, but a human one. I had thought that we were closer than that. Shoyuta, Midoriya says with a pained expression, you are one of my closest friends, you're like a brother to me. And I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier, it's just that I was so busy training this new part of my quirk. Midoriya feels bad about lying about one for all, but he has no choice. I forgot to tell you and Yosai about my newfound strength. I made a mistake, Izuku bows his head, I'm sorry. It's okay kid, Aizawa sighs, I'm not angry anymore. Aizawa grunts in surprise as Izuku collides into a quick hug, the pair patting each other on the back before they separate. And it's Aizawa or Eraserhead in school, kid, not Shoyuta. Sorry, Aizawa, Izuku says with a sheepish grin, grabbing his bag and heading towards the door. Midoriya, Aizawa calls, and Izuku stills with his hand on the doorknob. You said you were training, who was training you? Midoriya weighs his options before settling on the answer he had given Baston. He is a retired hero, his name is Toshinori. Aizawa nods, his expression inscrutable, and Midoriya leaves only to run into Ida, Uraraka, and Shinso waiting for him. Guys, you didn't have to wait up for me, Izuku says with an easy grin as they walk back to the dorm. Shoyuta watches the door slide shut behind the young man he has been mentoring for nearly 4 years and waits a moment to gather his thoughts and let his students move away. Standing up abruptly, he stalks towards the teacher's lounge, drawing open the door and stepping inside with its one occupant. Ah, Aizawa, they say, how was your first day? I know for a fact that you were watching the quirk apprehension test, Eraserhead says to the hero, so don't play dumb. Yagi Toshinori, All Might, Aizawa says to the skeleton of a man in an oversized suit, it's time we had a talk. Midoriya rubs his shoulder uncomfortably as he steps out of the shower attached to his room, drying off his hair. Recovery Girl had healed it but said that it would be sore for a couple of days. He thinks back to the events of the day and can't help but feel ashamed at his actions, how he had coasted by in the exercise. I have to be better, he says out loud, stepping out into the room with his towel around his shoulders, give it my all. A figure is sitting on his bed, and Izuku realizes that whoever it is seeing him completely naked, as his towel is currently covering nothing. Hey, they pipe up, so I was thinking about making some additions to your hero suit. Midoriya blinks in surprise as he sees that the pink shape on his bed is Hatsum, and several realizations hit him quickly as he shouts, I'm naked. Yes Izuku, I can see, you have a very nice pee-pee, Hatsum says blithely as a slight blush decorates her cheeks that Midoriya is too busy diving for his clothes to notice. Anyways, about that upgrade for your suit. Midoriya throws on the first pair of clothes he can find, a tight t-shirt, and a pair of booty shorts that say, Green Bean on them. A joke gift from Double Tap. He turns to his friend and asks, Hatsum, how did you get in here? The door was locked. Oh, I picked the lock, Hatsum says easily like it was no big deal. Midoriya blinks in surprise. How? It's an electric lock? Actually never mind, I don't want to know. Good, Hatsum smiles brightly. Vi, pull up those schematics. Here's what I was thinking, Zuku. Midoriya isn't sure when he falls asleep, but he wakes up around 3 a.m. upside down, his heels on the bed and his hair brushing the floor. A snore catches his attention and he sees Hatsum passed out on his desk chair, neck craned at an uncomfortable position and pink hair in her eyes. With a tired groan, he heaves himself up and trudges over to her, shaking her shoulder lightly. "Come on, May, you've gotta lay down." "Don't wanna move," she grumbles, not opening her eyes, her words slurred with exhaustion. "I'm tired." Midoriya takes a closer look at his friend, noticing the dark circles under her eyes and stained overall, and realizes that she probably hasn't been sleeping well. "You can stay here," he says, "but we need to get those overalls off. I don't want grease on my bed." In a move that seems impossible for one basically asleep, May strips off the overalls, leaving her in a tank top and a pair of Darth Vader boxers. Midoriya blushes slightly, but entreats, "Come on, get up." "No," Hatsum mumbles, "carry me." A faint smile on his face from his friend's antics, Midoriya wraps his arms around her waist and hoists her over his shoulder, marching towards the bed. He tries to lay her down gently, but her surprisingly strong arms refuse to unwrap from his shoulders, and they tumble into his bed together. "May, let go," he mumbles. "I'm gonna sleep in the chair." "Don't wanna," she replies, drifting off to sleep. "I'm comfy." Pressed up against his mattress, face smushed against the pillow and Hatsum's arm around him, Midoriya can't help but agree. Ida can't help but think it's odd, on his morning run, that he hasn't seen Midoriya yet. The green-haired man said that he runs every morning, but Ida ran the same route as the two of them had yesterday and didn't see him. The engine-quirked man sees Kirishima coming from the opposite direction and waves him down. "Hey Ida," he calls in response, slowing to a stop. "What's up, man? Have you seen Midoriya this morning? He said he was going to run as well." "Nah, I haven't," Kirishima says with a shrug. "He's probably sleeping in though, right? I hear that recovery girl's quirk really takes it out of you." "You might be right," Ida agrees as they walk towards the dorm, "but I should probably go wake him up. I heard we're doing hero training today and we shouldn't be late." "I'll go with you," Kirishima says as they go past the kitchen to the elevator. "Hey guys," Mina calls, slipping inside. "Going up?" "Yeah, we're going to go wake up Midoriya," Kirishima explains. "Oh cool, I need to get something from my room but I'll come with ya." The elevator makes it to Midoriya's floor and the trio exits to see Shinso locking his own door. "Hey, Shinso," Kirishima greets, slugging him in the shoulder. "Seen Midoriya?" "No," Shinso says with a pained look, rubbing his shoulder where Kirishima hit him. "But he should be in his room, why don't you knock?" Midoriya blearily raises his head from his pillow as knocking sounds from his door. Carefully extracting himself from Hatsum's octopus-like embrace, he trudges to his door, running his hand through his messy hair and opening it. "Hey guys," he says, punctuated by a yawn as he sees Ida, Mina, Kirishima, and Shinso. "What's up?" The quartet is staring at him, various levels of blush on their faces, and Midoriya doesn't realize why until he looks down at himself. He is still wearing the incredibly short, green bean booty shorts and a shirt that might as well be a crop top. "Ugh," he says at a loss for words, "it's not what it looks like?" And, Mina says between giggles, Kirishima and Shinso cracking up beside her, "What does it look like, Midoriya?" Izuku stutters through several words, not managing to get any out. "Midoriya," Ida says, getting a hold of himself and pushing his glasses back up his nose. "What on earth are you wearing?" Whatever answer he has is interrupted by a call from inside his room. "Zuku, who is it?" All four of their heads snap towards his room and back towards Midoriya. "Is there someone in there?" "Yeah," Midoriya says, "this is my friend Hatsum." The girl in question stumbles towards the door, pulling her overalls back on, as she greets, "Hi. I'm Hatsum, inventor extraordinaire." "Were you there all night, Hatsum?" Mina asks with a sly grin. "Yep," she exclaims, "me and Izuku were up all night making babies." Kirishima and Mina lose it, and Ida looks like his processor just crashed as her words and Midoriya's state of dress draw them to the wrong conclusions. "Is that even allowed?" Kirishima asks after he has stopped laughing. Ida stops sputtering and recites the rules like a robot. The UA Handbook of Student Conduct states that interpersonal relationships are allowed as long as there are no permanent outcomes to them, he says, obviously flustered. And what's that in English, RoboCop? The snark in Shinsu's voice is palpable as Ida proclaims his objections to the nickname. NTRCRS is allowed as long as it doesn't result in an offspring, Ida clarifies. You can F-. Mina simplifies even further, a salacious smirk on her face, as long as you don't knock someone up. It's Izuku's turn to sputter incoherently, a blush turning his face tomato red and traveling down his chest. There is no effing happening. Me and Mei are just friends. No one sees Hatsume's small pout at his declaration, because Mina comments slyly, friend with benefits? That's an odd question, Midoriya thinks obliviously as Shinso and Kirishima chuckle. Yeah, I mean there's a lot of benefits to being Mei's friend, he says with a shrug. Kirishima, Shinso, and Ida stare at him in shock. You down for one more? Mina asks with a playful wink. That's an even odder question, Midoriya thinks. I'm always down for more friends. Yeah, sure, he replies, watching in confusion as Ishido blinks in surprise, a faint dusting of lilac on her cheeks as she scampers away. Ida follows after her, muttering something about hooligans and indecency as he follows. Was it something I said? Midoriya asks Shinso, his face screwed up in confusion at his pink friend's strange actions. The purple-haired man simply shakes his head and pats Izuku on the shoulder consolingly. Never change, Midoriya, he laughs. Never change. I am coming through the door like a normal person. As the class loses their collective minds over the number one hero's entrance, Midoriya is one of the few who keeps their cool. His exposure to All Might has numbed him to the awe that his fellows are experiencing. Toshinori's training has left Midoriya more at ease in the shadow of All Might's brilliance, but his classmates are receiving the full force, clad in the hero's iconic Silver Age costume, right in the face. Todoroki is also calm. Midoriya thinks it is because of his father but stops his knee-jerk reaction of comparing the son to Endeavor. He might hate the hero but he won't take out the sins of the father on the Todoroki. He'll wait and make his own judgment. Some part of Midoriya can't help but snort in amusement as he watches the tail end of his mentor's flamboyant entrance. Aizawa's mini rants about the hero are correct, he is a drama queen. Still, seeing his Silver Age costume is pretty DMN awesome, Midoriya thinks. He is broken out of his amusement when Toshinori presents a card reading battle to the class. Today's lesson will pull no punches. The class flies into exclamations and mutters as All Might poses dramatically, all flexing muscles and red spandex. Midoriya can practically feel the intense excitement radiating off of Bakugo in the desk in front of him, and judging by the worried glances Yaoyorozu and Shoji are shooting the blonde man, he's not the only one. But Midoriya honestly doesn't care right now, he's practically vibrating in excitement. This is it. This is his chance to put all of his training and preparation to work in a formal hero school environment. His quirk is clamoring in his head, the rhythmic excitement of ringing steel echoing his mood. One of the keys of being a hero, All Might declares, pressing a button next to Aizawa's desk, is looking good. 20 slots slide out of the wall, large metal cases inside of them. Each case is labeled with a number 1 to 20, and number 18 is conspicuously missing. 18 just so happens to be Midoriya's seat number, and judging by the questioning looks on Uraraka and Ida's faces his friends have noticed as well. Young Midoriya, All Might's voice catches the attention of the class. I'm told there were some last-minute modifications to your suit, and that a support student would be along shortly. Ah, Midoriya realizes, that'd be Hatsume. As if beckoned by the thought of her, like some eldritch demon, the door to the classroom slams open, and Hatsume blows through it. Stomping up to Midoriya, painful bags under her eyes, she slams the case into his chest. Here, have fun, Zuku. I'm going to go take a nap. And just as quickly as she entered the room, Hatsume stomps out of it. The class collectively shares a look of bewilderment as the door slams shut, and Ida says, well, that was interesting. You. The door slams back open, and everyone jumps in surprise as Mei sticks her head in. Hatsume is pointing at All Might, glaring down the pro. get me footage of our baby's performance or else. Ah yes, All Might agrees on instinct, confused at what sounded vaguely like a threat from a grease-covered gremlin, and shrugs awkwardly, I'll do that. The door shuts again, and the classroom is silent as everyone processes the entire odd interaction. Baby. Midoriya is sitting on the locker room bench, staring at the case containing his suit. He has stripped off his clothes and garnered a couple of wolf whistles from Kirishima and Kaminari, and an angry glare from Bakugo, but he pays them no mind. Midoriya sits stock still, apprehension settling heavily on his shoulders. He trusts Hatsum, he truly does. But as the other men file out of the locker room, Midoriya can't help but think of all the times his best friend has gotten a tad enthusiastic. A certain stab-happy robot comes to mind. He can't help but shudder at the possible unauthorized changes she could have made to his suit. So he's sitting here, in his boxers, staring at a box. Midoriya, you must get dressed or we will be late. Ida's normal hand chops are punctuated by metal clanging and ceramic clacking. Midoriya turns and sees his friend half stuffed into a suit of armor, not unlike his own when he forms it, but more angular. I'll be right out, Tenya. Midoriya waves off. Don't wait up for me. Taking a deep breath, Izuku opens the case to the sight of forest green. Midoriya's red steel-toed boots echo down the tunnel to the training ground. His baggy green cargo pants, made of a Kevlar and Nomex weave, are tucked into the footwear modeled off of his favorite pair of sneakers. He's shrugging on his green armored jacket as he steps out into the light, and All Might's voice rings out through the mock city. They say the clothes make the pros, ladies and gentlemen, and behold, their teacher gestures proudly to them, you are the proof. Midoriya's gaze sweeps over his striking and colorful classmates, their costumes sticking out. Bakugo has comically large grenade gauntlets hanging from his forearms, and despite how ornamental they look, Midoriya knows that his former bully would never do something just for show, so they must have a purpose. Ida is secluded under a formidable set of armor, and Aoyama's glittery suit is almost painfully eye-catching, but the hero suits of the remaining men are downright tame in comparison. They're mostly tight-fitting leotards and cool jackets, although Kirishima is bare-chested and Shinso has an odd mechanical device hanging around his neck. The women of the class, however, are another story entirely. Tsuyu and Jairu are in reasonable outfits, a close-fitting yet theme-appropriate wetsuit for the frog-quirked girl, and a stylish, punkish outfit for Jairu. Uraraka's suit is space-themed, with thick boots and wristbands that likely help with her quirk, as well as a helmet with a tinted visor. The fabric of her costume is plastered incredibly close to her body, but not so tight that she can't move in it. Midoriya suppresses a blush at his friend's figure and very pointedly keeps his eyes at head level as he returns her wave of greeting. Mina is wearing an equally form-fitting leotard tucked into clunky boots, with tufts of fur on her shoulders. Functionally, it's very similar to Uraraka's, but the colors couldn't be more different. The acid-quirked girl is covered in purple and turquoise laid out in a camouflage pattern. It's slightly gaudy, yet it also suits her as well and somehow manages to complement her pink skin. It's very her. Mina catches Midoriya looking her over and shoots him a flirty wink, making Izuku jerk his head to the side to avoid looking inappropriately. His gaze lands squarely on Yaoyorozu, and Midoriya promptly blushes hard enough to resemble a tomato. It would be more accurate to describe what she isn't wearing, rather than what she is, but if Midoriya lingers on that smooth skin he'll probably combust. Red fabric covers her shoulders and her waist, flowing down her side where it fades into a short yellow skirt held up by a belt that has a tablet secured to the back. Her back is mostly bare, as are her entire legs, and the amount of cleavage ranging from Yaoyorozu's sharp collarbones to her navel is enough to give Midoriya a heart attack. Midoriya's blush grows stronger as his eyes skip between the three women, and he can't help but curse his good bad luck. Why is everyone so hot? Now, All Might's next declaration saves Midoriya from his torment. Shall we get started, you buncha newbies? The class's return cheer echoes through the empty city. Alright, here's the situation. Midoriya double-takes as Toshinori pulls out a set of note cards from his suit, reading from them like a script. You will be randomly split into 4 teams with 2 of the teams going against each other at a time. One team will be the villain team and one will be the heroes. That's like 5 people a team, Kirishima says, confusion lacing his voice. Don't most heroes work alone or in pairs? That has only been in recent years, All Might clarifies. Before my debut, hero teams were more widespread. His piercing blue gaze sweeps the class, pinning them down with their weight. I will not be around forever. While I'm not planning on retiring for several years, eventually the deterrent against villainy that I am will be gone. It will be up to you all to pick up the slack. Sometimes that means teaming up to take down criminals you wouldn't be able to take alone. Midoriya can see the shock and worry showing on his classmates' faces. They hadn't had the time to process All Might's future retirement like he had, and while it hopefully wouldn't come quickly, a world without All Might is one they've never known. All Might gives them no time to process his groundbreaking announcement, barreling on through his explanation. With that in mind, Netsu has decided to focus more on teamwork this year, and it has been planned into your curriculum. The hero nods encouragingly as understanding hits the class. The villains will be protecting an objective and the heroes trying to obtain it. All Might restarts his explanation of the exercise. The villains will have 5 minutes to prepare before the heroes can enter the building and the heroes have 10 minutes to find them. Are there any questions? How do we win? Can we be violent? Isn't this a little advanced for beginners? Will we be expelled like yesterday? Isn't my cape magnificent? Everyone turns incredulously to Aoyama's off-topic question and misses All Might's panicked look at the onslaught of questions. Well, in order, All Might tugs on the collar of his suit. The heroes win by obtaining the bomb, capturing the villains, and completing a mystery second objective. The villains win if the heroes fail in any one of those or if they can capture the heroes. Kaminari pipes up, isn't that a little unfair to the heroes? Life isn't fair, and a hero's life especially so. All Might echoes Aizawa's words from the day before. You will rarely come into a situation in the field where you have the upper hand. The villains will always have a head start or no more than you. And the heroes always have more to lose. If you are to be the next generation of heroes, you must be ready to rise past these obstacles and go plus ultra. Dropping his clenched fist from where he had raised it dramatically, All Might moves down the list of questions. To answer your question, Bakugo, you can be aggressive, but causing any major injuries will be punished severely. Aside from that, I encourage you all to go all out. Midoriya winces at the savage grin on Bakugo's face as their teacher continues. Azui, we are throwing you kids off the deep end to teach you how to swim. Our exercises will only get more complex from here. UA will be the most difficult years of your lives, but if you make it through, it will be worth it. I will not expel anyone, and your cape is very bright. Now! All Might shouts over Aoyama's preening, pointing at the lottery box on a stand behind him. Let's draw. Names begin appearing on the board as All Might draws them from the box, listing from Team 1 to Team 1. Bakugo Katsuki, Hagakure Hida Tenya, Todoroki Shoto, and Sato Rikido. Team 2. Aoyama Yuga, Ashido Mina, Kaminari Denki, Shiro Hanta, and Koda Koji. Team 3. Midoriya Izuku, Yaoyorozu Momo, Shinso Hitoshi, Uraraka Achiko, and Kirishima Ijiro. Team 4. Shoji Mizo, Jirokyoka, Ojiro Mashireo, Azuitsu, and Tokoyami Fumikichi. Midoriya gravitates towards the other members of his team as All Might finishes up. He gives Kirishima and Yaoyorozu a friendly nod and Shinso and Uraraka a fist bump in greeting as All Might places 4 new slips into the lottery box. The hero draws the slips out and announces the rounds. Team 2 will be the villains going against the Team 4 heroes in the second round, and Team 1 will be the villains going against the Team 3 heroes in the first round. Kirishima hisses beside him as he rereads their opponent list. It looks like we're gonna be up against some heavy hitters. They might be heavy hitters, Midoriya reassures Kirishima, locking eyes with Bakugo as the crashes of battle echo through his head, but so are we. All Might leads them to the outside of an empty building and gives them several earpieces to distribute. Amongst themselves, we will be able to hear everything in the control booth, and if anything goes too far I will shut this exercise down. Do you understand? They chorus their assent and All Might nods, handing them a map. Good, here is the layout of the building. I will brief the other team. You will be allowed to enter the building 5 minutes after my call. The pro hero jets off, and Kirishima turns to Midoriya. Hey, Midoriya, man, he asks, scratching his spiky hair. It's a cool design and all, but isn't your costume a little plain? Kirishima, Midoriya deadpants. Your suit is literally just some shirtless sleeves and joggers. Okay, for the record, rude. Kirishima grins as Shinso snorts and the girls chuckle, but you know what I mean. Midoriya does know what he means. The pale green color of his suit isn't particularly eye-catching. The lines that mimic All Might's Silver Age suit drawn tight across his chest, as well as some on his ribs, are the only thing that differentiates it from any other jumpsuit. His dark green combat pants are tucked into his red boots, laced up tight around his calves. His red boots and a brushed steel circlet, and utility belt with a knife on it are the only things that stand out aside from his fairly impressive physique. The circlet is reminiscent of one from the Lord of the Rings movies, crossed with a futuristic design that is particularly eye-catching. It sits low on his brow, arcing back around his ears and meeting at the back of Midoriya's head. Midoriya shrugs. This is just an undershirt of a sort. Ignoring Kirishima's confused glance, Midoriya turns to the rest of the team. Why don't we go over everyone's quirks so we all know what we can do? They take turns explaining each other's quirks. Midoriya had known Uraraka and Shinsu's, and he had a good idea of what Yaoyorozu's is, although the information about lipids is new. Learning about Kirishima's hardening quirk was interesting, but it's Izuku's turn to explain now. My quirk is called Green Knight. I have a mastery of swords and am also able to form oral armor on myself. The smell of mint sweeps over the area as Izuku forms a glowing green gauntlet on his arm. I can focus the energy from my armor into energy that gives me strength and speed. Looking at the armor, Kirishima mutters, Undershirt, I get it now. The smell of mint is suffused with the sharp tang of ozone as the gauntlet fades away and energy crackles over Midoriya's arm. But if I use too much energy, it injures me. Where does the energy come from? Is there a dietary or a rest requirement, or do you gain it from a source? Is it naturally recharging, or is it a deliberate act? Yaoyorozu blushes as everyone's attention is directed at her after the slew of questions. Sorry, I just got overexcited. It's okay. Midoriya smiles easily. We should probably focus on the exercise now, but I'll answer your questions later. I'll hold you to it, Yaoyorozu agrees. All right, Midoriya claps his hands together. Do you think you can make another communicator like ours, and lock it to the transmitting function, not the receiving one? I can. She draws her tablet from its slot on her belt, typing in a search for schematics. I just need the frequency. Try this. Midoriya tosses her his earpiece, showing her the frequency information on the inside of it. Got it. The tall girl's arm sparkles, and an earpiece pops out. Momo hands it to Midoriya, who immediately passes it to Uraraka. Can you float yourself and see where they are and put this on the windowsill where they have the bomb? Uraraka nods. Got it. Wait a minute, Kirishima interrupts. All Might said we couldn't do anything till the 5 minutes is up. No, he said we couldn't enter the building, Midoriya corrects. And Uraraka will be on the outside, Shirnu adds. My uncle always says that sometimes we have to bend the rules to win, Momo tacks on, earning a surprised glance Midoriya. Okay, I get it, Kirishima grumbles. Just doesn't seem very manly, that's all. Winning is manly, Midoriya reassures him as Uraraka begins floating up past the windows, peering in them carefully without being seen. This will help us win. I got them. Uraraka's voice rings through their earpieces. The 5th floor, I can see everyone but Hagakure. Can you tell me what they're doing? Midoriya asks. Ida and Todoroki appear to be arguing. Sato is mixing something in a pouch and Bakugu is doing push-ups for some reason. Ida and Todoroki arguing makes sense, Midoriya thinks. They both come from hero families and have strong personalities. Sato is probably preparing sugar for his quirk, and Bakugu is acting strange, but there must be a reason for it. You don't see Hagakure at all, Midoriya clarifies. No, Uraraka replies, but her gloves are piled by the door. She is likely scouting the building, Yaoyorozu guesses. That is what I do. You're right, Midoriya nods. Uraraka, leave the transmitter and come down, we need to plan. Deku, there's something else. The floating girl's voice is calm but edged with anxiety. I've figured out the mystery objective. They've got hostages. F-. Okay, Midoriya presses a hidden button on his circlet, and it folds down around his temples and framing his jaw. Vi, can you monitor the transmitter and tell me if they say anything interesting? You got it, boss. His 4 teammates look at him in confusion as Vi's peppy voice rings out. Midoriya, who was that? Shinso asks. That was Vi, Midoriya explains, a virtual intelligence my best friend made to help with hero work. So cool, Uraraka whispers. Alright, we don't have a lot of time. Midoriya peers at each one of his classmates' faces as they huddle around him. I've got about 60% of a plan. I'm hoping you can help me fill in the rest. Hero team, you may enter the building. All Might's voice sounds over their comms as the quintet rushes forward. They're almost to the door when Midoriya hears the crackling rush of forming ice and Vi shouts, Boss? Midoriya powers 30% of One for All into his arm and drives forward, lunging through the rapidly forming iceberg and clearing a path for his teammates. The crack of shattering ice is eclipsed by the even louder crack of a glacier forming around the building. Panting, the team inside examines the glossy ice coating every surface. Good job, Shinso remarks to Midoriya, rapping on the meter-thick ice on the door. Any later and we would have been trapped outside. Let's move then, Midoriya nods. If he tries that again we might be in trouble. The team jogs down the hall as quickly as they can on the slippery ice. The boys' steel saws give them more purchase on the ice than the girls' shoes, but it is still slow going. They're nearing the 3rd floor when Midoriya's headset beeps privately, and Vi speaks to him in his earpiece. Boss, do you want to activate thermal vision? The other team has an invisible member, right? You can do that? Midoriya's mutter is practically inaudible, but the circlet's sensitive microphone picks it up. Yeah boss, I've got night vision, thermal vision, and I can overlay maps and routes to your eyepiece, Vi explains. There's an eyepiece? Midoriya wonders. I've got to read the manual for this thing. Do it, he confirms. A small visor slots down over Midoriya's left eye. It's tinted green and doesn't obscure his vision. The scene in the eyepiece is overwhelmingly blue, the ice making everything cold as well. The team continues down the corridor, moving more slowly now as to not give away their position. As they move onto the 4th floor, a splash of red appears in Midoriya's eyepiece. Freezing and confirming that he doesn't see anything in his non-visored eye, Midoriya sidles up to Yaoyorozu, the girl shivering in her revealing suit. Do you have that capture tape All Might gave us? He asks, watching the red blur creep closer out of the corner of his eye. Of course, Yarza says, bewildered. Why? You might need to use it in a second, Midoriya says, surreptitiously drawing his still-sheathed dagger from his side. The red blur lunges toward him, and a roll of capture tape appears from thin air, aimed to wrap around Midoriya's arms. Just as quickly, with 15% of One for All humming unseen beneath his skin, Midoriya presses a button on his dagger's sheath and slams it into the stomach of the attacker. Electricity arcs across the sheath and Hagakure convulses as the hybrid taser knife knocks her off her feet. Capture tape clatters across the ice and the invisible girl slumps to the ground unconscious, frost ringing her like a crater. Holy shit, Kirishima exclaims, that was so quick. I got lucky, Midoriya says, checking the unconscious girl's pulse and propping her into a sitting position against the wall. If Vi hadn't warned me I never would have seen her. All my calls? Hagakure has been eliminated, and Izuku turns to Yaoyorozu. Can you create a thick woolen blanket? Her suit seems really thin and she is already shivering. I don't want to leave her like this. Momo nods and the blanket extrudes from her back. Uraraka and Yaoyorozu wrap it around the invisible girl, ensuring she is safe, and the team continues on their way. They reach the hallway that leads to the room the heroes have holed up in just as All Might calls the 5-minute warning. Alright, Midoriya says as Yaoyorozu and Shinso split off. You know the plan. We've got this. Good luck. Vi, give me the layout. Bakugo and Todoroki are standing in the middle of the room next to the bomb. Ida is on the left side with 5 robot hostages, and Sato is on the right side of the room. You got all that? Midoriya asks through his earpiece, his teammates all responding with affirmatives. We're ready whenever you are, Midoriya radios to Yaoyorozu and Shinso. The door explosives will be prepped in about 30 seconds, the creation quirked woman replies. Good, we move on Shinso's cue. Nodding to Uraraka, Midoriya watches as the Gravity Girl presses 5 fingers against herself and Kirishima. She draws the spiky man into an embrace and Midoriya picks the pair of them up. Across the comms and through the door Midoriya hears a knock and a voice that is certainly not Shinso's calls out. Hey, I have a DLVI for. Icy Hot and King Explosion Murder, are they here? Explosions sound as Bakugo stomps to the back door. How do you know that name, you piece of Zidash? Gotcha. Shinso stops using the voice masker, his smug tone bleeding through. Knock yourself out, fucknuts. A dull thud is heard as Bakugo slams his head into the floor, knocking himself out, and Todoroki's cry of, no, is eclipsed by the sound of Yaoyorozu's breaching charge blowing the back door off its hinges. Simultaneously, Midoriya pulses one for all into his legs and kicks the door down. It crashes through a barrier of ice and slams into the back wall. Midoriya leans back, pitches the combined weightless pair of Uraraka and Kirishima towards Ida and the hostages, and lunges into the room. The two uncouple and Kirishima lands hard in front of the hostages as Uraraka deactivates her quirk. The woman lunges for Ida and grapples with the armored man. At the back door, Yaoyorozu swings around and brings a taser to bear on Todoroki, who is still stunned from the door crashing through his ice. The dual quirked man's eyes widen as the prongs embed in his chest and 50,000 volts go coursing through him. Todoroki slumps to the ground as Shinso and Momo move to secure him. Midoriya catches this out of the corner of his eye as most of his attention is focused on Sato. The tall man downs a packet of sugary material and his muscles swell and bulge. Sato roars and charges Midoriya, and the green-haired man dances out of the way, a savage grin on his face to match the crashing of swords in his. Lightning crackles along his arms and sword as Izuku darts around, narrowly escaping Sato's strong haymakers and striking back with his fists and the flat of his sword. The bigger man is strong, nearly as strong as Midoriya, but the effects on his mental state are obvious. Sato must have taken an absurdly large amount of sugar with the way he rages dumbly, blasting through concrete pillars like they're nothing, sending shrapnel everywhere. Midoriya fights quicker and smarter, and after a minute Sato is unconscious on the ground, a bruise swelling on his skull. Is that it? Kirishima calls. Are we done? Midoriya looks around the room, taking in the unconscious forms of Bakugo and Todoroki, and Ida floating like a balloon trussed with capture tape on the ceiling. Kirishima is still standing in front of the hostage robots, their screens still flashing green to indicate full health, with rubble at his feet from where he shielded them. Yeah, that's it, Midoriya nods, walking up to the bomb and placing a hand on it, a smile gracing his face. Good job, guys. Bakugo stirs quietly, stumbling to his feet and clutching his head. What the happened? He growls internally. I was shouting at someone and then mind freak. That fucker brainwashed me. His vision clears and he sees Icy Hot and Lips unconscious on the ground, and Deku's FANG team clustered around the hostages. FANG Deku. Always pretending he was better than Bakugo, always looking down on him. FANG Deku who hid his quirk to get one up on Katsuki and make him look like an idiot. Not this time. Bakugo looks down at his gauntlet. The grenade shape is heavy with the sweat he built up before the exercise and looks undamaged. Grimacing through his pounding headache, Bakugo levels it at Midoriya, meets his former friend's eyes, and quietly growls, Deku, take this, as he pulls the pin. Look. Izuku hears Bakugo's growl at the same time he hears the shout of his instincts and time freezes. It's a sound he is familiar with from years of cohabitation. Pure unbridled rage. Midoriya's quirk screams at him as he meets the explosive blonde's eyes. He activates one for all on instinct. 100% flowing through his body like a live wire connected to the universe. Time crawls forward, sparks fly as Bakugo pulls the pin on his grenade gauntlet. His muscles ripple with the recoil as flame blooms. Midoriya knows that if he as much as twitches, the full force of One for All will shatter him into a million pieces. He sees Shinsu's eyes widen, the blast reflected in the glassy surface of his contracting pupils. Izuku takes stock, mind racing a mile a minute. His entire reaction caught between a heartbeat. Thump thump. The blast is thrumming with potential. The explosive shockwave is already sending ripples through the air. Midoriya knows that if it hits it will do incredible damage. All the explosive sweat from Bakugu's overactive glands and 10 minutes of push-ups culminate in a massive explosion. Kirishima and Midoriya might survive unscathed if they can get their armor and hardening up, but the other three have no defense. The best-case scenario is severe injuries if the blast reaches them fully spread out. Izuku doesn't want to think about the worst case. Thump thump. Midoriya can't let the blast reach them. His only way out is forward. One for All bleeds off him rapidly, energy crackling off the floor and roof around him as Izuku drops the percentage and time speeds back up. Midoriya's armor forms around him. He forgoes his sword and makes the thickest shield he can as his circlet snaps down into a mouthguard. The explosion rockets forward at the same time Izuku does. One for All humming over his skin as he meets it head-on, shield first. Thump thump. The blast shakes the building, the smell of ash warring with the smell of mint as fire rolls around the team just barely close enough to not burn them. The ground rumbles beneath their feet as rubble falls from the ceiling. The smoke clears and Midoriya and Bakugu come into view. The blonde's arm is hanging limply. The recoil from the stored-up blast had ripped his arm out of its socket and it looks severely dislocated. Midoriya is standing across from him. His shining green armor is undamaged except for streaks of ash marring its transparent surface. His cracked shield is held in front of him where it took the brunt of the blast. With a curt move, Izuku dissolves the shield but not the armor. Glancing back to make sure everyone is okay, he sees the collapsed floor in an inverse cone spreading out from his position. Ash and smoke coating the walls and ceiling. He stalks towards Bakugu, stony-faced and menacing. Izuku grabs Bakugu by the high collar of his suit and hoists him up till they are face to face. Bakugu's hands scrabble at his armor and crackle with ineffective explosions. The blonde tries to bring his other grenade gauntlet up to bear but Midoriya's hand catches it, crackling with energy. Before Bakugu can set it off, Izuku crushes the gauntlet beneath his fist, metal and ceramic crumbling to the ground in front of Bakugu's shocked eyes. "I thought I warned you, Bakugu." Izuku growls, his head pounding and ears ringing with crashing steel as his instincts cry out for retribution. "Everything has changed, and you're getting left behind." "Do," Katsuki spits. "Fine then," Midoriya nods. "Be that way." Izuku slams his head forward into Bakugu's and his helmeted forehead knocks the other man unconscious, sending him limp in Midoriya's grasp. Midoriya lets go of him, and he slumps unceremoniously to the ground. Letting his armor fade and striding towards his teammates and a trussed-up Ida, all of whom are watching with wide eyes, Izuku smiles sadly and asks, "Is everyone okay?" All Might calls them back to the monitor room. The heroes' faces grim as they load Bakugu and Sato onto medical carts to be sent off to the nurse's office. Ida and Hagakure were fine and Todoroki had waved off medical assistance once he woke up. There was something in his eyes as he met Midoriya's. Midoriya thought it was rage like his father's, but as the heterochromatic man melts the ice around the building, Izuku thinks it's more like torment. "I'd like us to review the footage as a class," All Might says as they gather in front of a massive screen, "to go over what was done right and wrong and to let the teams view their battle trial from a different perspective." The hero hits the button as Midoriya and the class watches the events pan out just like before. He watches himself present his plan. He watches Yaoyorozu add onto his plan and work out the KNKS. He watches them burst through the ice barriers and proceed through the building. He watches himself grapple with air and neutralize Hagakure. He watches as they split up and Yaoyorozu creates literal explosives to take down their door. He watches them take down the other team quickly and efficiently. He watches as they turn their backs, Bakugu stands up, and the cameras cut to static. The camera cuts back into a scene of destruction emanating from around Midoriya and he watches himself knock Bakugu out. Now, All Might asks the silent class, Who can tell me what the villain team did right and wrong? Azui raises her hand and says, Todoroki sealed the building, which was good, but he also sealed them in the room, isolating them from Hagakure and trapping them. He did this without talking to his teammates, which was bad. Though, Hagakure had the right idea by scouting ahead, Tokoyami adds on. Communication breakdown was a major issue. All Might agrees. They took actions that individually were good but together didn't mesh. And Bakugo went crazy, Kaminari says. That too, the hero agrees, and he will be disciplined for that. But that ties into the next point. What did the hero team do right and wrong? They had a solid plan going in, Ida says. Gyro adds on, Uraraka did some bomb reconnaissance too. Was that a pun? Midoriya wonders. Shiro taps his helmet in thought. Kirishima protected the hostages. They had a unified leader, unlike the villains, Koda whispers. And what did they do wrong? All Might asks. The class looks among themselves in confusion. As far as they could see, the hero team had done nearly everything right. Eventually, Midoriya speaks up, we didn't secure the villains. Everyone turns to look at him, so Izuku clears his throat and clarifies his comment. In most cases, being knocked unconscious only lasts a short time. We didn't secure Bakugo, Todoroki, or Sato with capture tape after we knocked them out, so by the rules of the exercise they were still free to act. Which bit us in the butt when we turned to look over the hostages and Bakugo woke up. Excellent point, young Midoriya, but watch the language. All Might nods approvingly, ignoring the face Izuku makes at him. You should never turn your back on a villain you aren't 100% certain is down for the count. Many good heroes have paid for that mistake with life and limb. The hero team looks abashed as the weight of All Might's statement washes over the class. Now, who do you think the MVP of the match was? Almost in unison, the 19 people say, Midoriya. At the same time Midoriya says, Yaoyorozu. 20 pairs of eyes turn to the blushing man as the class and All Might look at him oddly. I'm just saying, we wouldn't have one without her. She ironed out the KNKS in our plan, he explains, ignoring Mina's muttered, you can iron out my KNKS. Izuku continues, she made the bug and the door explosives and was the one to take out Todoroki. She held it all together. Yaoyorozu is blushing violently, red trailing down her neck and onto her chest as the class turns to watch her. Midoriya's cheeks warm as he realizes the praise he heaped on her, but All Might takes pity on them both and speaks up. That may be true, he says, but it was your plan she polished, your idea to make the bug, and you were the one to take down 2.5 members of the villain team. A half. Shinso took out Bakugo the first time, All Might explains, but most of all, you took command naturally and your teammates chose to follow your leadership. You did well, young is Midoriya. That is why you are the MVP. Midoriya catches Toshinori's slip but blushes under the praise as his quirk roars in approval in his head. Thank you all. Good, All Might exclaims, on to the next match. As All Might escorts the next two teams out, no one notices the appraising glance between the hero and Midoriya by Todoroki. That was really fun. Mina bounces along the path to the dorms, calling back to Midoriya, Ida, and Uraraka as they follow the energetic girl. For you maybe, my ears are still ringing from Bakugo's blasts, Uraraka grumbles, slugging Mina in the shoulder. Uraraka, Ida chops his arms worriedly, if you're injured you should go see recovery girl. I'm fine, the pink-cheeked girl assures, if it's still bad tomorrow I'll go see the nurse, promise. Ida is lecturing them on the importance of health and physical fitness as the group passes under the shadow of the 1A dorm, but Midoriya tunes him out, focused on a personal revelation he had during the day. They walk in the door of the dorm. Midoriya sees several students who had walked ahead of their group lounging in the common room. Spotting the head of spiky hair belonging to Yaoyorozu, Midoriya makes a decision and heads towards the elevators. Hey guys, I'll be back in a second. I gotta grab something from my room. We'll be here, Uraraka and Mina chorus as Ida heads to the kitchen, grabbing orange juice out of the fridge. Midoriya slaps the button on the elevator and rides it up to the 5th floor. The man dumps his bag on his bed as he walks to his bookcase, looking for one book in particular. Seeing the thick tome, Izuku snatches it off the shelf and heads back. Downstairs. Hey, Yaoyorozu, Midoriya greets, taking the seat across from the woman as she looks up. I think I have something of yours. Oh. Momo looks up in confusion as Midoriya extends a vaguely familiar book to her. I didn't think that I left anything in the classroom, but I must be mistaken. Momo trails off as she turns the book of anatomy over in her hands, recognizing it as the one she had left at her uncle's agency and never found again, her eyes darting up to meet a pair of shockingly green ones. Where did you get this? Midoriya sits back in his chair, a satisfied look on his face. My mentor gave it to me, he explains. Since we met this week I had wondered if the Yamamo in the book was you. Looks like my hunch was right. The dots connect in Momo's mind, and she exclaims, oh, you must be Uncle Yo-Yo's mystery student then. Midoriya chokes on nothing but air as Momo's nickname for Bastion processes. Yo-Yo? As Izuku sputters incoherently, Yaoyorozu waves her hands nervously at his overreaction. Sorry, Midoriya coughs out, pounding his chest awkwardly. I just never expected such a cute nickname for Yosai. He is a tad intimidating, Momo nods. Honestly, I still just can't believe it's you. He told you about me? Never by name, Yaoyorozu explains, but every time he came to dinner Uncle would have a new story about his prodigy of a student. Midoriya's cheeks tinge red at Bastion's praise. It would seem, Momo's eyes rake over Izuku's frame, that you have lived up to the hype. To call his previous color a blush would seem like an understatement as Midoriya does a remarkable impression of a tomato under Yaoyorozu's gaze. Ah, Mina interjects out of nowhere, having snuck over to their side of the room while the pair wasn't looking. She flops over the arm of Midoriya's chair. Look at you two flirting. Momo joins Midoriya in blushing and spluttering as the two blurt out denials. We weren't Dash. I wasn't Dash. Laughter peals across the room as Mina cracks up. After a moment she calms down and wipes the tears of mirth from the edges of her eyes. I'm just kidding. You guys are too easy. The trio lapses into easy conversation, Momo and Midoriya trading stories about Bastion while Mina provides commentary. They reach a lull in the conversation, and Momo notices Midoriya observing her pensively. What is it? She asks. This may sound indelicate, Midoriya cautions, but I mean no offense. I noticed you seemed a little uncomfortable earlier and I was just wondering if you wanted your hero suit to be so sparse. Want it? No, Momo chuckles bitterly, but it is necessary. I need open skin for my quirk, so it doesn't destroy any clothes I wear. You don't like it? Midoriya surmises. No, there's too many eyes. Mina nods in agreement with Momo's answer, and Midoriya makes an on-the-spot decision. If I provided a design that fixed that problem, would you take it? Yes, Momo nods, cautious hope in her eyes, but I can't imagine how you'd be able to help. Let me try, Midoriya says. Can you make me some paper and pencils? Yaoyorozu nods and the skin on her arm sparkles as a pad of paper and set of colored pencils springs into existence. Midoriya takes it and begins sketching something. Mina, who is still slumped over the arm of his chair, stands up, walks behind him, and props her head on his shoulder. Oh, she exclaims, I see what you're doing. Pointing at a section of the paper she says, make that a little rounder and add some red in there. What's going on? Momo asks, craning her head to try and see the paper. Midoriya angles it away from her and waggles his finger in playful warning. It's a surprise. After a couple of minutes, and several more pointers from Mina, Midoriya puts down his pencils and hands the pad to Momo. Here, he says, eyes eager and bright, tell me what you think. Momo's breath catches in her throat as she looks at the sketch. In deft lines, Midori had drawn her face, body, and a prototype costume. Rough splashes of color fill in the sketch and Momo's likeness looks gorgeous on paper. What truly catches her eye, however, is the suit. Strips of red fabric crisscross each other in a V shape, providing tasteful cleavage space while also covering her vitals. An identical utility belt to her current one holds her tablet and holds up a yellow skirt short hybrid, a skort. There's plenty of space on her legs for her quirk, but her boots no longer have heels on them and they part at her shins and reform into knee pads in one continuous shape. The back is an open expanse of skin, but a red cape trimmed in gold hangs from her shoulders, providing cover. She must have been silent for far too long because Midoriya begins to ramble. The fabric is all a Kevlar blend, so it should be highly protective. The bands are all separate from each other and your skin, so items can slip out from under them while still protecting you. I left the back open for bigger objects, and you still have your legs and arms for creation as well, and the cape and new boots will provide protection and dash. Midoriya, Momo cuts him off. Thank you. I love it. Midoriya blushes heavily, but Yaoyorozu misses it as she looks back down at the sketch. It's amazing, but even if I send it in now it will be weeks before the support company can get it back to me. Momo sighs, dejected. I suppose I could wear a gym uniform. Actually, Midoriya taps one of the pencils to his chin. I might have a better way. Oh. Yeah, Midoriya grins, standing up and shooting a text to someone. Come on, there's someone we need to meet. The pair waves goodbye to Mina as Midoriya leads Yaoyorozu back into the main building and through the hallways. They make small talk as they walk, and eventually, the tall pair stops in front of an imposing metal door. What is this place? Momo asks, reaching for the door only to be held back by Midoriya's firm arm. Before she can ask why, explosion blows the door off its hinges and knocks her to the floor, a triumphant screech coming from behind it. Midoriya calls, clapping his hands together to dispel the smoke. You okay in there? I'm fine, a woman shouts back. Then stop exploding doors when people are in front of them, Midoriya shouts back, helping a stunned Momo to her feet. Come on, he says, leading her inside. Let's get you a suit. They tiptoe around a half-assembled pile of support gear, and Momo sees a pink-haired lady knee-deep in a robot. Here you go, May. Midoriya tosses a data disk to the inventor, who catches it without looking. Vi's footage from the exercise today. Oh goody, the woman says, dragging herself out of the robot, coveralls drawn tight over her chest as she hurries to a computer terminal in the corner. She wipes her surprisingly toned arms free of grease, and Momo watches the inventor snatch up a band of metal and toss it at Midoriya. Here's that last baby we had planned. Midoriya slips on the intricate wristband onto his arm as the woman turns back to the computer, plugging in the drive. Let's see our babies in action, she cackles. Midoriya cuts her off, gesturing at Momo and handing Hatsum the sketch of the suit. We have a guest. She needs you to make her a suit. Yes, Hatsum shouts, my influence spreads. Handing Momo the drawing and sticking her hand out to shake, Hatsum greets, Hiya, future customer, I'll be making lots of babies for you. Momo is trapped in the whirlwind of interactions between Midoriya and the woman who is surprisingly attractive underneath a layer of machine oil and metal shavings, but the last comment grounds her in surprise. Babies? Midoriya sighs. Yaoyorozu, this is Hatsum May, a genius support inventor and my best friend. May blushes slightly under the title, but Midoriya keeps talking and doesn't notice. May, this is Yaoyorozu Momo, your new favorite person. Her quirk allows her to create anything as long as she knows the molecular composition. Zuku, you know you'll always be my favorite. Hatsum waves off, an excited glint appearing in her eye, making Momo nervous as she addresses her. But you and I are going to have so much fun. As the pink-haired inventor bombards the creation-quirked woman with questions, with Midoriya looking on in amusement, neither of them notice Momo slip Izuku's sketch into her pocket. I should have expelled you for that stunt you just pulled. Bakugo regains consciousness with all of the subtlety and pain of a car wreck, crashing upright and grabbing his head in agony. It takes a minute for Aizawa's words to penetrate the throbbing headache from his concussion, but two words stand out in particular. Should have. So why haven't you? The explosive blonde grits his teeth and shoots the question at his teacher. You can talk in a minute, Sonny. Recovery Girl's voice prompts Katsuki to open his eyes, just in time to see her wrinkled lips pucker against his cheek. His headache and dizziness fade away as the school nurse tracks his eye movements. That Midoriya sure did a number on you, but you should be fine, the elderly hero explains. If your symptoms return, come and see me. The nurse putters around the exam room for a minute before stepping into her office and shutting the door, leaving Bakugo and Aizawa to stare at each other in silence. Well, Bakugo shouts once the silence grates on his nerves too much. Why am I still effing here? The unimpressed stare Aizawa levels at him tell Bakugo exactly how his teacher feels about his anger. You deliberately attacked your classmates with an overwhelming attack that you knew could cause serious injuries after being warned against it by All Might and being warned by me previously. So what? So what do you know about villain demographics and crime rates? Aizawa asks out of the blue. Specifically in February and March? What the hell does that have to do with anything? Bakugo growls. What's with the effing non sequiturs? Humor me. There's a spike in small-time villains, Katsuki says after a moment. The winters end wackiness, right? Yes. Aizawa nods. Petty crimes perpetrated by teenagers with powerful quirks, usually meaningless and not thought out. Hence the media calling it the stupid name of wackiness. You're a smart kid, Aizawa snarks, full of laconic sarcasm. Surely you can figure out why. Entrance exams, Bakugo grunts after a moment. Exactly, kids with semi-powerful quirks and bad attitudes who have been built up for years and told they are hero material fail the exam, Aizawa explains, and suddenly the rug is ripped out from under them. They have nowhere to turn. So they rob, vandalize, and assault. Eraserhead pins him with an intense stare. Kids just like you. Something inside of him goes cold as he realizes what his teacher is suggesting, and explosions pop off in Bakugo's clenched fists as he shouts, "What did you just say to me?" Calm yourself, Bakugo. Aizawa's stare flashes red and Bakugo's explosions are cut off as his quirk is erased. Are you a man or a rabid dog? Forcing deep breaths down into his lungs, Bakugo reigns in his rage, simmering beneath his skin instead of igniting his skin. I'm not a villain. I will never be a villain. Are you telling me you would never get angry and use your quirk on someone in public? That you'd never lose control and blow something up? Because from what I've seen of you I don't believe that, Bakugo. So what now? Katsuki growls. I'd like to think that you have what it takes to be a hero somewhere deep inside, Aizawa tells him. You're talented, but it's overshadowed by your anger and ego. Is that it? Bakugo spits out. I'm not allowed to ever get angry? You can get angry, Aizawa shoots back. Anger can be useful, it can be motivating. If you manage it and harness it properly, it can make you a force to be reckoned with. But only if your anger is controlled and not allowed to explode everywhere, hurting others and yourself. Placated a small amount, Bakugo grunts in understanding. I cannot expel you and release a possible villain out into the world, Aizawa says, eyes flashing and cutting off Bakugo's interjection, but I also cannot allow your unchecked rage to be a danger to your teammates and civilians. Aizawa's phone dings and the hero pulls it out of his pocket, checking the text and nodding in satisfaction. Starting tomorrow you will be on probation. What? Bakugo asks. What the F does that mean? It means that for the next 2 months, you will have detention during your lunch break and you will be watched carefully, with any more infractions being punished severely, his teacher explains. Also, you will have mandatory anger therapy sessions with Hound Dog for the same PRD. Therapy? Bakugo shouts. I don't need therapy, you shitty fucknut. Eraserhead's glare cuts him off once again, his look saying, it's either that or corrective custody. Seeing Bakugo freeze up at that, Aizawa sighs and rubs the bridge of his nose. You have to change, Bakugo, Aizawa says, unknowingly parroting Midoriya from weeks before as he stands up and walks towards the door. If you don't learn to control yourself you will be expelled. I don't think you can do it, Aizawa says, opening the door and walking out, leaving a parting challenge in his wake. I hope you prove me wrong. The door shuts with all the finality of a gunshot, and Bakugo is left alone to stew in his thoughts. Today's first task will determine the course of your future here at UA. Dread washes over the class at Aizawa's statement, their collective imaginations running wild with thoughts of more quirk tests and threats of expulsion. You all need to pick a class representative. Midoriya thinks he hears Kaminari mutter, but that's so normal, as Aizawa's statement registers and the class lets out a sigh of relief. Pick me, guys, Kirishima shouts, kickstarting the shouting from the rest of the class. I want to be the class rep. I'll take it, Kaminari says, quickly getting slammed by Gyre. Yeah, right, you're gonna want to pick me. Someone with my style would be Dash. Mina cuts Aoyama's sparkly statement off. I'm like, totally the right pick. I don't think everyone is aware of the responsibility this would be, Midoriya muses as he watches his classmates' antics. In a normal school it would just be a little extra work, but here in UA it's a heavier responsibility, proof that you can lead a team like a hero, and a way to get noticed by agencies and pros. He catches Yaoyorozu's eye and sees that the reserved woman is taken aback by their classmates' rowdiness, so he offers her a reassuring smile and a shrug as if to say, "What can you do?" "Silence, everyone please." Ida's shout cuts through the din, gaining everyone's attention. The class representative must lead. Others, that's not something just anyone can do. They must hold the trust of our fellow classmates. His arms chop rigidly. Logically the best way to decide then would be democratically. We must hold an election to choose our leader. It's pretty obvious he wants us to pick him, right? Shinso leans over and whispers to Midoriya sarcastically, causing the green-haired man to suppress a snort. Is this really the best idea? Yeah, Tsu adds on, we've only known each other a few days, how do we know who we can trust? Besides, Kirishima says, everyone is just gonna vote for themselves. Yeah, that's right, a couple of people chime in. Midoriya sees Ida flounder for a moment and speaks up, his tone pitched to carry across the classroom easily, so give everyone 2 votes. His statement commands the attention of the class and they turn to him in unison, what? Midoriya sighs and explains his statement. If everyone will just vote for themselves, just give everyone 2 votes and say they can only vote for themselves once. It solves the problem of wanting to support yourself while also giving you the chance to put your vote behind someone else. That would work well, Yaoyorozu says once the class has thought about it. It seems good to me. Indeed, Ida exclaims, turning to address Aizawa. This is the best way, right sir? Do whatever you want, Aizawa shrugs, cocooning himself in his sleeping bag and slumping to the floor. Just decide before my nap is over. Thank you for your trust, sir, Ida says with one final arm chop. Yaoyorozu produces slips of paper and Ida distributes them. After a moment of thought, Midoriya scribbles down 2 names and passes forward his slips, the rest of the class following in suit. Ida collects all of the votes and begins chalking the results up on the board, his broad shoulders blocking the winner till he turns and the class can see who the new class representative is. Midoriya's eyes track upwards till they reach the top and he sees whose name is there, and he can't bite back his sigh. F&D hell. I just don't understand, Midoriya says as his tray clatters on the surface of the cafeteria table, how I got so many votes. Shinso gives him a look that says, don't be dumb, at the same time that Ida chops his arms officiously. You were clearly the right man for the job, Midoriya, the robotic man says, and the votes reflect that. But there are people more suited for the job, Midoriya argues, like you and Yaoyorozu. The creation Quirked girl, sitting at another table with Jairu and Todoroki, had garnered the second highest amount of votes, making her the class's vice president. Nonsense, Ida says, straightening his glasses. As much as it pains me to say, I didn't show anywhere near as much leadership as you did during our combat exercises. I allowed myself to be walked over by Todoroki and Bakugu and it showed. Yeah man, Kirishima tacks on, attacking his pork cutlet with his sharp teeth and gesturing with his chopsticks. You really took charge and kicked butt. Ignoring Ida's indignant cry of, language. Uraraka speaks up, as great as Yamamo was, you were definitely the leader for the combat exercise. With her backing you up, Shinso agrees, which is why she'll make a good VP for you. Still, Midoriya says petulantly, that doesn't explain where 7 votes came from. Well, Ida says, I voted for you and Yaoyorozu did as well. I voted for you, Deku, Uraraka says, and I know Mina did. I did too, Kirishima grins. I could not vote for someone as manly as you. They exchange a fist bump as Shinso says, I voted for you and Kaminari. Why those 2? Uraraka asks, a puzzled finger on her chin. Well, being the class rep isn't ideal for the type of hero I want to be, Shinso explains, and Midoriya was an obvious choice. What about Kaminari? Kirishima asks. I like the guy but he doesn't seem to be the most responsible, wouldn't that be a little chaotic? Shinso shoots some finger guns at the redhead. Exactly. Ida launches into an impromptu lecture on the importance of not throwing away Democratic votes, and when he's done Midoriya speaks up again. That still leaves one vote unaccounted for, he says, slurping up some of his noodles. I wonder who it is. Wait, Uraraka says, you didn't vote for yourself? Nope, I voted for Ida and Yaoyorozu, Midoriya replies. Ida bows awkwardly from his seated position, his glasses parallel with the table. Thank you for your confidence in me, Midoriya. It's no problem, Ida, Midoriya waves off, and I thought I told you to call me Izuku. Of course. Izuku, Ida replies awkwardly. They return to their lunch, everyone at the table chatting aimlessly about light topics when Uraraka speaks up. Hey Shinso, she asks, what did you mean when you said being a class rep isn't good for the type of hero you want to be? Yes, I was curious about that as well, Ida comments as the table's occupants turn to the purple-haired man. I want to be an underground hero, Shinso shrugs. Popularity and visibility don't help much with that career path. Like Aizawa, right? Kirishima asks. Yeah, Shinso chuckles sheepishly. Eraserhead is one of my idols. That must be so cool to be taught by him then, Uraraka chirps. 13 is my idol, I'd love to be taught by them. It would be really cool if I could get taught by my favorite, Kirishima agrees, flexing his biceps dramatically, but Crimson Riot has been dead for years. I just have to be manly like him. Crimson Riot was so cool, Midoriya agrees. Yeah man, Kirishima grins toothily, being brave and helping people like him is the whole reason I want to be a hero. The redhead turns to the rest of the table and begins to ask a question when an ear-piercing siren screeches out and the whole cafeteria descends into chaos. This is a level 3 security breach. Please evacuate calmly to your designated zones. What's a level 3? Midoriya hears Ida ask an upperclassman as their group is separated and swept off by the sea of humanity. Midoriya doesn't hear the answer, but in his head, his quirk is whispering urgently, watch 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 watch. He slams into someone as the crowd shoves into a crowded gangway, and as Izuku steadies himself and the person he nearly trampled, he recognizes Todoroki's blank gaze. Sorry about that, Midoriya apologizes, receiving a curt nod in reply. As the crowd gets rougher, Midoriya sees multiple people getting slammed into the walls and watches Shoji pull up a business student who almost got swept underneath the feet of the crowd. As if to echo his thoughts, Todoroki mutters, someone is going to get hurt. You're right, Midoriya agrees, turning to the dual-quirked man. How precise can you be with your ice? Enough. Freeze everyone's feet, Midoriya orders, and the other man slides his foot forward, ice crackling and rushing forward, freezing everyone's feet into place. At the same moment, Midoriya's quirk clashes in his head. Look up. His eyes dart upwards, and Midoriya sees Ida floating in the air and clumsily heading in their direction, his engines trying to propel him but sending him off course. Midoriya shoots his hand up in the air, the appendage crackling with energy, and as Ida catches his grip, Izuku slams him forward with a burst of one for all, sending the taller man crashing into the wall above the entrance. Everyone calm down, Ida shouts from where he hangs precariously. There is no danger. We are UA students. We are supposed to be the best of the best. We must remain calm. He is right. Yaoyorozu shouts through a megaphone from the other side of the crowd. It is just the media. Remain calm and proceed to our meet-up points. As everyone calms down and Todoroki melts his ice, Midoriya sighs in relief. Thanks for your help, he tells the other man, extending his arm for a handshake. That could have gotten nasty if not for you and Ida. I'm not here to make friends, the heterochromatic man says after considering Midoriya's outstretched hand for a moment. That's fine, Midoriya says, not deterred. How about allies? Todoroki seems to think about for a second, his eyes clouded over slightly. Perhaps, he says curtly, nodding and walking away, leaving Midoriya's outstretched hand hanging in the air. Midoriya drops his hand and grins internally. You have no choice, Todoroki. Friendship is inevitable. I'm sure by now you've all heard that the intrusion earlier was just the press. Aizawa is standing tiredly at his podium at the end of class, staring out at them all. That should be the end of it, but I would like you all to keep an eye out for anything strange and talk to a teacher if you see anything. Aizawa flashes his quirk briefly, pinning them with his stare. You all did well in the cafeteria, but next time please try to keep the quirk use to a minimum. Everyone shuffles uncomfortably at that, and Aizawa eventually releases his quirk. Now, I believe Midoriya wanted to say something. Midoriya makes his way up to the podium and addresses his classmates. I know Aizawa already said it, but I'd just like to say thank you for keeping a calm head during the evacuation and for voting me class president. A couple of people whoop quietly and Izuku shoots them a grin. I'd also like to say thanks to Uraraka, Todoroki, Yaoyorozu, and Ida for their quick thinking in calming everyone down. Hell yeah, Kirishima shouts. Emergency exit Ida. Kirishima, Kaminari, and Mina begin to chant, Emergency exit Ida, while half of the class dies of laughter. Ignoring the antics of a bunch of barely adults, Aizawa catches the attention of Yaoyorozu and Midoriya. Stay behind, you two. I need to discuss class responsibilities with you two. Tomorrow the class will be taking a bus trip to an on-campus facility that is several miles away to do some rescue training. Aizawa watches the two class leaders vibrate with various levels of excitement as he continues. As class representatives, I am entrusting you with making sure everyone is prepared and well-rested for tomorrow morning. We understand, Yaoyorozu says to their teacher. We will make sure that everyone gets to bed at a reasonable time tonight. I'll check that everyone has their suits as well, Midoriya agrees. Was that all? That is it, Aizawa says as he slides back under the table. For what it's worth, you two are excellent picks for class leadership. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu both blush slightly under their teacher's praise as they leave the classroom, walking back to the dorms where the rest of their classmates had gone. Midoriya is thoroughly enjoying the small talk he's sharing with the intelligent woman, but eventually, the rumbling of his quirk in his head is too much for him to ignore. Do you feel like something bad is about to happen? He blurts out. I just feel this sense of foreboding looming. No, I'm not feeling anything, Yaoyorozu replies with a puzzled look on her face. The only thing that is happening soon is rescue training, and surely nothing could go wrong there with all the teachers. Yeah, Midoriya agrees sheepishly, just rescue training. What's the worst that could happen? I've always been told I'm blunt, but I like to think of it as me speaking my mind. Most of Class 1A turn Azui as the unblinking frog-quirked girl speaks up. What do you mean, Azui? Midoriya asks after a moment when it's clear that she won't continue. I thought I told you to call me Tsu, Azui counters. But that power of yours, it's a lot like All Might's, isn't it? Midoriya is so busy internally panicking that he doesn't notice Todoroki perk up and start paying attention to the conversation. Thankfully for Izuku's panic, he has already thought of a refutation for this kind of comment beforehand. Yeah, Midoriya coughs out, I might be strong, but All Might doesn't use a sword. That's right, Kirishima chimes in as Azui puts a long finger on her chin in contemplation. Plus All Might doesn't sparkle like Midoriya here does. I don't sparkle, Midoriya jokes with faux revulsion. That's Aoyama's gig. Still, Kirishima continues, hardening his arms dramatically, I bet it's handy to have an augmenting type of quirk. You look super flashy with all your green gear and lightning. My hardening is a useful power for defense and destroying bad guys, but it just can't keep up in that department. Hey, Izuku interjects, your quirk is plenty flashy enough. Besides, it's how you use it that makes you pro-material. Ignoring Mina, who is wiggling her eyebrows at him for some reason, Midoriya addresses everyone else listening. We're all pro-material, otherwise we wouldn't be here. The class dissolves into discussions of various quirks, with Tsu and Kaminari antagonizing Bakugo. Kirishima and Izuku fall into a debate about hero movies, which somehow devolves into a discussion about the Terminator and then their favorite Arnold Schwarzenegger movies. Before they realize it, the bus grinds to a halt and Aizawa tiredly announces, Quiet down, we're here. Class 1A piles out of the bus and tumbles to a halt in front of a giant shiny dome with the letters emblazoned on the front. Universal Studios Japan? Some of their less astute classmates exclaim, causing Izuku to snort quietly. Not quite. The massive doors on the front of the facility crank open and a familiar hero waddles out. Midoriya presses the activation button on his circlet headset. Start recording, it would probably be good to have a record of this. His assistant's quiet, "Gotcha boss," is eclipsed by the hero's exclamation. "I am the space hero, 13, and this," 13 gestures grandly to the dome, "is my custom rescue training facility, the unforeseen simulation joint." Uraraka seems to be vibrating so fast she might reach orbit any minute, and Izuku vaguely remembers his bubbly friend mentioning that 13 is her favorite hero. "They're kinda reaching on that acronym," Shinso whispers to Midoriya, making him chuckle, "Don't you think?" Izuku shushes his sarcastic friend as 13 continues their spiel. The astronaut-themed hero leads them into the facility and begins lecturing them on how dangerous every quirk can be. Izuku pays attention to the speech. It's a serious topic, but he's also heard it before. Multiple times. From All Might, Aizawa, and Bastion. So he's probably not paying as good attention as he should be. Instead, he's surveying the facility, taking in all the zones. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees Aizawa approach 13, and 13 holds up 3 fingers in response to his question. They must mean All Might, Izuku realizes. He probably was supposed to be here but used up all of his time. As if reading his thoughts, Yaoyorozu speaks up. "Sensei, I thought there was supposed to be 3 teachers here today." "There was," Aizawa groans, "but All Might got caught up with the situation. He might be here for the end of class." Aizawa and 13 begin to explain the activities when an automated voice pipes up in Izuku's headset. "Signal lost." "Vi?" Izuku inquires of his virtual assistant. Whatever response Vi gives is drowned out as Midoriya's quirk goes haywire in his head. The slamming of metal, wood, weapons, and armor is deafening, and Izuku grabs his head in pain. Look, his quirk screams as Midoriya's classmates watch him in concern. "Danger, danger, 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 danger." Forcing his quirk to the back of his head with Herculean effort, Izuku's shout rips from his throat, "Eraser head!" Midoriya's voice snaps out over 13's, cutting off the rescue hero and gaining his teacher's attention immediately. Something is wrong. Had it not been Midoriya, Aizawa might have scolded them for kidding around. Had Izuku used his name instead of title, Eraserhead might have missed the way a portal opens in the courtyard. He might have missed the nebulous darkness that spreads out and spits scores of villains into the school, his school. But it wasn't anyone else and he didn't miss it, so after a moment's shock, Aizawa steals his mind, puts on his goggles, and draws his long hair into a ponytail. "Wait, has the training started already?" Kirishima asks, stepping forward with concern in his voice. "I thought we were rescuing people?" "Stay back," Aizawa barks. "This is real." "Those are villains," Midoriya tells Kirishima, cursing under his breath as a figure covered in hands steps out of the portal and a hulking beast joins him. "Real villains." "No way," Kirishima gasps. "How did so many get on campus?" "Why are no alarms going off?" Todoroki asks. "Either they're attacking everywhere on campus or they have a quirk that is blocking our sensors." "They're likely jamming our communications as well," Eraserhead agrees. "Kaminari, try to use your quirk to contact the school." The electric blonde starts to send short pulses of Morse code through his headset but shakes his head when nothing goes through. Aizawa doesn't seem surprised and simply nods. "Keep trying." "Where is All Might?" the hand-covered villain shouts, drawing everyone's attention. "I went through all the trouble of bringing some friends to meet the number 1 and he doesn't even show up." "Did they use the press break-in as a cover to steal a schedule?" Eraserhead mutters softly. "That might be how they knew where he was supposed to be?" "No matter," the lead villain grandstands. "Maybe if I kill a few children, All Might will come out to play." Eraserhead's quirk snaps on. His hair is bound down but his capture weapon is floating as he stares down the horde of villains. 13 Midoriya, get the class out of here. Get help. Show Yuta. Izuku's voice is soft as he addresses his teacher, his friend, his tone heavy with everything he's not saying. He knows this is bad, he knows that he fights better in one-on-one situations or surprise attacks, Izuku thinks, but he's keeping strong for us, so we don't panic. And I can't ruin that with my warnings. The teen opens and closes his mouth several times, before finally settling on a simple, "Be careful," trying to inject as much emotion into his voice as he can so his mentor understands his worry. The pro's eyes glint with understanding as he nods back. "You should know by now, Midoriya. You can't be a hero with only one trick." With his capture weapon flying, he leaps into the fray. Cursing, Midoriya jogs after his classmates when 13 shouts for him, "Midoriya, we have to go." "Vi, you there?" "Always, boss." Midoriya thinks he might be imagining the tension in his virtual assistant's voice, but he pays it no mind as he instructs her, "Cache all the footage since we came in and send it to all contacts with a distress call." "Will do, boss," Vi acknowledges. "However, there is something unknown interfering with my connection." "Then, keep trying then, and let me know if you get through." Before the class can reach the locked door, a portal opens on the floor in front of them, and the gaseous villain billows out of it. There will be no escape. The collection of teenagers, led by a pro-hero, skid to a stop in front of the warp villain. "It is terribly impolite of us to drop in unannounced." The villain's voice is velvety and dangerous, like a dagger kept in a silk-lined box. "I am Kurogyri and we are the League of Villains." "Why are you here?" 13 challenges, arrayed in front of the class in a protective stance. "We decided that this haven of justice would be a fitting place for All Might, the symbol of peace, to take his last breath," Kurogyri says baldly, with a level of nonchalance that kicks the breath out of Midoriya's lungs. "I do believe he was supposed to be here today," the villain continues, not noticing 13 pop one of the caps of their fingers. "No matter, I still have a job to do." Izuku feels the air stir beside him and shoots out his arm just in time so snag Kirishima by his costume, keeping the spiky redhead from lunging at the villain along with Bakugo. "Die!" Bakugo's roar drowns out the villain's next words as an explosion rocks the class back. The dust and ash slowly settle and 1A gasps in unison as Kurogyri reforms unharmed. "You live up to your school's reputation," he intones, "but you should be careful, child, or else someone could get hurt." Enveloping the group of heroes and training in his mist, Kurogyri shouts, "I will scatter you across this facility to meet my comrades and your doom." Realizing his attention, Midoriya grabs the two people standing closest to him, Momo and Kirishima, and shouts, "Todoroki! Freeze us!" There is no response but the crackling of ice, but as the darkness clears, Midoriya breathes a sigh of relief when he realizes that everyone is still there, frozen to the ground. Well, almost everyone. "Bakubro!" Kirishima's shout draws everyone's attention to the space between Kurogyri and 13, where the explosive blonde had been standing. The empty space. "He must have gotten warped," Ida says. "Tisk." Kurogyri's irritated hiss draws attention back to the villain. "No matter, if I cannot bring you to the fight, I'll just have to bring the fight to you." His warp gate spreads out again. But before anything can happen, a click is heard and Kurogyri is dragged towards them in a vortex of suction. "What is this?" the villain grits out as he struggles to drag his smoke out of the vortex. "My quirk," 13 declares, hand outstretched towards the villain. "Black hole lets me consume anything in my path. You will not hurt these kids." "It's a pity," Kurogyri drawls, seemingly no longer worried. "You could have made a great villain with that quirk." Shouts of shock echo as a portal opens up behind 13, and the hero's own quirk begins to consume them. Midoriya shouts, "No," activating one for all in his legs and diving toward his teacher, pushing them out of the way. For a split second, Izuku feels the terrifying power of the black hole nipping at his heels before 13's quirk shuts off and he sighs in relief. "Are you alright?" he asks, helping the rescue hero to their feet and examining the small rips in their costume with worry. "I'll be fine," 13 waves off. "You need to get your class out of here, class president." "What?" Midoriya turns to where 13 is pointing just in time to see Kurogyri warp in a huge selection of villains, nearly half of what Aizawa was facing down in the courtyard. "I'll keep Kurogyri occupied, but someone must alert the main campus," 13 orders. "Right?" Midoriya agrees. Midoriya dashes back to the class as 13 re-engages Kurogyri and relays the situation. "What do we do, Deku?" Uraraka asks. "Wait, why are you asking me?" Because you are the class leader, Midoriya, Ida says firmly, we placed our trust in you as president. Now you're great at planning, so what is the plan? Midoriya looks around at the rest of his friends, catching Shinso, Momo, Mina, Uraraka, and Shoji's agreeing glances. When no one objects, Midoriya simply nods. Right? Izuku observes the villains crowding around them, keeping their distance because they're wary of the class's quirks. Putting years of tactical training from Bastion to use, Izuku makes a haphazard plan and looks up at his class, his friends, with determination blazing in his glowing green eyes. Here's what we're going to do. Mobility, Midoriya thinks, watching as 13 dodges around Kurogiri's portals. Uraraka, Mina, Aoyama, and Siro, he orders, go help 13. Don't stop moving, avoid Kurogiri's portals, and support our teacher. Right. The trio agrees in unison, Aoyama tacking on and we, to the end. Unbidden, Todoroki makes a small glacier to clear their path, earning a thankful nod from Midoriya. Strength and utility, Izuku thinks. Momo, Shoji, Sado, once we get to the door you have to get it open and get Ida out. I will not abandon you all, Ida interjects, I can help in this fight. Ida. Izuku cuts down his friend's argument with a sharp word. You're the fastest one here. It's up to you to bring reinforcements, Midoriya entreats, staring into the engine-quirked man's eyes. We're counting on you. Izuku can see the moment determination crystallizes on Ida's face. I won't let you down, the Idatan heir swears. Good. The smell of mint sweeps the class as Midoriya forms his armor around himself, turning to the slowly approaching villains. Kirishima and Tokoyami, he says, considering his classmates' quirks, get on my right and left. With a tip of AV, a spear point that the villains will break on. If you're for close combat, Midoriya addresses the rest of the class as they slowly back towards the door, the crowd of villains stalking after them, form the arms of the V on our sides. Midoriya's quirk has been getting more noticeable in his mind, the endless war, the cacophony of metal, swords, and spears crashing like thunder. After a moment's thought, he orders, long-ranged quirks get behind us and fire over. Be careful not to hit us. If we work as a team, we can get through this. It warms Midoriya's heart to see his class listening to him without reservations. Kaminari and Ojiro align on the side of Kirishima. Azui and Hagakure are on Tokoyami's side. The class falls into ready stances as the villains get ever closer. Midoriya's armor flares brighter as his sword and shield forms in his grasp, and the thrumming energy of one for all crackles around him. Protect yourselves and your classmates, he orders as the villains prepare to charge. We have to get Ida out. The battle in his head roars louder and louder, his quirk humming in anticipation of a fight, a real fight. We can hold this line, together, Midoriya swears, steady and strong, bolstering his friend's confidence. We will not let them pass. His quirk, for once, falls nearly silent, every ounce of instinct streamlined in preparation for a fight. The sounds of metal are no longer clashing and instead are melding seamlessly, a drumbeat against his soul. It's time to go beyond, he says, soft and firm, the calm before the storm. Izuku's classmates, his friends, cry out with him as the villains charge, and the lines crash, their voices tied together as one, roaring in the face of adversity. Plus ultra. The air is heavy. Heavy with the smell of mint and ozone, the scents warring heavily with sweat and blood as the villains and heroes clash. Heavy with electricity and pure power. The villains' charge breaks on the bulwark that is Midoriya, Tokoyami, and Kirishima. Izuku's armor deflects deadly blows and his sword darts out, the tip flicking into flesh, drawing blood, and nicking bone. Slashes powered by one for all knock villains off course and win them room to work. Attacks shatter on Kirishima's hardening, the stony man weathers every blow like a cliff by the sea, his rocky fists raining hammer blows on villains too weak to pierce his guard. Dark shadow wraps Tokoyami like a cloak, darkness dripping off his feathers like ink as pitch-black claws swipe at villains. Dark Shadow's electric yellow eyes glare out from the shroud as the sentient quirk absorbs attacks and returns them with prejudice. Ojiro slams a villain with his muscular tail while Kaminari grapples with another, lightning crackling around his arms as he acts like a human taser. Azui kicks with strength and grace, her enhanced legs smacking a villain back while her tongue drags a floating villain out of the air. Midoriya can only assume that Hagakure is fighting as well. He can't see the invisible woman, but when villains randomly cry out or fall unconscious for no apparent reason, she must be there. Earjacks sneak over and around the front line as Jiru pierces the villain's guards and blasts her heart rate into vulnerable areas, injuring and knocking people out. Frozen spears from Todoroki shoot through their line, slamming into villains and disrupting concentrated attacks. The formation is hemmed by two mini glaciers, walls of ice that keep the class from being flanked by nefarious villains. Shinso shouts insults into the fray, and when villains respond, the purple-haired brainwasher turns them on their comrades, sowing discord in their ranks. Midoriya knows, the same way he knows which direction to swing his sword, the techniques to cleave and slash, he knows that these villains are trying to kill them. Yet, with blood flying, power thrumming in the air, and a savage grin on his face, Midoriya has never felt more alive. Claws latch onto his shield, and Midoriya is too slow to send one for all from his legs to his arms to keep a hold of it, and the canine villain rips the shield from his grasp. Cursing, Midoriya lets the snagged shield dissolve. A bone-tipped tail slips beneath his guard before he can form another one and stabs through his armor, burying itself into his thigh. A roar of pain and a swipe of his sword severs the tail from its owner, but not before the damage is done. Guys, he calls to Kirishima and Tokoyami, cover me. The pair steps forward as Midoriya falls back, rock and shadow shoulder to shoulder as Izuku gasps for breath and examines the wound. The hole is clean, deep, circular, and oh so painful. The villain's barb has punched through Midoriya's armor and reinforced pants like they were paper. The muscle aches in a way that only deep cuts do, and it'll be a beach and a half to heal, but Izuku can tell by the sluggishly pulsing blood coming from the wound that nothing vital has been hit. Digging into one of his belt pouches, Midoriya patches the wound with a gauze pad and duct tape, stemming the flow of blood. As he wipes off his bloody hands and tests the weight he can put on his leg, ensuring that he can still walk, Midoriya hears clanking behind him. "Yaoyorozu," he calls to the creative woman, "how's it coming?" "We're working as quickly as we can," the normally refined woman shouts back, strain in her voice. Izuku can see her cranking on a winch, trying to get the door open, as Sato and Shoji wedge on crowbars lodged in the gab, their strength warping the metal. "The mechanical gears failed when the power went," Yaoyorozu explains, "so we're working against the weight of the doors and the seized opening mechanism." "Keep going," Midoriya instructs needlessly, tacking on some encouragement, "You guys have got this." Izuku turns to Ida, the stern man quietly revving his engines in his ready pose, but before he can open his mouth to ask Ida something, a strangled squawk rings out behind him. Throwing caution to the winds and slamming one for all into his legs, Midoriya throws himself into a backflip, spinning in the air and bring a brutal axe kick on the head of the villain who had just smashed Tokoyami's beak. A subsequent punch finishes the villain off, and as Midoriya falls back into his position at the head of the defensive line, he asks the bird-like man if he's okay. "I will be fine," Tokoyami lisps through a suspiciously squished-looking beak. "The foul knave caught me by surprise. It will not happen again." "Fall back if you need to," Midoriya responds. "There are medical supplies in my belt pouch. I think they almost have an opening for Ida, we just need to hold on a little longer." "I will persevere." Izuku simply nods and throws himself back into the fight. He gets lost in the haze of battle, attention only on his allies beside him and the enemies at the tip of his sword. Duck, pivot, parry, parry, block, riposte. HEW, parry. A deft spin of his sword wraps a villain on the wrist, knocking a club out of their hand. His quirk screams a warning and Midoriya only barely shields against the flurry of spikes flying at his face. "We can't keep this up," Kirishima gasps out beside him, loosening his quirk around his chest and allowing himself to breathe. "There's so many of them, we're gonna get tired before they do." Kirishima is right, Midoriya knows. The sword-bearing teen can already feel quirk exhaustion creeping at the edges of his awareness, the strain of keeping one for all activated and cycling from his legs to arms, as well as the energy required to keep his Green Knight arms and armor up, is beginning to make itself known. Were it not for his intense training at the dojo and with all might, Midoriya might be at the end of his rope right now. If you need a break, cycle out, he instructs Kirishima, his pulse pounding loudly in his ears. We only need to hold out a little longer. Hell no, the other man grins toothily through his fatigue. It's not manly to quit, bro. A knife sparks off Kirishima's rocky forearms, and Midoriya throws his cracked shield at the villain who attempted to stab his classmate. I've got to figure out a way to strengthen my armor, Izuku curses internally. That's the third time I've had to ditch or dissolve my armor because it breaks. This is getting a little ridiculous. Slowly, Class 1A has whittles the villains down till only a few remain, most lying in clumps unconscious or unable to fight when a massive clang sounds from behind them. We've got it, Yaoyorozu calls. The door is open. Ida, Midoriya shouts as the other man's engines roar. Go! The speedster jets out of the wedged open door and Izuku breathes out a sigh of relief. As if it is some inverted form of karma, the second he and the rest of the class let their guard down, Kurogiri warps in front of them. I see one of you brats escaped, the villain spits angrily. No matter, I can still scatter you to the winds. Wind rushes as Kurogiri's warp gate encircles the main section of fighters, and Midoriya catches sight of Uraraka, Mina, Zero, and 13 all thrown to the side where they were fighting Kurogiri before inky darkness envelopes him and Izuku is falling into the abyss. You are not alone. Tokoyami materializes in the downpour zone, and the avian man binds Dark Shadow with an iron will as his quirk fights to have free reign in the dark. Come, he lisps to a soaked Koda, who had fallen with him. There are surely villains approaching, we must be on our guard. Kirishima smashes through a ruined roof, the fall doing nothing to his hardened form, explosions heralding his arrival. The redhead shakes rubble off of his body and turns to the commotion, where he sees Bakugo tearing through a squad of villains. Well, shitty hair, the explosive blonde shouts at him, are you gonna have a fight or what? Ijiro brushes off the insulting nickname with a sharp grin, slamming his hardened fists together. Here I come, bro. Ojiro hurtles through the conflagration zone, his tail and the dearth of buildings giving him the mobility to sneak up on the villain group hunting him. The heat is oppressive but doesn't stop the tailed man from dragging one into an alley and slamming them with his tail, knocking them out. Todoroki freezes a quintet of villains charging him, the slippery ground of the landslide zone encased with ice as he stalks closer. Tell me, he threatens, stepping close to a villain cycle, how do you plan to win? Shinso chokes around the water in his lungs, coughing the stale liquid up onto the deck of the ship Azui had dragged him and Kaminari onto. Thanks, he tells the frog hoarsely, that was a close one. We're trapped here, Azui says after nodding. There's too much water for me to easily get us to land without getting caught by the villains. Too much water, you say? Shinso walks up to Kaminari, the blonde watching the assembled villains, and grabs onto the back of his costume. I know just how to deal with them. Moving Kaminari forward, Shirnu pushes him into the water of the flood zone. Pikachu, I choose you. What are you doing? The electric man squawks, panicking as the villains encircle him. They're gonna get me. You're in the water, you knock-off Pokemon, Shinso shouts back. Water is conductive. Oh, realization dawns on Kaminari, quickly followed by a smirk as electricity crackles around him. Indiscriminate discharge, 1,000,000 volts. As for Midoriya falling. Wind rushes past his ears as he plummets headfirst towards the ground, surrounded by ruined faux skyscrapers. As the vestiges of Kurogiri's shroud evaporate, Midoriya sees the floor of the ruined zone approaching rapidly. Flipping around so he is upright, Izuku forms his sword and buries it into the building he is falling next to. His oral sword slices through concrete, the glowing green implement slowing his fall to non-lethal speeds, and Midoriya eventually drops to the ground with a quiet thud. Even though he managed to mitigate his fall to the equivalent of a 2-story drop, Izuku's wounded leg still throbs as he lands, and he stumbles upright. Checking to make sure that not too much blood is leaking through his bandage, Midoriya looks up just in time to see a squad of villains thunder into his area. There are a glacier off to his right, explosions behind him, and sounds of fighting off to his left, so Izuku is not likely to get any help. His quirk thumps in his head, pushing him to take action, but he reins it in. "We don't need to fight," Midoriya calls to the villains, dissolving his sword as a gesture of goodwill. "If you surrender now, the heroes will likely be more lenient in your punishment." "Shut the F up, kid," the rock villain at the front bellows. "I'm gonna pound your face into a pulp." "Well," Midoriya sighs, "I tried." Falling into a stance, Midoriya reforms his sword and armor, and one for all crackles around his legs. "All right then," he grins, teeth bared and quirk clamoring in his head as he lunges into combat. "Who's first?" "Are you okay, Jiraiya?" The rocker girl stands back to back with Momo, both bearing weapons against the villains circled them. When they landed between the ruined zone and the landslide zone, Momo had been okay, but Jiraiya had sprained her ankle. Yaoyorozu hadn't had time to make the shorter girl a splint, because they had been surrounded by villains almost immediately. The creation-quirked woman had managed to fabricate them both swords to fend off the attackers, but it wasn't going well. Jiraiya was a complete novice, focusing mainly on her earjacks, and Momo was only able to tell her the basics before she had to put her own minimal training to use. Her uncle had taught her to use swords and bow in the past, but Momo hadn't kept up with her lessons, instead focusing on creating devices and gadgets with her quirk. One such gadget, the beefed-up taser she is holding opposite of her sword, is trained at the leader of the villains. "If you approach us," she threatens, "I will tase you." "DMN kids," the villain charges her, and Yaoyorozu pulls the trigger, tossing the boar-headed man and knocking him out. Another lobs a massive stone at the pair, and Jiraiya blasts it out of the sky with her ankle speakers. Momo drops the spent taser, rapidly creates a launcher that slips out from the slits in her new costume, and fires the net gun at a lunging villain, tangling him into a ball. It continues that way, a few villains charging them and Momo and Jiraiya fending them off, but it's a losing battle. Jiraiya and her parry strikes from a villain simultaneously, and Yaoyorozu grits out, "We need to think of something, otherwise we dash." She lets out a cry of pain as something strikes between her ribs, and gasping for breath, Momo stumbles back and looks down to see a spike lodged in her costume, but thankfully not in her skin. Yanking it out, Momo sees the wicked barb at the tip and realizes that if she had been wearing her original costume, instead of the one Midoriya made, she'd be injured or dead. "Yaoyorozu, Yaoyorozu." Jiraiya's voice cuts through the haze she's in, and Momo looks up. "Are you all right?" The punk girl shouts at her, blasting away some villains with her speakers. "Are you hit?" "I'm okay," she mumbles, standing up and slipping the spike into her pocket. "We need to do something." "Yeah, no sheet," Jiraiya bites out, sending another heartbeat blast through her boot speakers, knocking a pair of villains out. The speakers themselves catch Momo's eye, and a plan rapidly forms. "Jiraiya, give me your boot." "You want to deal with my ankle now?" "No," Momo rolls her eyes. "I have a plan." The purple-haired girl shakes off her boot, and nods when Momo says, "Cover me." "All right, but hurry." Momo draws her tablet off of her belt and rapidly scrolls through blueprints and chemical equations. "Where is it?" she mutters, eyes scanning the screen. "Ah, there." "Momo," Jiraiya grunts, hacking at another rock-covered villain with her sword. "Whatever you're gonna do, you better do it soon." "I've almost got it," Yaoyorozu promises, tongue sticking out slightly as she connects two final wires. "Got it." Lifting the boot, which now resembles a couple of irons stuck to a boot and a gun, Momo throws the device at the assembled villains. It lands with a thump. The squad of villains dives for cover and everyone braces, only for the device to do nothing. Slowly crawling from the places they lunged, one lizard-like man pokes at the device. "What the heck is this, guys?" He turns to his compatriots. "Hey girlie, what the hell is this?" Momo simply smirks, takes 2 steps back with Jiraiya in tow, and says, "Boom." The device lights up, and before the villains can react, a sonic wave bursts out, throwing them all to the ground and knocking them flat. "Holy shit, Yamamoto," Jiraiya says dumbly, "that was awesome." "Wait." Momo keeps her hold on the girl, wrapping them in a thick rubber blanket that extrudes from beneath her cape. It's not done. Before the slowly recovering villains can react, the bomb makes a beeping noise and sparking electricity arcs out, tossing the villains and knocking them out. You made a sonic taser bomb, Gyra deadpants, limping out and poking at the device. That is so cool. Yeah, a menacing voice growls. That is pretty cool. Momo turns around to see a villain half emerged from the earth, a creepy skull mask on, and most importantly a massive hand around Gyra's throat. Before she can blink, a taser forms in her hand and Momo shoots the villain in the chest with it, only for the prongs to spark uselessly as the villain laughs. Nah, the villain waggles a disapproving finger in Momo's direction. Try something again and I'll crush your friend's throat. As if to punctuate his threat, his hand tightens around Gyru's slim throat, causing the woman to choke slightly. Yaoyorozu, the struggling woman gasps, "Please, help me." Momo racks her brain for an idea, any idea that could help Gyru, but comes up blank. She freezes, caught in her indecision. Gyru. The smell of mint washes over them, and before the villain can react, a pair of red boots slams down onto his shoulders, forcing him to the ground. Gyru crumples to the ground and lets out a cry of pain as it further wrenches her already injured ankle. Motherfucker! Midoriya helps her into a standing position and straightens up himself, brushing the dust off his suit and onto the unconscious villain. Sorry I'm late, ladies. Electric green eyes meet black ones as he looks at Momo. I got a little held up. Signal restored. Machinery slams and cranks, sparks fly and metal melts in the support course lab as Hatsum Mei tries to attach another arm to Arthur, her and Izuku's sword baby. Music sifts softly from the background, but Mei doesn't notice till it cuts off and a notification sounds through the lab. Shutting off the welder, Hatsum pulls her pink curls away from her face, rubs the grease on her hands off onto her coveralls, and picks up her phone. A video from Izuku, she mumbles, clicking on it. I wonder what it is? The video plays. Mei gasps in horror and drops the phone, sprinting out the lab and down the hallways. Principal's office, principal's office, principal's office, she gasps out, diving around another corner, only to find a hallway she doesn't recognize. Why is this so hard? Sprinting down another hallway, one of those strange boys from Izuku's class rounds the corner at the other end. They slam open the principal's door together and rush in. Principal Nedzu, the USJ is under attack. White furry man, the USJ is under attack. Hey, Ida shouts at Hatsum, have some respect. The furry mammalian turns to All Might. Go, we teachers will follow. The number one hero nods and throws himself out of the window, shattering the multi-layered glass. That was supposed to be unbreakable, Nedzu murmurs, setting down his cup of tea and pressing a button next to his chair. An alarm starts to ring through the school as the principal turns to Ida and Hatsum. You two remain here, I will gather the other teachers. Wait. Sir. Ida cuts over Hatsum's shout. Sir, with all due respect, I refuse to stay here. I had to leave my friends once, but I will not abandon them again. I can help, Hatsum adds on. If the facilities are still down, I can help get them running. Nedzu's beady inhuman eyes sweep the pair, pinning them with the weight of his gaze. You will stay back, the principal instructs, and you will leave the fighting to the teachers. If you disobey, you will be suspended or expelled. You got it? Yes, sir. We should probably get to the entrance, Izuku mentions as he finishes tying up the last of the villains Gyru and Yaoyorozu had taken out. If the class is regrouping, it would be there. We need to avoid the central plaza. Take the long way around, Yaoyorozu says, looking up from where she is bandaging and splinting Gyru's broken ankle. Eraserhead is still fighting there. And I can't walk on this ankle, Juro adds on before snarking. You'll have to carry me, Green. Yeah, that's my bad. Midoriya rubs the back of his neck sheepishly. I didn't think you'd get injured when I dropped that guy. Are we just gonna leave these punks here? Gyro asks, pointing at the tied-up villains. Well, we can't bring them with us, Izuku snarks, and we don't have access to quirk suppressants to keep them down and out. Actually, Momo speaks up, drawing Gyru and Izuku's attention. I can make quirk suppressing cuffs, but they're difficult. I can't focus on them and something else. Meaning, Izuku's shoulders slump. that you can't run and make them. And we can't stay here, Momo nods sadly. Well, Izuku brightens, straightening up, I guess I'll just carry you both. Did you forget part of my quirk is strength? Well, no, Yaoyorozu mumbles, I just kind of forgot. Okay then, Midoriya shrugs. If Gyre can hold onto my shoulders I can carry you so you can focus on those cuffs. After sorting out their configuration, Gyre hops onto Midoriya's back, and he scoops Momo up into a princess carry, missing her blush as she hides her face against his chest. Hold on tight, Izuku calls back to Gyre as he fires up one for all in his legs. And Yaoyorozu, he looks down at the refined woman who is extruding quirk-suppressing cuffs and thinks of the giant monster in the middle of the courtyard. Make a pair that is extra large. One for all crackles in his legs as Izuku takes off kicking up dust in his wake. They round up Shinso, Azui, and a shorted-out Kaminari as they skirt the courtyard, and Midoriya instructs them to follow them to the entrance. Are you guys okay up here? Midoriya asks as he gently puts down Momo and lets Gyre off of his back. There were only a few of his classmates left up at the entrance of the USJ. Mina has Kurogyri pinned down, acid dripping from her fingers and sizzling against his neck armor, while Aoyama has his laser trained on the villain. Uraraka and Shiro are fretting over 13, using Shiro's tape to patch the gaping hole in the back of 13's life support suit. Sato and Shoji are ensuring that the villains Class 1A took on originally are staying down. Here, Momo says, pausing in her construction of quirk suppressants to toss some to the strong pair, put these on them. Shoji and Sato have just finished securing the villains when the trio from the flood zone jogs up. What's going on, guys? Shinso asks. What's the plan? Our classmates are scattered through the facility, Shoji answers, arms spread out with eyes and ears on the tips. I can't see into the fire or rain zones, but likely some are in there as well. Aizawa can't keep that up forever, Midoriya adds, pointing down into the courtyard. Eventually he's gonna get tired, slip up, or make a mistake and then he'll be in danger. We can't abandon our classmates either, Midoriya continues. We need to round them up without alerting the villains in the center. Sweeping his gaze across the group assembled around him, Izuku slowly forms a plan. Yaoyorozu, can you make some communicators as you did for the battle trials? The production of quirk-suppressing cuffs grinds to a halt, and Momo gasps from the exertion. I can, but that will probably be it until I can get some food. Looking over his friend, Midoriya's eyes catch on the way Yaoyorozu's skin seems to be pulled tight around her bones, and her ribs are visible beneath her costume. Don't overdo it, Izuku entreats, squatting down next to her and rummaging in one of his belt pouches. Here, have a meal bar. Midoriya keeps a high-calorie snack or two in his pockets, as well as first aid gear, and judging by the wrapped packages Sato and Uraraka are presenting Momo, he isn't the only one. Thank you, Momo gushes around the food she shovels into her mouth, her normal refinement abandoned in the face of hunger. This will help a lot. After she finishes the food, and her skin fills out, lipids returning to her system, and dimmen if Izuku's fingers aren't itching to write down analysis on that. Momo turns to Midoriya and asks, how many do you need? Getting a head count of the group he wants, Midoriya tells her, 5. Once they're created, Midoriya tosses one to Tsuyu, Shiro, Sato, Shinso, and Shoji respectively. If you're down for it, you 4 should sweep the outside zones for our classmates. Midoriya points to the group, excluding Shoji, and Shoji can use his quirk to coordinate and direct you to everyone and help you avoid villains. Right? They agree in unison. You think you can do that? Midoriya asks Shoji. You're our best option for a coordinator. We're counting on you. The many-armed man's expression is unreadable beneath his face mask, but after a moment Shoji nods solemnly, I won't let you down. The group Midoriya appointed jogs away, and as Shoji slips the communicator into one of his many ear appendages, Midoriya turns to him. Shoji, can you do something else for me? When Shoji nods, Izuku continues, Aizawa is gonna end up in trouble. Can you keep an eye on him and let me know the second things go south? All right. I'm the only one here quick enough to get to him, and I'm familiar with his fighting style, Midoriya explains, so I can help him. Midoriya checks on Aoyama and Mina where they're watching over Kurogiri and is glad to see that they seem to have the seething villain pinned by his neck armor. Satisfied, Izuku rounds on Uraraka, who is fiddling around with 13's dressings. How are they? Their suit got damaged worse after you guys got warped away. It took us a while to take Kurogiri down, and 13 kept the villain pinned while Mina snuck up on him. Uraraka looks up at Midoriya. He warped black hole behind them and it ripped 13's suit apart. We got it taped up but it was touch and go for a minute. You did good, Uraraka, Midoriya assures her, a steady hand on the woman's shoulder. 13 will be Okadash. Midoriya! Shoji's shout, the signal that Aizawa is in trouble, cuts him off and Midoriya turns around in a flash. Slamming a massive amount of one for all into his senses, pain spikes in his eyes and time seems to slow down for Midoriya, just like in the battle trial. In the space between heartbeats, Midoriya sees the hulking purple villain bearing down on Aizawa, impossibly fast even with how slow Izuku is perceiving things. Izuku knows instinctively that he will never make it in time. A plan crystallizes in his head. One for all sheds off him like sparking electricity as Midoriya forms his spear in his hand. Grabbing Uraraka's hand, he slams all 5 fingers onto the weapon, removing its gravity and consequently any need to account for distance and elevation as he aims. Forcing 100% of one for all into his left index finger, Midoriya prays to any god that's out there that his training from double tap holds true, and throws the spear with incredible force. The full power of one for all shatters the bones in his finger, but Izuku knows it's a small price to pay to help Aizawa. The spear jets forward with a mighty crack as it breaks the sound barrier and slams into the beast just as it reaches Eraserhead. Hold on, Shoyuta, Izuku entreats, pooling 50% of one for all into his legs. I'm coming. Aizawa is no stranger to one-sided fights. In fact, except for alley fights and ambushes that fall neatly into his unique style, nearly every fight he has been in has left Shoyuta at a disadvantage. This one, however, with nearly 50 villains arrayed against him, not counting the leader and his hulking purple bodyguard, is certainly one of the worst. If he had the option, if he wasn't trying to keep the villains contained in one area to give his students time to escape, Aizawa would have led them on a merry chase through the facility, stringing them out and picking them off one at a time with guerrilla tactics. Unfortunately, that isn't an option, so here he is, tiring himself out on the bulk of an invasion force. All things considered, it's not going as bad as could be. While a fair few of the assembled villains have mutations and heteromorphic type quirks, meaning he can't erase them, the rest are thrown into disarray when his covered eyes remove their quirks from play as he whittles them down one by one. The head villain, covered in hands and grumbling to himself off to the side, is watching Aizawa closely, likely looking for an opening or weakness he can exploit once Aizawa is done picking off his cannon fodder. Luckily, Shoyuta had taken Midoriya's advice all those years ago and started tying his hair into a loose bun or ponytail during fights, removing one of his more obvious tells, the floating of his hair. While he can't do anything about the way his capture weapon floats, and he never did quite figure out why that happens, it can be played off as skilled maneuvering instead of a byproduct of his quirk activation. Eraserhead slams one of the few remaining villains, a man who has all the characteristics of a cobra, to the ground, putting him out of the fight, when the lead villain straightens up and mutters something just loud enough to hear. TSK, I can't see this mini-boss's cooldown. Aizawa turns in time to see the hand-covered villain charging him, too quick to be natural, shouting, I guess I'll just have to force an opening. Aizawa dodges his swipe and lodges an elbow into the villain's chest, driving the air from his lungs, and through his pants for breath the silver-haired man growls at the hero. I haven't been able to figure out your tells, Eraser. The villain swipes at the hero, snatching a bit of his capture weapon as triumph, disappointment, and anger flit across the small bit of his features visible to Aizawa. His quirk must be focused around his hands, Shoyuta realizes. I can't let him touch me. But I figured it kinda doesn't matter. The handy villain darts around Aizawa again, throwing a quickly deflected kick towards his knee. Your eyes can't stay open forever. The pair trades a flurry of blows as the hulking purple villain looks on with dead eyes. Aizawa desperately tries to keep the man, who is a whole different caliber of villain than the cannon fodder from earlier, at a distance while the hand-covered villain tries to close their gap. One way or another, his hand latches onto Aizawa's elbow as the other scrabbles for the hero's goggles. Everybody blinks. Two of those scraggly fingers dig under the seal of his goggles, and Eraserhead flinches reflexively, canceling the effect of his quirk on the villain. Careful there, hero. The title is full of mockery and disdain as the villain taunts him, and for a moment Aizawa so naively thinks that nothing will happen, or you just might fall apart. Pain blooms on his elbow, sharp, shooting, and constantly encroaching as his skin flakes away, quickly followed by his muscles and tendons as the villain's grip tightens. Decay, Shoyuta realizes, just like the gate yesterday. Pushing down the sensation of his nerves screaming in agony, Eraserhead stomps on the villain's foot, making him reel back enough for him to wrench his injured elbow out of that deadly grip. Eraserhead catches a glimpse of a satisfied smirk beneath the edges of the villain's mask and is not at all smug when his follow-up kick to the villain's knee wipes it away. "You fucker," the villain howls as he limps away. Both of them came out of that fight damaged, but Aizawa knows his wound is far more debilitating. The villain likely only sprained his knee, but on his own elbow Shoyuta can see the telltale white glint of bone beneath the bloody mess. "Nomu!" Aizawa's head darts up from examining his wound, erasure active as the villain commands his hulking companion. "Kill him!" In spite of Aizawa's activated quirk, the villain moves almost too fast to see, and for a brief moment, Shoyuta feels the air thrum with a power of a level he has only seen from All Might. The Nomu vanishes from its position by the fountain and appears a moment later in front of Aizawa, arms outstretched and grasping for the hero. Aizawa is no stranger to one-sided fights. But, he thinks, panicking as the impossibly strong and fast villain rushes him, heedless of his quirk, it's never been as bad as this. The villain's massive hands wrap around his shoulders and Aizawa's world goes red with unimaginable pain. The smell of mint overcomes his senses and two cracks echo through the courtyard. His upper arms shatter and something slams into the Nomu, sending it stumbling back and dislodging Aizawa from its grasp. The Nomu is pinned to the ground on its back, a familiar glowing green spear buried directly where its heart is, still as stone. Ozone wars with the smell of mint as Midoriya appears, energy wreathing his legs and more rage on his features than Aizawa has ever seen. "Eraserhead," he acknowledges, falling into a defensive stance in front of the injured pro. "Sorry I'm late to the party." Relief grapples with worry as Aizawa brain catches up with the events of the last few seconds. "You shouldn't be here, kid." Shuta's not so overwhelmed by pain that he misses Izuku's scoff, so he tacks on, "But thanks for the save." "Anytime." Now, Midoriya turns towards the villain with the decay quirk, anger in his eyes. "I think it's about time you left." "I think you should scram, brat," the hand-covered villain fires back at Midoriya. "You're out of your league here." "It's not in me to withdraw," Midoriya dramatically declares as his armor wraps around his frame and his sword ignites in his hand. "Ah yes," the villain's eyes alight with recognition, "the swordsman with the given power, Sensei told me about you." Given power? He can't mean one for all? How can he know about me? Midoriya wonders. Who is this Sensei? "You have me at a disadvantage." Midoriya fishes for information, "seeing how you know me and I don't know you." "I am Shigaraki," the villain grandstands, arms stretched wide, "the chosen of my master and here to kill All Might." "How are you going to that, Shigaraki?" Midoriya points to the Nomu still pinned to the ground by his spear, blood leaking sluggishly from the wound, "when your most dangerous accomplice is down." There was no doubt in Midoriya's mind that the hulking villain he had impaled was the one intended to kill All Might. He was just lucky that super strength couldn't beat a spear. "Are you sure about that?" A grin stretches beneath Shigaraki's mask. "Nomu, get up." Izuku watches in horror as the hulking villain drags itself to its feet, a sickening squelch sounding as it drags itself along the length of Izuku's spear. The wound heals rapidly as the beast staggers to its feet, inky purple skin knitting together as if it was never there. "How? Do you like him?" Shigaraki brags. "Sensei created him specifically for the task of killing All Might, a beast stuffed full of quirks and obedient to my every command." Multiple quirks. It can't be, realization dawns on Midoriya, the memory of a conversation with All Might nearly a year ago flitting across his mind, all for one. So a brat like you shouldn't be any challenge. Shigaraki finishes his brag before addressing the Nomu, kill him. Move. His quirk screams, steel clashing and ringing. The Nomu vanishes and Midoriya throws 100% of One for All into his eyes, supercharging his sight and reflexes, ignoring the small pain that accompanies it. Seeing the Nomu running at a seemingly normal pace, Midoriya cycles One for All into his legs and throws himself out of the way of the freight train of death. Just a second too late, Vi screams, duck, through his headset, echoing his quirk. Boss, I can't keep up with him, his assistant apologizes, he's just too fast. It's okay, Vi, Midoriya replies, just keep an eye on everything else for me and try to find a weakness. Sending his power to his eyes once again, Izuku barely catches sight of the massive fist headed for his chest before it slams into him, crumpling his armor and throwing him into the air. As he's flying, Izuku idly notes that Aizawa is barely conscious and on the floor before he slams into the fountain in the courtyard. His circlet and earpiece dig into the back of his head and his chest is certainly bruised, but Midoriya shakes off the pain. Hauling himself to his feet, Midoriya dissipates and then reforms his obliterated armor. At some point, constantly reforming his gear will take its toll, but he can't go without it. The blow his chest plate took would have killed him if not for the armor. Oomph, Shigaraki grunts, it seems that you're more durable than you look. Keep going, Nomu. Flooding his senses with One for All again, this time accompanied by shooting pain, Midoriya manages to see the Nomu in time to get his shield up. To block the punch. Shaking his head and his arm behind the cracked shield, Midoriya thinks, I can't keep doing this with my senses, too much One for All is damaging to my body normally, so who knows what it's doing to my eyes. But, he thinks, ducking beneath a roundhouse kick from the Nomu and slamming a 50% smash into its side to no effect, I can barely see it without that technique. Brute strength won't work, little hero, Shigaraki taunts as the Nomu retaliates for Midoriya's punch, backhanding him across the courtyard. Nomu has a shock absorption quirk. His eyes throb and Midoriya can feel something dripping down his face. When he wipes off his cheek, there's red on his glove. Shigaraki's boast filters through the pain and an idea sparks in his head. But is he sword resistant? When the Nomu strikes again, quick as lightning and just as hard to see, Midoriya doesn't try to block it, doesn't even try to swing. Instead, he just pushes his sword into the path of the blow and braces his arms with One for All, watching in horrified fascination as the Nomu severs its own hand at the wrist. The appendage flops to the ground, and when Midoriya tears his eyes away from it, the Nomu has already grown a new hand. One that is flying rapidly at his face. Crossed arms crackling with power block the blow, but Midoriya can feel his bones creaking as the force drives him inches into the concrete. Feeding One for All into his legs, Midoriya spins and swipes at the Nomu's legs, knocking it off its feet and giving him time to get up. The only thing keeping him alive as Izuku trades blows with the Nomu are his instincts and the deft application of One for All to his eyes. I can't keep this up, he mutters as One for All crackles around him, the taste of ozone and blood in his mouth. Powered senses bring more pain and the sight of the beast charging him once again. And this time Midoriya buries his sword in its shoulder, only to have the blade wrenched from his hand as the Nomu swats him across the courtyard. The blade dissolves as he hits the ground and to Midoriya's surprise, Vi speaks up. Boss, try using those quirk-suppressant cuffs. How had he forgotten those? He had specifically asked Yaoyorozu to make the suppressants that he wastes no time snatching off his belt. In the aftermath of Shigaraki's revelations and Aizawa's state, they had slipped his mind. Looping the chain around one arm, Midoriya jumps to his feet, reforming his sword and forcing One for All into his eyes. What was once shooting pain has transitioned into a steady throb and it intensifies as Midoriya's eyes glow with power, electric green staring down the charging Nomu. The beast approaches in slow motion, and as it nears Midoriya he throws together a plan. Between heartbeats, Izuku readies his sword and bleeds One for All into his legs, excess energy arcing and sparking off his surroundings. As the Nomu gets closer, Midoriya gathers his powers and, like a matador before a bull, jumps. A burst of one for all sends Midoriya into the air, and he comes down roughly on the massive shoulders of the Nomu. The beast thrashes and attempts to throw him off, but Midoriya wraps his thighs around its neck and sinks his sword into its shoulder to anchor himself. He can vaguely hear Shigaraki shouting something, but his attention is on the Nomu's arms and his task. As one massive appendage darts up to try to grab him, Midoriya catches the wrist and wrenches it down, attaching a quirk-suppressing cuff to one of its biceps. He's barely latched the second one to the other arm on when the Nomu throws itself backward, slamming Izuku into the concrete. All of his air forces itself out of his lungs on impact, and Midoriya can feel a couple of ribs crack. With his quirk screaming at him to move, Izuku forces himself to roll as a massive fist vaporizes the concrete where his head just was. Okay, so apparently the cuffs don't work. Stumbling to his feet, Midoriya can see the broken chain between the two bands of the cuffs, the device still on the Nomu's arms, but no longer connected to each other. It would appear as though that method was unsuccessful, Vi tells him. Yeah, no shit, Midoriya grunts as he throws himself out of the way of the Nomu once again, his sword darting out to score a strip alongside its forearm that will quickly heal. Except, tepid blood continues to drip down the Nomu's arm, and the cut doesn't heal immediately like all of Midoriya's previous blows. Maybe it did work, Midoriya realizes, it just only suppressed one of its quirks. Putting his hypothesis to the test, Midoriya meets the next charge halfway. There's no artistry to the path of his sword, none of the elegance and grace that accompany his normal fights. The artificial beast is always 2 steps ahead of him, not in tactics or skill, but in speed. It's all Midoriya can do to try to predict where the Nomu will be. Dust and wind kick up as they meet, the force of the Nomu's punches leagues above Izuku's not insignificant blows. The clash and thrum of war echoes through Midoriya's quirk as he positions his sword in the path of the Nomu's swing and forces it to sever its own arm just below the suppressing cuff. When the Nomu pauses in apparent surprise, Midoriya takes advantage of the opening to swiftly remove its other arm, sword catching on the bone before cutting through as he darts out of reach. There's an audible thud as the arm hits the ground and the 4 in the courtyard freeze simultaneously. The Nomu stands stock still, gaze locked on its missing appendages, seemingly blue-screened mentally. Aizawa hauls himself into a sitting position, fighting back unconsciousness and agony as he prepares to activate Erasure. Midoriya crouches, poised and prepared for an attack on all sides, dark blood dripping off the tip of his sword and seeping through the cracks of the pavement. Shigaraki's hands are twitching, his shoulders are shaking as he frantically scratches at the flaky skin of his neck. Fevered muttering becomes louder and louder as he has a breakdown. No, 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 this shouldn't be possible, the villain rasps, his mask darting back and forth between Midoriya and the maimed Nomu. Nomu! Finish him! A bird-like head snaps upward, beady eyes locking onto Midoriya as he drops his sword and shield, the implements dissolving before they hit the ground, and forms his spear in his grip. One for all crackles in his legs as the Nomu's muscles tense, and they lunge towards each other, the Nomu's toothy jaw gaping as it roars at Midoriya. Deep in the thing's throat, Midoriya can see a faint green glow, but before the Nomu can activate whatever quirk it's trying to use, he drives his spear through his throat with a burst of one for all, sinking the tip deep into the ground and pinning the Nomu on its back. For extra measure, Midoriya kneels, draws his steel dagger from its sheath, and drives it next to the spear, ensuring that the Nomu will stay trapped. Staggering upright, Midoriya plods away from the armless and twitching monster, stepping in between Shigaraki and Aizawa, mint-sweeping the courtyard as his armor reforms. How about we revisit that idea from earlier, Midoriya states firmly. I am very armed and very angry. Izuku levels his sword at Shigaraki, electric green eyes as sharp as his weapon, piercing the villain. So why don't you make like a tree and get the F out? Midoriya, don't antagonize the supervillain, Aizawa rasps through his pain as he watches the standoff. Midoriya, naturally, ignores him. It wasn't supposed to go this way. It wasn't supposed to go this way. Shigaraki's feverish scratching has only gotten wilder, flecks of blood staining his hands as he mutters. That was our anti-all might, our unbeatable obstacle, he growls, glaring at Midoriya, and it got taken down by some FANG NPC. The scratching pauses and Midoriya stiffens, preparing for action. It doesn't matter. Shigaraki straightens up, voice barely audible. I can't let sensei down. Hands held down and out, Shigaraki rushes Midoriya, his voice peaking in a shout as he goes, I'll just have to take you out myself. As Izuku leaps into action, he hears Aizawa call out, Midoriya, watch out for his hands. He can decay things. Right? Midoriya mutters to himself, no touchy. Shigaraki is fast. Like really fast. While not as quick as the enhanced Nomu, the villain can more than keep up with Midoriya when he's not using one for all. As much as he'd like to, it's incredibly difficult to use one for all effectively. The inherited quirk, at its core, is a close-quarters quirk. Getting too close to Shigaraki's deadly hands is a death sentence. So Midoriya is forced to keep his distance, fending off the villain with his sword and bursts of one for all. Every few swipes and slashes, Shigaraki will get his fingers on Midoriya's sword or shield, and the energy-based weapons are apparently not immune to decay, forcing him to drop and reform them. They war back and forth on the pavement of the courtyard, dipping in and out of cracked craters from Izuku and the Nomu's battle. Midoriya is getting tired, and too many close calls with Shigaraki's hands make it obvious. His movements are still elegant and lyrical, drumming a beat to the battle in his head, but each swing comes just a little slower. Midoriya nicks Shigaraki's left shoulder, the blade biting deep and drawing the first blood of their fight as well as a howl of pain from the villain. He dances away as the other man charges, sword flicking out like a viper's tongue and piercing his left forearm. All of Bastion's anatomy instruction coming in handy to incapacitate the villain. Shigaraki reels back, blood splattering on the ground. You fucker! Shigaraki is dangerous in his rage. Reckless moves that Midoriya can't predict break through his guard, again and again, decay arcing across his armor and his hero suit, narrowly missing skin. Eraser, Midoriya shouts as he grapples with Shigaraki, one deadly hand caught in an armbar. A little help would be nice. I can't erase his quirk without getting yours too. Aizawa shouts back from where he's propped against the fountain, panic and worry warring with pain. You need to make some space. Just do it, Midoriya says, kicking Shigaraki's knee and falling backward when the villain lunges after him. Kid, you'll be defenseless. What was it you said earlier, Eraser? Despite the ferocity of the fight Shoyuta is watching, Midoriya has an amused smirk on his face as he addresses Aizawa. You can't be a hero with only one trick. In spite of himself, a chuckle escapes Shuta's lips. Fine, kid. I hope you know what you're doing. Shigaraki swipes at Midoriya, his forearm batting away the glowing sword and reaching for his head, 5 fingers making contact with his helmet. Now, Eraser, Izuku shouts, desperation in his voice as his armor flakes away, decay spreading to the circlet he wears. Aizawa's eyes snap open, erasure active as he pins the pair with his stare. He can feel decay vanish, the taste of ash and rot on his tongue as the vicious quirk is suppressed. Midoriya's quirk takes more effort, the minty taste fading away, but the taste of ozone resists, stretching out before eventually snapping away. Shoyuta watches as Izuku uses one last burst of crackling energy to Sparta kick Shigaraki away, and sighs in relief as the progress of decay stops on his gear. Midoriya stands up straight, and Aizawa notices that he is fiddling with some band on his wrist. Now. Let's dance. A subtle button on his cuff loosens the device, and as Midoriya draws his hand away, a skeletal sword folds out of the device, shining high-tech steel that flashes in the light as he moves. It was Hatsume's pride and joy, a portable sword made of collapsible material in the form of a bracelet, allowing Midoriya to remain armed even in situations where using his quirk isn't an option. Like now. Not hearing the clamor of his quirk in his head is still a novel experience, and the lack of warmth from One for All is disconcerting, but Izuku shakes away his unease and dashes towards Shigaraki, skeletal sword raised. The villain looks torn between attacking Midoriya or fleeing, his hands twitching like he wants to wrap them around the hero's throat before he makes his decision. Izuku is a whirlwind. None of the lyrical grace that is evident when he normally uses his quirk can be seen. His moves are still strong and smooth, but artistry has been traded for brutality. Constant sessions of quirkless sparring with Arthur have honed his skills to be efficient and deadly, each move designed to end the fight early before he can get hurt. For all his change of style, Shigaraki is keeping up admirably. Lean and strong, he still manages to bat away most of Izuku's attacks, but not without cost. Cuts and stripes of blood litter his arms and shoulders, each cut, shallow or deep, denoting a point where Izuku slipped through his guard, piercing flesh and weakening the villain. In contrast to earlier in their fight, where avoidance of Shigaraki's hands had Midoriya on his back foot, Izuku's relentless onslaught has the villain stumbling backward. Midoriya's sword flicks up and scores a slice on Shigaraki's cheek, cutting through his mask and leaving it hanging awkwardly. Then it's over. Shigaraki's heel catches on a piece of rubble and he falls backward. Before the villain can blink, Izuku's sword is poised against his throat, blood staining the shiny blade as a thin line wells up along Shigaraki's patchy neck skin. It's over, Shigaraki, Midoriya declares, green eyes shining bright with anger. You're done. Surrender now. Beneath his hand-shaped mask, Shigaraki's mouth opens and closes like a dumb fish, no sound coming out as he flounders for words. All you heroes are the same, he bites out eventually, resorting to violence at the first sign of opposition, and you call us the Vici dash. Shigaraki's monologue is cut off as a massive boom is heard from the entrance, and both of their attentions are drawn to the cloud of dust that is kicked up. Have no fear. For I am here. All Might's signature phrase booms out from the entrance, and Midoriya breathes a sigh of relief, muscles slumping slightly as he relaxes. Taking advantage of Midoriya letting his guard down, Shigaraki shouts, "Nomu! Kill the swordsman!" One for all sparking, Midoriya turns just in time to see the still-pinned Nomu inhale deeply and screech, the smell of acrid mint sweeping the courtyard as emerald fire spills from its maw, melting the dagger that had kept it pinned. Very familiar emerald fire. Smoke puffs from a fire-breather's mouth, eddies of vapor and the smell of mint occupying the child. He bounces on his knee. The Nomu struggles to its feet, flame dripping out of its glowing throat as it stares down Midoriya. A tall man's throat glows like an ember, expelling tiny wisps of flame in fascinating shapes from his mouth. You'll be a great hero, he tells a small green-haired boy, a smile on his face as his son rambles about heroes and All Might. You'll make us proud. Footsteps crater the cracked pavement as the Nomu charges, a screech echoing from its razor-sharp maw as it bears down on a frozen Midoriya. Armless but not harmless. A massive jacket swamps his gangly frame, the smell of old leather mingling with faded smoke and mint, the scent of family and of home. It can't be, Midoriya thinks dazedly, memories overwhelming him of family and home, of mint and flame. The Nomu slams into him full speed, razor-sharp teeth chomping down on his shoulder, teeth cutting through his armor and his flesh like it's nothing. He has one last thought before agony shoots down his arm and rips a ragged scream from his throat. Dad! As the teeth sink deeper, severing muscle and scraping bone, Midoriya's world is consumed by agony. A burst of air pressure brushes Izuku's hair across his face as his eyes flutter open, the last dredges of unconsciousness clearing his mind. Through hazy vision, Midoriya takes in the tableau of violence that is the courtyard. The normally bold colors of the Nomu and All Might are muted as they trade punches, the air pressure blowing back anyone who tries to get close. There's blood on All Might's scorched shirt, and as his dad the Nomu sends bolts of fire towards the hero, Midoriya notices that one of the suppressing cuffs has fallen off and the Nomu has regrown one arm. Bakuga blasts in from the side, barreling towards the warp villain with a savage grin. Just as quickly, the villain opens a gate and sends him away. Izuku's quirk clamors quietly, the muted sound of battle nearly inaudible. Shigaraki is perched on the fountain, watching All Might struggle as he gingerly bandages the worst of the wounds Midoriya left him. The Nomu suplexes All Might, but is unable to control the man with only one arm as the hero rolls out of its grip. Izuku can feel his heart pounding faintly as the Nomu's existence overwhelms him. My dad, he rambles internally, it can't be. My dad can't be this villain, this monster. Stop and think. A voice that sounds like Aizawa cuts through his rising panic. Put those analysis skills of yours to work. What do you know about the quirks in play? More silent blasts of air pressure jostle Midoriya as he struggles to form coherent thoughts. All for one can give and take quirks, he eventually manages. The Nomo has multiple quirks including a strength mutation, shock absorption, regeneration, and my dad's quirk. What do you know about all for one? The not Aizawa voice asks. Nothing, the only thing that's ever seemed close to it is copy quirks, Izuku reasons. But copy quirks usually can't do mutations because it puts too much strain on the body changing. Oh. Like lightning, realization cracks through the haze in his head. If the mutation is the Noma's original quirk, then Midoriya latches onto that thought like it's a lifeline in a stormy ocean. It might not be my dad. Wake up. I can't afford distractions with everything that's going on, Izuku faintly thinks, suppressing his realization. I need to take stock of myself. His leg is injured, he recalls, his eyes are throbbing and it is hard to breathe around his cracked ribs, but what draws Izuku's attention is something else. Wake up, successor. Midoriya's arm feels wet. Looking down at the offending appendage, Izuku's gaze catches on the red dripping from his fingertips. Izuku's eyes trail up his left arm, following burnt fabric and rivulets of blood to their source, a massive bite wound on his shoulder. Clear teeth marks are ringed with burns, slicing through muscle and sinew. Deep beneath the rivers of blood, Midoriya can see the pale white of bone. Boss! Boss! Wake up! Vi's shout slams Izuku out of his haze of shock and his attention stretches and then snaps the world back into place with a burst of color, sound, and pain. Midoriya's gritted teeth are the only thing that stops an agonized shout from ripping past his throat as the pain of the Nomu's bite hits him full force. Breathe, boss, Vi coaxes. You've been hurt pretty badly. You need to stop the bleeding. His virtual assistant's steady voice coaxes Izuku out of his panic. With a shaky breath, Midoriya takes stock of his injuries and reaches for his first aid kit. I can't. His fingers scrabble on his belt pouch. The first aid one just barely out of reach. Vi, I can't reach my bandages. Recalculating options, Vi replies, voice glitchy and static-filled due to the damage to his headset, but still operational. Flipping down his eyepiece, she continues, if you slice along the seam here, you should be able to roll your sleeve into a makeshift bandage. A crude animation shows on his display. A clip-art knife scores a glowing line against the arm of Izuku's costume and then animates the sleeve rolling up over his shoulder. If you form your armor, it should apply enough pressure to stop the bleeding, Vi finishes. Right? Midoriya grits his teeth as he bends and retrieves one of his spare knives from his boot. Here goes nothing. It's difficult to follow his assistant's instructions with his fine motor control dulled by pain, but Izuku manages to saw through the less durable seam of his costume and roll it to cover his massive wound. Note to self, he thinks as his armor flares around him, gritting his teeth as the oral plates press the makeshift bandage down. Tell Mei to reinforce the seams. They aren't quite cut-proof. Izuku pants for a second before forming his sword and planting the glowing green tip into the ground to leverage himself upright. He sways for a second, his head hazy with pain and blood loss, but steels himself and takes in his injured arm. His blood-stained fingertips twitch slightly as he attempts to move them, but as a whole, the appendage is dead weight. I need a sling, he mutters. This will just get in the way. With awkward movements, Izuku loosens his belt and shimmies it upwards and over his arm. Once past his elbow, he cinches it down, pinning his arm to his side. That'll have to do. Taking in the chaotic scene of the courtyard once more, Izuku's eyes land on Aizawa and his blood runs cold. His friend and teacher looks much worse than the last time he had seen the man. Arms still broken, the Erasure hero is lying face down in a pool of slowly expanding blood that's leaking from a nasty head wound. Stumbling over to him, Midoriya gingerly rolls the man over, mindful of possible spine injuries. Carefully, Midoriya kneels down and slings his teacher over his uninjured shoulder and goes to stand up. Izuku takes one step before he falters, nearly falling as unknown hands press against his back. Holy shit, are you Oka dash? Izuku's sword skates off Kirishima's neck, the other teens hardening, protecting him from Izuku's gut reaction. The redhead's eyes are wide, blown out in shock at Midoriya's fast and deadly reaction. Easy dude, he cautions, it's just me. I didn't mean to surprise you. Sheet, sorry, Midoriya says, wrinkling his nose, I'm a tad on edge right now. I can see that. Kirishima's gaze sweeps over Midoriya, taking in his scorched suit and limp arm. Are you even good to move, dude? I'm fine, Midoriya says, taking another step towards Aizawa only to falter again as his knees start to buckle. Okay, maybe not fine. Kirishima's firm hands press against his abdomen and back, holding him up, and Midoriya winces at the pressure on his cracked ribs. We need to get out of here, Kirishima says once Midoriya steadies himself, examining a bloody Aizawa. He's bleeding a lot. You need to get him out of here, Midoriya stresses. I need to go see if I can help down there. Man, you've got to come with us. You look like you're about to fall down. Kirishima frowns and he gently slings their teacher over his shoulder. Your arm looks real bad and your eyes are bleeding. Izuku touches his hand to his cheeks and is surprised to find red coating them. As he wipes away the blood, he thinks, note to self, don't use the one for all eye trick till I figure out what it's doing to me. Okay, I'll just take a look then. Plastering a tired grin on his face, Midoriya reassures Kirishima, lying through his teeth, I'll follow right behind you. The ringing of steel in his head urges him to continue the fight, but Izuku wrestles it under control. After searching his face for a moment, Kirishima seems to take his words at face value and nods. I'll hold you to that. Watching the redhead limp away, Midoriya lets out a sigh of relief. I'm sorry, Kirishima, but I can't walk away while All Might needs my help. Duck. Izuku is jogging toward the fight when his quirk screams at him. Heeding its warning, the injured teen ducks beneath a cannonball that sails inches past him and slams into the ground near All Might and the Nomu. Looking around wildly, Midoriya discerns the source of the cannonball. Up at the entrance of the USJ, Yaoyorozu has created a massive cannon and is firing rounds down the stairs. What is she doing, he wonders, putting some distance between himself and the firing path. As if in answer, another round rockets down the stairs and slams into the ground between the Nomu's feet, removing the beast's stable base and allowing All Might to break the grappling deadlock the pair of equal strength had found themselves in. Brilliant, Midoriya thinks in rapture, staring up at his classmate, she's amazing. Shigaraki's voice floats across his attention and draws Midoriya out of his reverie. Our Nomu isn't doing as well as Sensei had hoped. Perhaps if it hadn't been softened up by the brat from earlier, Kurogyari comments, it would be performing better. Maybe, Shigaraki replies, scratching idly at his throat. No matter, the villain stands from his perch on the fountain and begins stalking toward the fight. I guess I'll lend a hand. Panicking slightly, Midoriya draws his last knife and hurls it at Shigaraki, the razor-sharp blade slicing off hair as it narrowly misses him. Miss or not, it does what Izuku had intended and distracts Shigaraki from All Might. A roar draws Izuku's attention away from the blue-haired villain as another cannonball slams into the Nomu only to fall to the ground, negated by its shock absorption. It takes a monumental effort for Izuku to drag his attention away from the thing that might be his dad, but when he does, his blood runs cold. Shigaraki's deadly hand is reaching through a swirling portal that is inches from his head. Midoriya's blade is moving, sweeping upwards to block the ashen fingers, but even with one for all, he knows it'll be too slow. Shigaraki's hand is millimeters from his face, close enough for Izuku to feel the villain's body heat when twin explosions ring through the courtyard. The hand jerks back through the portal as it snaps close, and as Midoriya turns in the direction of the blast, Bakugo's familiar voice shouts at him. I just saved your DMN life, fucknugget. The explosive blonde is looming over Kurogyari, one hand crackling with explosions against the villain's neck brace and the other still extended from where he had blasted Shigaraki across the courtyard. The villain leader is sprawled a few meters away from Izuku, clothes smoking as he groans and drags himself to his feet. The next one's on me, Midoriya calls back to Bakugo. Despite their mutual dislike, the other man had just saved his life. There won't be a next time if you don't pay attention, Bakugo replies, a disgusted look crossing his face at the thought of Midoriya saving him. Midoriya turns to Shigaraki, reforming his sword and facing off against the villain, right? You're a persistent one, Shigaraki growls at him, aren't you, swordsman? So I've been told, Midoriya answers warily. The pair begins to circle each other. I'm surprised you got up again after our Nomo dealt with you, Shigaraki comments. I do enjoy seeing heroes bleed that much. You're not looking so hot yourself, Midoriya nods toward the villain's bloody bandages. Why don't you give up and leave? In truth, neither of them, hero or villain, looks particularly healthy. Both are limping, covered in blood and burns. Shigaraki's bandages from where Midoriya had stabbed and cut him are slowly turning red, and Izuku's arm is still bleeding. Shigaraki, apparently, doesn't take being told to leave very well. At least that's what Midoriya assumes as he darts out of the way of the villain's charge. You brats mess everything up. Like a repeat of their earlier fight, the two meet in the middle. Shigaraki slaps his sword aside and lunges for his throat. Midoriya kicks out his knee and makes some space in between them. He would be using his spear to keep that gap, but using it one-handed is too difficult. It's only his quirk and his hours and hours of training that let him eke out on top of every clash. Both of them are tired, sloppy, and in pain. What were once lightning-quick slashes and stabs are now slower and poorly aimed, barely managing to cut into Shigaraki. Shigaraki has the advantage here. For all the times that Midoriya's blows connect, the villain only needs to grab him once for it all to be over. One-for-all powered kicks keep Shigaraki back when his sword doesn't, but Izuku can feel himself tiring. I need to finish this, Midoriya thinks, catching Shigaraki's hand on his armor and planting his elbow into his chest as his armor crumbles. And quickly. Casting around for any option, Midoriya lands on a method that if it works will end the fight, and if it doesn't, well, it won't matter then. Here goes nothing, he mutters, turning and sprinting away from Shigaraki. Izuku can faintly hear All Might shouting something at the Nomu, but is too focused on his plan to pay attention. Hey, don't run away, brat, the villain yells, running after him. I'm gonna turn you to dust. Ignoring him, Midoriya reaches what he gauges to be enough distance and slams 30% of One for All into his legs, leaving a crater in the pavement as he jumps the air. Forming his spear in his good hand as he soars above the fight, Midoriya looks down on Shigaraki. Feeding as much One for All into his arm that he safely can, Izuku PPS back the spear and calls out the same move he used at the entrance exam. As Midoriya shouts, another voice joins him. Detroit Spike. Plus Ultra. As quickly as his spear shoots downward, the limp Nomu travels up. The full force of All Might's blows sending it hurtling past him, green fire still spewing from its mouth as it punches through the dome of the EA and vanishes from sight. Izuku has just a second to process the defeat of the creature that might have been his father when the shockwave from All Might's punch catches up to him and blows him and his spear off course. He lands heavily near All Might, the steam that's rolling off his mentor's body scalding his skin. Are you alright, young Midoriya? Toshinori asks, eyes pinned on Kurogyari and Shigaraki as they recover from the blast, Bakugo having been knocked out by the pressure wave. I've been better, Izuku answers, standing shakily and walking to All Might's side. Time's up, All Might says, more to the villains than Midoriya, but Izuku catches the double meaning. Toshinori has pushed One for All as far as he could, moving could force him to his weakened form. Izuku isn't doing much better, his quirk is thrumming quietly in his head, but between his injuries and quirk exhaustion, he's not sure he's got much fight left in him. So the hero and the student stand side by side, strong forms hiding their momentary weakness as they stare down the villains. No, 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 no. Shigaraki's frenzied mutterings float across the courtyard. It shouldn't have gone this way, his rambling grows in volume and intensity. All the sensei said. Sensei promised. Toshinori and Izuku both stiffen at Shigaraki's slip of the tongue. It's over, Shigaraki, Midoriya says. Surrender. The smell of mint, slightly acrid but still strong, sweeps the courtyard as Izuku steps forward in front of All Might, his sword drawn. A deterrent. You can't hope to win this, Midoriya asserts, bravado he doesn't really feel filling his voice. You could barely handle me. How do you plan to beat the greatest hero of all? Perhaps the hero is right. Kurogyari tells Shigaraki, the other heroes will be here soon as well. Perhaps it would be wiser to retreat, regroup, and attack when we are stronger. No. The other villain cuts him off. The symbol of peace dies today. Midoriya slides into a ready stance, his sword braced in front of him. Don't try it, Shigaraki. I can't let Sensei down, Shigaraki says, undeterred. I'll just have to finish this myself. Shigaraki stumbles into a run, heading straight for Midoriya and All Might, deadly hands outstretched. Izuku drags One for All to the surface, power flickering sluggishly over his upper body as he braces for a last-ditch attempt at fending off the villain leader. Shigaraki gets closer, and closer, and closer. Midoriya can feel the aura of rage coming off of the villain and raises his sword to strike when gunshots echo through the UF. Rounds slam into Shigaraki and knock him off course as Snipe unloads into the villain, brass piercing his shoulders and hands. Kurogyari covers the howling Shigaraki with his quirk, but as the pair of villains vanish, angry red eyes meet Midoriya's. This isn't over, swordsman. The conviction in the villain's threat sends chills down his spine, but Midoriya lets out a sigh of relief as he finally vanishes through the warp gate. All Might and Midoriya are still on edge, quirks activated as their eyes sweep the courtyard, on the lookout for a last-ditch sneak attack. As a wall of stone blocks the view of the rest of the facility, All Might deflates and Izuku's armor flickers and vanishes. Toshinori's sigh of relief is interrupted by a hacking cough as blood coats his mouth. That was a close one, the hero says, slumping down to the ground as he tries to catch his breath. I don't think I could have held on for much longer. Too close, Midoriya agrees, remaining upright. He's pretty sure that if he allows himself to rest, his injured body won't let him move again. Heads up, the younger man says, spotting movement around the edge of the cement wall. Detective Tsukachi and Cementos round the corner and relief coats their features as they take in the injured pair. Toshinori, Tsukachi says as he skids to a stop, Midoriya, I was worried when I got your distress call, but it looks like you two are okay. We've been better, Midoriya says, wincing as the dull pain in his head makes itself known and pain radiates down his injured arm and ribs. It's nothing recovery girl can't fix. Thanks for the save, Ishiyama, All Might tell Cementos as he tries to stand up, clutching his injured side. Anytime, the cement hero responds, holding out a hand to help Toshinori up. We've got your back, All Might. Toshinori stares at the outstretched hand for a long moment, something indecipherable in his eyes. His bony hand slaps into Cementos's as the other hero levers him upright. All Might's voice is oddly heavy. Thank you. Vi, Midoriya instructs, drawing Toshinori, Cementos, and the detective's attention. Eject a copy of all footage since we got off the bus. Understood, boss. The virtual intelligence in his headset answers, and the damaged device whines slightly as a data card slots out of the side. Scratching an "eh" into the card, Midoriya makes eye contact with Tsukachi and says, now delete the last 5 minutes of footage and eject the edited version. Vi complies, and Midoriya answers the detective's unspoken question by handing him the pair of data cards. The one with the A has All Might's secret and Shigaraki's parting shot. He explains, I figured you'd want that kept secret. Smart thinking, Midoriya, Tsukachi praises, carefully slipping the footage into his pocket. You should go get checked out by the paramedics, he continues. That arm looks pretty nasty. I will, Midoriya nods as he starts to trudge away, and detective. Yes. The Nomu, Midoriya's voice falters for a moment. It had my father's quirk. But that's Dash. Tsukachi is well acquainted with the situation around Izuku's missing father, having been the detective assigned to the case all those years ago. I know what I saw. The exhaustion in Izuku's voice doesn't mask the steel in his response. Just, please look into it. Of course, Midoriya. The walk up the shattered stairs of the USJ entrance takes only a few minutes, but to the flagging Midoriya, it feels like an eternity. Tsukachi spirits. All Might out of a back door, away from prying eyes, and Cementos joins his fellow in sweeping the USJ for villains, but Izuku pays them no mind. The clashing of war retreats to the back of his head as he trudges past broken concrete and debris, his exhaustion relegating the ever-present war to a whisper. The puncture wound on his thigh is throbbing with every step, and his cracked ribs are making it harder and harder to breathe. Izuku's armor still shines around his injured arm, but the glow is dull instead of brilliant, the smell of mint faint and bitter. The searing pain in his arm is the only thing keeping him conscious as he nears the top, and the dull throbbing in his eyes has morphed into a headache. The entrance has barely come into sight, and through the broken doors, Midoriya can see the rest of 1A milling around with the police and paramedics. He has barely registered the relief in his classmates' faces as they catch of him when a pink blur slams into his chest, nearly knocking Izuku back down the stairs. Izuku! Izuku staggers back, wrapping his uninjured arm around a crying Hatsum to keep them both from falling. "Easy, May," he murmurs into her hair as her tears begin to soak his suit. "I'm okay, I'm fine." "Be careful, Hatsum," Uraraka fusses as she jogs over to them. "You could hurt him more." The pink-haired girl jerks back, a look of horror on her face as she takes in his injured state. Midoriya catches her wrist before she can get too far and drags his best friend back in for a gentle hug. "It's okay," he tells her, exhaustion coating his soothing tone, "just be a little gentler." Hatsum's panicked expression falters as she runs her hands over his damaged suit, her fingers tracing burns and cuts along the green fabric. Her crosshair eyes lock onto the partially decayed headset and she carefully lifts the device from his brow. "It got damaged," she says faintly, looking over her creation. "I'm sorry." "It saved my life," Izuku says, "both Vi and the helmet." May looks up into his green eyes, absorbing the sincerity in his gaze. After a moment, the pair is shaken out of their reverie by someone clearing their throat. Ahem, Uraraka grabs their attention, an amused glint in her eyes. "The rest of the class is anxious to see you too, and you need to see the paramedics." "Right," Midoriya agrees, extricating himself from Hatuzum's grasp, but still keeping her close. "I need to check on everyone." As the trio makes their way to the crowd of people, a tired-looking Yaoyorozu steps into view. "Midoriya," she says, looking him up and down with concern blatant on her face. "You're okay? I was worried when I heard you scream." "I've been better," Midoriya says with a grimace. "How are you? How's the class?" "I'll be fine with a bit of rest," she replies, "just some quirk exhaustion." Her back straightens as she steps into her role as class vice president. Mr. Aizawa and 13 were injured badly, but have been stabilized and rushed to the hospital, she reports. But as for the class casualties, aside from minor bruises and scrapes, there were only 5, all of which the paramedics have taken care of. "That's good." Izuku slumps in relief as he hears that everyone is okay, a tired grin stretching across his face. It could have been much worse. They make their way through their classmates, with Izuku greeting and checking in on everyone. He claps Jiru's shoulder comfortingly as an EMT bandages her leg. "All right there, Green? As soon as I get patched up," he tells her. Kirishima shoots him an indecipherable look, and Midoriya winces as he remembers lying to him. Tokoyami is getting his injured beak wrapped, but the two share a nod and Ojiro grins tiredly as his burns are treated. Todoroki simply stares at him as Izuku checks in on the dual-toned man wrapped in blankets, and Midoriya moves on awkwardly. His vision is starting to get blurry as the uninjured portion of the class crowds around him, questions filling his ears as they ask what had happened to him. "I saw you taking on that big purple thing," Mina shouts. "You went up against that thing All Might fought." "Your screams scared us, we couldn't see what had happened," Azui croaks. "Your sparkle shone through," Aoyama dramatically exclaims, drawing odd looks. "Are you okay, Midoriya?" Shoji's eyes are concerned over the top of his mask as he looks over the green-haired man, taking in the blood dripping from his fingertips. Actually, Izuku sways slightly as blood loss catches up to him, blackness encroaching on his field of view. Everyone stops talking and looks at him. "I don't want to alarm anyone," he slurs, "but I'm gonna pass out now." Exclamations rise from his friends as Izuku's knees buckle. The last thing he hears before darkness claims him and strong arms catch him is multiple shouts of, "Midoriya! You are not alone."